It is the year 2025. Happy New Year. It is the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. Excuse our tardiness for the new year, but Eric learned today the words in perpetuity, meaning he never gets to leave, ever.
I am not happy. My lawyers are still working on the contract, trying to find a loophole. I am just disgusted right now.
We're back like we never left.
Mm-hmm. In perpetuity is pretty clear cut, Eric, so good luck with that.
Yeah. Thought I was done at midnight the other night.
Nope.
Bullshit.
Yeah. Not even close. You weren't done at midnight our time. You weren't done at midnight on the West Coast. You weren't done at midnight in Japan, in Australia, in Czechoslovakia, in Uzbekistan, in Lemon. Nothing.
Yep. Ice cream stand, cake stand, whatever.
That's right.
One of those.
Now I didn't get a chance, unfortunately. I actually had planned on incorporating it into the thumbnail. That's my bad. Actually, I might still be able to do it. We'll see. We'll see if I can manage, if I can get it into the thumbnail. But I did want to make sure that we had a brief discussion about something extremely important, because tonight is a very special night. I don't really know this, Bobby. Do you know what it is? It is very special, because tonight is the night of the Duke's Mayo Bowl.
Oh yes, I forgot.
Yes, there are many. It was people were jumping the gun, and I was like, no, not yet. It's on Friday. I said we come back to it. We come back around to it. It is the Minnesota Golden Gophers taking on the Virginia Tech Hokies in the Duke's Mayo Bowl, which is underway. We are in the first quarter.
And you can't make that stuff up.
You really can't. You really can't.
Utterly ridiculous.
Your light's shining pretty bright there, Carlos, in the back. Top left.
Yeah, well, it's just the angle of it. It's just basically pointing at the camera this time around. Usually it's a little bit different. Yeah, but it's it's pretty standard. It does have quite a tradition going though. One of the great traditions of the Duke's Mayo Bowl is that the winning coach gets doused in mayo.
Yep. I would throw the game.
Eric right there is seething. He wishes, he goes, man, I wish I was a college coach. Look at how happy he is. The joy, the rapture. It's glorious. It's fantastic.
Game.
So as Josh says, it's Friday night. You know what that means because I'm Carlos alive. This is true. Paul says, think we need to hear Eric's prediction of the most important bowl game of the season, Virginia versus Virginia Tech. Yes, as I have alluded to, correct. Hope Eric didn't actually think he could leave the show because of the new year. Absolutely not.
No.
Eric does not get to leave. Paul, I'm waiting for Eric's prediction of the Duke's Mayo Bowl so I can bet the opposite. I know. There's money to be made out here if we can figure out. Like I said, are you a Virginia Tech guy? You're a Minnesota guy, Eric? What are we doing?
I hope the entire stadium burns down and they have to cancel the game. And
wow.
That's what I hope.
There's enough mail to put it out, so we're okay.
Yeah, that's 5% less violent than I was thinking Eric was going to go for. So
really,
yeah. Well, no, I figured he would have the state burned to the ground, and he basically secretly wants the country to burn. I know that's what Eric wants. He hates America. If there's anything Eric hates, is America.
If it is to stop the that nonsense, I will think about it.
I will have you know, Eric. Don't blame us for this. All I'm saying is that I know for a fact that there is nothing more America than the Duke's Mayo Bowl.
That's disgusting.
When I think of America, there is nothing that I think of before. Not the flag, not the eagle. I think Duke's Mayo Bowl.
Apple pie?
Nope. Duke's Mayo Bowl. First thing I think of. George Washington came down from Mount Sinai and said, "There shall be Mayo Bowl," and it was good.
And he chopped the
Paul Revere did not run so that you could not have a Duke's Mayo Bowl. These are facts.
There you go. Can't beat facts.
Nope. We got all our facts figured out in 2025, Bobby. We got our facts on lockdown right now.
Yep.
Pretty wild. Must tell you.
Factoid.
Yep. I didn't get around to posting the Instagram post, so I'm just doing that while I'm making fun of the Duke's Mayo Bowl. So you'll excuse me. I'm multitasking here. Okay. So Paul here says, I would rather see Bill Belichick or Eric get doused in mayo.
I don't see anybody, nobody in the whole wide world. I don't want to see anyone ever have that happen.
Ever?
I like it. I like mayo. I could be doused in Mayo.
Listen,
Just give me-
I bet you it's great. I bet you it's great for your skin. I bet you if you douse yourself in Mayo, it would increase your biking power.
More than likely.
Oh yes, this isn't even a question.
If you threatened to do it to me, it would increase my biking power.
Either way, it
Yeah.
works. Either way, it works.
Yep.
I'm not picky. It's fine. And Eric, hello everyone. Hello Jeff. Apple pie with a side of mayo. You're speaking Eric's language. Now, speaking of, let's take a moment to be 5% more mature. While I'm finishing off this multitasking here, Eric, how much
Yes.
did you earn for your cycling endeavors?
Let's take a look here.
Our inadvertent charitable stream. Again, for the record, if you ever get this idea again, there are things I can press on YouTube that will actually allow YouTube to directly contribute. As long as Raybork's charity isn't like something that Brett Favre came up with, and it's a legitimate charity, we can
Yeah.
actually link it, and then YouTube will give the whole donations to it. Just for the record. There are things you can do. There are settings you can do where it will actually donate directly, and that will cut out the middleman, and you won't lose a percentage. So anyway, in the case of the donation that we received during the live, I actually donated to Eric something for myself, and I donated the full amount, so that he actually got the full amount of the money, regardless. So I covered the difference. We're there. We're covered.
So $6.
Well, they take 35%, 35% of the total. So it was more like a $7 extra, because I think it was a $20 donation, and YouTube takes 35% when you do the super chats through the thing.
Oh, super.
So what I did is I actually gave Eric, the 2150 was more than with the fee and everything, and then I also donated a couple of bucks extra to insult Eric.
And
So you got two donations from me: one to cover the thing in full, and then the other one to insult Eric.
let me.
It's easy.
So Josh here says, my kid saw a video that you should use mayo instead of butter when making grilled cheese. Thoughts?
Yes. Yes.
getting
It actually
excited.
browns a lot better.
Don't threaten Eric with a good time.
Mhm.
That's all I'm saying. All right, while Eric's figuring out how to do some maths, Philly Joe says, good evening, Carlson Gang. Good evening to you. So actually, Bobby, it was I was trying to get some stuff done during the holidays. I got to be honest, it's been the hours have been worse than normal. I actually think it was just hilarious. But I did get around to cleaning up a little bit of the office. Got to do some more work this weekend. I really got to make up for lost time. But I did get a chance to binge watch something I've been meaning to watch with Amazon Prime. They have the Continental, which is like a 3-part miniseries based on the John Wick world. The Continental's the hotel. And it was like the prequel to John's sequel with Winston and those guys.
Yep.
Yeah. I actually thought it was pretty well done. I was actually very impressed. It's 3 parts. Each part is like I think the first part is like an hour and a half. I think it ends up being like under 5 hours for the 3 episodes.
That's good.
And Mel Gibson's in it, being the villain.
Nice.
He did a good job. Like, dude's crazy. He looks crazy. He sounds crazy. And I think he played what he was supposed to play well, but it gives you like the prequel of Winston taking over the Continental and all that stuff that plays into the John Wick universe. I actually thought they did a pretty good job and gave the backstory of him, and then also the backstory of Sharon, who takes over as the concierge
Yes.
of the Continental. So you get his backstory as well.
Yeah.
I was like,
he's a
all right,
good
that's cool.
actor. I forget his name, but he's a great actor.
Yeah, but they got a younger guy to play young Sharon. So he was the young Sharon that would later on become the one
And
from
my
the
Sharon?
John Wick universe.
I think he died in real life. The black
The
gentleman.
real actor did.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
He was able to reprise the role though one more time, because there's going to be a spin-off movie from John Wick. So after the 4th movie, there was going to be a spin-off, and it's called Ballerina, and that's going to come out this year. And that's with Ana de Armas, who's already been James Bond and done other things, but he was actually able to reprise the role as the concierge of the Continental briefly in that movie. So that's his last acting role that he was ever able to. They recorded before he died, so he was able to reprise the role one more time in the universe of the John Wick.
Very good. So, Carlos, has there been any other series you're watching, Squid Game, or anything like that?
Well, that would be Netflix, Bobby. I don't have Netflix.
It doesn't matter. Movies aren't exclusive to Prime.
It is true. It is true. Now, I haven't watched a lot of movies.
Actually, it just came out, the part 2. So you waited 3 years, and you're getting part 2.
There you go.
You can do binge watching now, anyways.
Yeah. R.I.P. Lance Reddick. Yes. Duke's Mayo Bowl. Let's go. I know. Exactly right. All right. You finally figured it out, Eric? Have we given you enough time?
I have an answer.
All right. He has an answer.
And I would like to beg one more time tonight and see what we can do with it. So right now we have a total of $185.27. I'm going to add 100 to that. So now
Who
we're
gave
up.
the 27 cents.
Well, we had one person who did $21.50. That's Carlos, and then
That's me,
we
21.50.
had someone do $7.77 because it's Ray Bork's number was 7 and then 77.
I thought it was 777 for the casino thing.
So,
in honor of Ray Borg's death. That's very nice of him.
no, Ray Bork's still alive.
Well,
So
he's a zombie.
That
but
would
I
be
guess I can-
666, not 777. Yeah.
so we're up to
Sure.
$285. This would be the tonight will be the last night I beg for money, and if anyone's interested, there's
I still got the thing from I still got the thing previously here. So I've got the PayPal there.
there's still time to donate. We're going to take 100% of the money that comes in, and we're going to give it to Ray Bork himself for his charity. The charity that he just participated in and participates in every year is the Pete Frates Foundation, which Pete Frates is from Beverly, Massachusetts, my hometown. And you've all heard of the Ice Bucket Challenge. Pete's family, along with Pete at the time, invented that and went worldwide, raised millions upon millions of dollars for ALS research and to help people and their families that have this disease. So Ray was just in town the other day, participating in the polar plunge to raise money for Pete Frates. Pete and Ray also share a birthday, and became friends through this charity. And Ray's really still friendly with the family and because Pete's passed away now, and is still doing a lot for the charity. So I just thought it would be a interesting thing to see if we could raise some money, and we'll give it to Ray the next time I see him. Nothing scheduled right now, but I'll keep a running tally. And when I do see him, I'll write him out a check for his foundation and get a picture of me handing him the check, and we'll post that in the future and let everybody know. But for the people that did donate, thank you very much. I do really appreciate it. And if you got $5, that's all I was asking for the other night. More is obviously great, but if you got an extra $5 in your pocket, PayPal me, send it to me, and I'll make sure Ray gets it. So thanks. I appreciate it.
Back to the regular scheduled program. Carlos. Hello.
I think he's
my
on
bad.
mute.
Yeah, I had to talk off screen. So Zach had it right. Still can't believe he's giving money to a dead guy. This is captivating. It is. Josh says Mayo menu item, banana mayo sandwich. Dang.
Whoa. That's pushing it for me.
That's a bit rough. That's look,
Yeah.
like I said, we support, we are pro Mayo here, but I gotta say, that's a bit of a stretch. That one's might be a bridge too far.
That's kind of X-rated.
It's bordering abomination against the Lord. It's bordering abomination against the Lord.
It's almost like Emmanuel in Spaces. Shh.
Oh, good Lord.
Listen, Emmanuel in Spaces is noble.
Everything's
It's
just
wonderful.
going off.
Just say,
Captivating entertainment.
comparatively speaking.
Oh,
everything-
yes. Like it's
going off the rails.
Yes.
I blame your aborted charity drive. Shame. If you had offered to do the Ice Mayo Challenge, you would add like 3 or 4 zeros to your donation so far.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like charity that much.
Hey guys, happy Friday. Thank you, Dame. Good evening. So anyway, thanks. I also want to thank everybody that supported the New Year's Eve. Not spectacular, but I could have called it spectacular. Regardless, though, we did go from New
A
Year's and we got
spectacular
covered
amount
into,
of time, I hear.
yes, we did. Well, when Carvin came in, Carvin doesn't mind chatting. You know, he was all for it. So he was
Oh, yeah.
so he came in and he was he did offer some hot takes for himself. I don't know if I necessarily agree with some of his hot takes, but he did offer some hot takes, which I
Okay.
thought was funny. Texas, now you got Bobby talking about Emmanuel Space. Zach, everyone should talk about Emmanuel
That's the
Space.
first time I have mentioned it on the show. So
We
very
don't
good.
need to ever mention, and we don't need to ever mention it again.
And Carvin also had some words about Emmanuel Space. That's a
He
fact.
did?
That's
Wow.
a fact. Yes.
He seemed
Carvin
he
knew exactly
seemed
what that
to
was.
have,
Carvin knew exactly what that was.
He had seemed to have some experience with it.
Ooh.
Yes.
Everyone knows.
No
Everyone knows.
reaction.
Hmm.
Ooh.
Happy
He is
Friday
from
to you too.
California, though. I know.
Well, originally from Canada, yes.
Just saying.
when Emmanuel in Space came up,
one person in my.
for the era of Emmanuel in Space that came up, he was in Canada, I assure you.
Oh, yes.
Dirty Canadian bastards.
He was barely. Yes, exactly.
Good times. So yeah, worked out very well. So Amanda joined us, and then we had quite the cast of characters. We had Billy Cilio cameo, although he did disappear into the abyss, and we have no idea what happened to him after that.
No,
We don't even know if he's alive still.
no, he could have passed. We don't know for sure.
Yep.
So basically, you're saying that next year you'll be donating money to Zombie Billy Cilio.
I think
He'll be hanging out with Ray Bork. They'll be in meetings.
That's where the
I see what's
27 cents will come in.
I assure everyone Ray Bork is still alive.
Listen, you know, zombies are people too. That's fine.
What is alive, really?
Yeah.
You know,
Like if he's moving around, does that count? Is that enough?
you know, that's the show digger's cat really comes upon us on this one because we have to sit there. Is he? Have we seen him? Is he in the box? Is he not in the box?
Yeah. We have to ask what's in the box.
What's in the box?
Don't
Yeah,
ask
we gotta
what's in the box. Never
That's a great
ask
question.
what's in the box ever.
Well,
So quick side thing. Since I'll keep Eric's scrolling thing. We'll put the AMG stuff in a little bit later. But I do want to make a reference, a point about that though. From what I've got a little information, we were going to start up again. We are going to have a podcast this upcoming week. The live is not going to be happening because I was informed that Sherry and the collector of the scallops are going to be flying in a plane over to Orlando because Upper Deck is doing its conference. So it's got the conference for the different dealers where they share and give all the latest and greatest sneak peeks to all the happenings.
Sneak peeks.
I know. You're gonna see. It's gonna be crazy. They're gonna showcase. Imagine there's gonna be folks at Upper Deck like a Spicy Eye. We're gonna be telling guys, here's a new set. He goes, zombies in the NHL, starting with card number 1, Ray Bork. I knew it.
Yeah,
I knew it.
Ray Bork is
And we can find out what other insert is based on.
He's alive and well.
and you get guys to show up like I don't know, Ray Jangul. You can get. You can keep going.
Listen, Bobby, do not even question. I could see it very quickly happening in the next year's Cup. This could very easily be there.
Yeah.
Not even a question. My big takeaway, though, what I want to find out, so that's why I say if Sherry and Steve are going to go, then great. I'll be able to get a report. We'll get a report back the following week. We'll get a report back from it. So that should be exciting. I'll still do the podcast episode. I think we're going to do it with Blair. So we'll have a little bit of fun. It'll just be kind of a lighthearted episode. We'll have some fun with it. We'll still have an episode next week, the first episode of the new year. And then the following week will be a normal schedule. We'll have the live stream and the podcast episode. Those will happen. And then we'll see. We'll get a report back from them on basically what they came across. So I'd be interested to see what they heard from visiting. So I think that'll be good. I think it'll be good to know. So I just wanted to make a note of that in case anybody's watching the other channel and they're curious about it. Man. Yeah. So if they're going to be in there, well, I'll ask them some questions and maybe they can give us a little insight. Yes. Good evening, Orlando. So that's good. So that's just something to note. Otherwise, then we'll be back heading into a normal schedule again after that. So we'll definitely do that. The other thing that I thought was kind of interesting, and we'll talk a little bit about, I think, some new things. Now that's the new year. I want to start getting some hobby predictions. I want to see if folks want to take a stab at some hobby predictions for 2025. Now that we start up the new year. Now, one thing that I will share, because I did get a little more information now, so we're starting to get a little more info. Obviously, the Topps Fanatics Overlords are sticking their claws into all the different things. So now that we turned the calendar over, they had already kind of leaked, but now it's more officially announced. Now we've got some more of the information. They're going to do the first WBE set under the renewal of Topps. And the date they're shooting for right now looks like January 31st. So the race is on, Upper Deck. Do you get your third release of 2024 out before Top/Fanatics gets their first release of 2025?
25, yeah, it's crazy.
On a license they just started.
Exactly.
They just started it.
Timing's everything.
The race is on.
Why don't they just forget 2024? It's not like it's that important. You know, it's like move on to 2025.
Well, but Bobby, that one was supposed to be released.
I know.
Last year.
Skip it and move on.
Skip it.
So like 94 lockout. No, we're moving on.
Yeah, the problem is, Bobby, if they skip it, they won't have anything until like late next year, a little late this year. Because
they would have thought of this like 6-8 months ago when they had the chance to make the 2024, then the 2025 would be ready, and that would offset the 2024, so it wouldn't matter.
We're still not even in 2023 in hockey fully. I think there was a 2022 product last year, so like we're not even close. Forget about.
And when do you catch up? When?
At this point, never.
So then, well, either you end up in one time in like August, you're going to have like 17,000 releases.
The move would have been to merge. So like here's Josh is putting it. So good evening, Dylan. So here the move would have been to do this, to do more of this, combine 2 years into one product and just get it over with. Just, don't release 2 products, release one that way, but then get, the 2 sets of rookies. If that's what you got to do, just get it out the door, so we can move on to the next one. That's the play. That's the move. But to each their own. Good evening, Stephen, with APH. So yes, but that's the thing. You've got to get out the door. That's why it amused me that Fanatics already has the renders and everything for it, and they're scheduling for January 31st. Let's put it this way: all the manufacturers have had delays, but nobody's delays have been as bad as Upper Deck's. So if they're shooting for January 31st, I have a reasonable. If they do have a delay, it'll be like mid-February. It won't be till like March, April, May.
Yeah,
it won't be like that because they own their own manufacturer. Fanatics has a manufacturer, so they can push things a little to the front of the line if they want to. And since this is the first one with the license renewed, I suspect they're probably going to try to force it across the line on time to the best of their ability to get it out of the gate because they want to reestablish themselves in that license. So it makes sense to me. So that's why I say, but that's why it's kind of embarrassing that Fanatics is going to be able to shove a set right out the door immediately, right after, because January 1st basically is when the license restarts for them. Gotcha. So like they're 2 days in and they already have the renders and everything. It's ready to go. They're showing you cards. The cards already been signed. The leaks were from the wrestlers who already signed it last year. So they had already produced the cards and got it into their hands to get them to sign it so that they would have it ready to go. So they're probably pretty close to release. So if we see a checklist in the next couple of weeks, they should be right on time.
That'll be good.
Yeah. Get even dumb. Yep. I miss Upper Deck baseball, man. Trust me. If you saw where Upper Deck State was in, you would not miss it. I'm saying this as someone who's friends with a couple of folks at Upper Deck. Trust me. If Upper Deck had baseball in it, you'd be lucky to get 2024 Upper Deck baseball by 2035.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. You guys, forget the old Upper Deck
issues Victor would have with the rookies.
Yeah. The Upper Deck of right now is not the Upper Deck of the past. Forget them. The old Upper Deck is dead. They're dead. And trust me, if you don't believe me, you can get the opinion. Carvin at the end of the live stream had some opinions about some of that too. Yeah, you can get some opinions there, and then you can get some opinions. Like there's some opinions that did not make air that, trust me, are a lot spicier. There's a lot of. Let's put it this way. This is something I can't say. There is a lot more negative chatter on Upper Deck the last couple of years than a lot of the baseball guys and other people understand. If you understood, as someone in hockey, we get the Upper Deck license. We have the Upper Deck license. There is so much dissatisfaction with Upper Deck. There's a bunch of people in hockey who would ditch Upper Deck today if they could.
But they can't.
They can't. So a lot of Dom is saying, I miss Upper Deck baseball. Some of the basketball guys say, if you guys had the Upper Deck we have today, you would not miss it.
Nope. You would miss it.
You would be like, okay, you know what?
They would miss it for 20 years.
They'd be like, take it back. Send it back.
They would miss it because they wouldn't issue it until 3 years later.
Yeah. I'm confused. I've never heard of this company that you're referring to. Upper Deck. I think you mean Opuchi, right?
They're held, Eric. They're a company held in the esteem like your beloved Beckett.
Yeah, but they actually do stuff.
But
it might be late, but yes, they do stuff. So,
but from what I understand, everything, every company that makes hockey cards is called Opuchi, from what I understand.
Well, at least from 1933 on.
So it has been written. Yeah.
It has. It has.
So I don't understand why you keep referring to this company as anything other than Opeachy. Upper.
You have to ask Phil. He knows.
All right, so Eric, while you're babbling nonsense, I want to have a little fun with this because actually this reminded me. I haven't, Bobby. One of my favorite. I've talked about this before. One of my favorite things, and whenever I feel down, Bobby, and I need a little pick me up, I go to the Facebooks, and I go to the Upper Deck Facebook page, and I check out their latest post, whatever it is. Doesn't really matter. And then I go to the comment section. Shall we do that together? Let's. Because there's a brand new post from 6 hours ago. There's a brand new post from 6 hours ago from Upper Deck about a new scheduled release in January, Upper Deck Synergy. Okay, let's do it. Here we go. All right, we're gonna have some fun. It's gonna be awesome. So this is from Upper Deck's Facebook page. It's not anybody else's. This is Upper Deck's Facebook page. This is their post. This is the Synergy Hockey, which is a very technology acetate base set, autographs and some tech cards. That's basically what they do with Synergy. Okay. All right, so now we got 21 comments on this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put all comments that we can see everything. All right, first comment. Horrible card. Synergy sucks. We're off to a good start.
Okay.
Oh,
We're off to a good start.
Just one opinion. That's it. Let's go.
Joe here likes it. Looks good. We'll probably order a couple of boxes, see what I can hit. There you go. We're 1 for 1. That's not bad. Okay. Auto sticker. Facepalm emoji. Where's the fun meter guy? The fun meter guy always says, low fun meter. That was the thing that they used to give. While you're waiting for these release, vote for me. Nope, we're not voting for you. I like the fun look of Synergy. I hope there's some Travis Konecny inserts. Where's the Macklin Celebrini, since he's the best rookie there? Best way to purchase a box, and MSRP, which is always one of the key questions. So not too bad. For 6 hours, that's not too bad.
Wow.
But I did enjoy that the very
so
first
big,
comment
though.
on the block was, what's that?
They're so big. How do you get
I know.
6 in the first, 24 hours? Jesus.
No, it's 21 comments in the first 6 hours.
Oh, 21 comments in the first 6 hours.
Yeah,
For
6
the
hours.
top company who does all hockey in the world.
Look, trust me, if they were smart, they probably would delete a couple of comments. I would. I read some of the comments before.
But then they'd only have 18, 19. That's not good enough. They should
There
have
you
50 comments in the first whatever, right?
So here you go. So Dom here was saying here. Let's see. Yeah. So here goes. So Dom's saying, so what you're saying is Upper Deck Baseball never stopped. It's just really behind schedule. Exactly. They're still working on 89 Upper Deck Griffies. And when they're done printing the 89 Upper Deck Griffies, don't worry. It's coming. You wait until you get 2015 Upper Deck Baseball. It's going to be wild. It's going to take another 10 years, but you wait. It's coming.
It's coming.
It's coming. So here's another one. This post was 8 hours ago. So this one's for Black Diamond Hockey. Black Diamond Hockey. One of the other one. This is a more premium brand. Very expensive. It's like $400 a box. It has sticker autos, of course, as you do. So here. So 6 cards per pack / box. So that's what you get. So obviously they go through a lot of these preview cards. You've got a lot of these here. You get a sticker. So we got a Oprah meme. You get a sticker. Obviously a lot of love for the sticker autos as always.
Is Black Diamond doing the are they doing the 4 different variations or whatever, I guess, parallels?
Oh, they do more than 4 parallels at this point.
Well, it used to be before Black Diamond was
single diamond, double diamond, triple diamond, quad. Yeah, a lot of that stopped like 15 years ago. They changed it. They changed the formatting completely.
Well, that tells
it used to
you
be
when I
more
last opened the freaking box. Okay.
Yeah. Here, comment. Sticker autos. Manufactured patches and lab created diamonds. A lot of love for that. Here you go. Upper Deck be like, hey guys, $400 a box and you're not even guaranteed a pathetic sticker auto on this premium product. I'd be like, when is Fanatics taking over the hockey card world?
Soon, I hope.
Next, $375 per pack? That's ridiculous. How about no sticker autos in a $400 1-pack box?
It's a 1-pack box, 6 cards in the pack, and it's how much?
$400, give or take.
Okay, so who wants to waste their money after Christmas? Put your hand up.
Eric?
Please.
No. Well, basically, Eric, that's like low-end Lake Mud money for him.
That's like the cup prices for almost in a certain way.
Yeah. So here, it would be nice if the diamond dealers, diamond dealer, so this person is claiming to be a diamond dealer. This would be funny.
Ooh.
It would be nice if diamond dealer, received this product on its release date. Lost sales! !
Diamond dealer Dallas Page. Oh, sorry.
That was a good reference by you. I like that.
Thank you.
That was well done. I like that.
What is that? Is that a vagina? What are you doing?
That's the Diamond Dallas Page hand signal, Bobby.
I can quote it, but I don't know stuff like that.
Oh well,
All I see is
that's the Diamond
Eric's
Dallas page.
snout going, "How hey, what's it?"
It's a diamond. It's the precursor to the diamond color finisher.
Okay.
Josh here says American doesn't recognize tops. Listen, Eric is in Massachusetts. He's not an
I
American.
I don't know what. I never heard of tops. All I know is O-Pee-Chee.
You've
I
also
read a
never
book-
heard of America.
I
And we've
read a
already
book.
established Eric hates America.
I read a book, and it only calls everything O-Pee-Chee. So
Yeah,
that's
Eric,
where-
Well,
Eric
it's
is a
called
Dutch
the
sympathizer.
O-Pee-Chee book, so what do you expect?
Yeah, he's a Dutch sympathizer. I know what's going on.
You know, did you expect
Second-
tops to be in there? Come on,
Psh, listen, I wouldn't even expect that in a Topps
licensee,
book.
licensor. Come on.
I
I
just
wouldn't
didn't,
expect that in a Topps book.
I didn't understand that when I was gifted this very nice card.
All right, I'm muting Eric so I can finish reading these comments.
Okay.
Zach says, did you see Neo's gem raid video? I did. I think he said there's 40K Prism Wemby's graded. Just unreal. 437 Wemby's graded total. Listen, don't judge Eric. He only sent in 400,000 of those.
Mm.
I think my favorite part about the Neo's gem raid video is obviously they did a lot of, the only real takeaways were that Beckett is down a lot year over year, which we expected. Obviously, they've been underperforming every month. So you add it up. over the
Gem
course of
rates
the year,
everywhere,
they were-
so you can't really go wrong. It's nice that
Yeah.
people review what's within the gem rate, and that's really key, I think, because otherwise there's a gem rate. I don't care.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
The big one was that over 20 million cards were graded this past year, approximately. So Neo's very good about the thumbnails. He knows how to use them. He goes, but he uses the same point that a lot of folks use. It's like the junk slab era, and it's like, and I kind of wanted to make a video piggybacking off of that to be like junk slab era, yes, but who cares?
That would be good. I like that.
I think this weekend you might.
You'll ruin his meme to no end.
Yeah, but because the thing is, it doesn't. Look, I'll give you guys a spoiler. It doesn't matter. It doesn't, but I'll explain why. The reason it doesn't matter is the same reason that 1991 Fleer baseball didn't ruin baseball cards for all time. The logic doesn't connect. You can make a trillion of a set no one cares about. The one they do care about is the one they'll still care about.
But it's the verbiage that gets people.
Yeah,
because
but
everybody.
that's why I
knows
say
and grew up
technically,
through the-
it's true. Technically, it's true, but it doesn't change the fact that it has no impact on something. If there's something that's desirable that people would like, that will hold its value. Stuff that no one cares about, that's printed in abundance, will not hold its value.
Yes.
Those two things are still true, and that hasn't changed. We haven't changed anything.
But people like that word. It's a key word that a lot of
Yeah.
people remember because they're in that age bracket, right?
Yeah.
Junk
But
wax?
they,
What junk wax? That's my era. What do they
yeah,
got to say?
but they use the phrasing to try to make a point that is incorrect. Because on the one
Yes,
hand,
I
something
understand.
can be a truthful statement, but at the same time, I'm like, okay, but relevance.
So you're
Oh,
saying
but
Neo
there's a
is
lot of
misleading.
slabs. It's like, who cares?
So Neo is misleading. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I'm saying Neo knows how to play the game. He knows exactly what he's doing when he and he barely even talked about it in the video.
But then you're getting away from the so is he misleading?
Yeah. Clickbaiting is misleading, and
It is.
that's standard YouTube.
And you know how to play the game. So
Yeah.
you can
that's
take it
standard
as a negative or you can take it as a positive, whichever way you want.
It's very smart. It's a very smart move. So Sean, you already missed out. You got to pay attention to the beginning of the show. Click back to the beginning of the show. The crew is going to be flying over Orlando to Upper Deck headquarters.
Wow.
Sherry and the Collector of the Scallops are going to be flying to Orlando for the Upper Deck Diamond Dealer Conference. They will be off there. We'll have a podcast episode on the week, but no live.
No
Not
lie.
this week. We're back next week.
Oh yeah, for the other show, yeah.
Yeah, podcast episode, yes. Live, no. But then
Yeah.
next week, we'll be back to both.
Okay.
Taking shots at Neo again, trying to start a war. I've reported that to Neo's face. I'm on a Discord with Neo. We make fun of the thumbnails. He knows exactly what he's doing.
It's okay.
He knows exactly what he's doing.
He's fair game. God, everybody is. Are you kidding? This is the internet, please.
Well, the thing is, the best. If you guys, I don't know if you guys remember, I literally made a video that the thumbnail was blah 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 whatever Neo said.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That was one of the thumbnails.
I can't believe it. That's cool.
I showed it to Neo on the Discord, and he just started laughing. He knows how to play the game, and he does it willingly and openly. If you actually listen, 3/4 of the time he's saying things specifically to get a reaction. He's posting things to get a reaction. If you look at a lot of the thumbnails now, they're like these AI generated images that
No, they're from
exaggerates.
that program. There's a key program that has all that, and it just gives you everything because they almost all look the same to a certain degree. That means
No,
they
but
have,
he does use one of the AI generated things to generate a couple of those
okay,
because he
yeah,
can
yeah.
take a concept and just like type in a prompt and go show
sure.
me an image that is like
I've
looks
seen
like
that, yeah.
this, and yeah, and it works pretty well actually. You can do a lot of them.
It does, because even I don't listen to him. So
Paul says, gonna have to do some Chipotle mayo next time I go grocery shopping. There you go.
ooh, see, okay, would you eat it then if it had a lot of peppery kind of taste to the mayo? And your hot dog got slathered in it, or you could dip your hot dogs in it in the jar. Chipotle.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Kelsey says, huh? This Duke's Mayo broadcast is gold. Good to hear it. Yeah, no worries. So you got your update. I may do like a post or something on the AMG channel as well, just to let people know. I was thinking about doing that just to have it on there so that people go, oh, by the way, podcast episode will drop this week and the live will be off, but then we'll be back the following week. Because Sherry's got to be there because she's the one who decides basically what, if there's any giveaways or anything, she's the one who makes the call.
She's the boss.
The boss. Where's Bobbles these days? In
He's
hiding,
on the
in
other
seclusion, with 540 flips. Yeah.
Yes.
So you gotta go all the way back to last year. If you want to find Bobbles, you gotta go all the way back to last year. On Monday, he was on the screen.
That's all the way last year.
And last year, I'm saying you gotta go all the way back to Yield Monday. He was on the
I
screen.
think you'd even have to go 6 months before that because he actually goes by Brandon now, not Bobbles. He's lost that.
It's
name.
true. He has gone into witness protection.
Yes. So no more Bobbles.
Mm-hmm.
And we just go with Brandon.
Yep.
Let's go, Brandon. No.
Otherwise, you can find him on Mondays. Usually he's on this channel on Mondays under his hidden moniker.
Yeah. True.
And occasionally you see this one. He's there too. A video showed up at my feed today from the Authentic Sports Card Dad. Ziggy renamed his channel again. Yes, he did.
Yeah, that was so funny when he did that. I looked at it. Went, keep trying, Ziggy. Keep trying. He just that guy who just won't go away. It's just like, okay, I'm gonna be. He dropped that name, so now I'm gonna take that name because I'm the real.
Well, he did, but the thing is, he didn't drop the name. He's still the same name, but he just changed the name to being the as opposed to the other Sports Card Dad. I was just sitting there like, okay, then sure, sounds great. My reaction was like, sure, sounds great, go for it. Look, I got popcorn. Go nuts.
You might get some, other business from the other clicks from or views from the.
Every time Eric's searching for Sports Card Dad, he goes, "This guy doesn't look like the other guy.
He got old quick. What happened?
What happened? Did I go hang out in the mountain somewhere? Is like, does he have a Unabomber style shack? By the way, that was Eric maybe having Unabomber style shack in a day now.
Ooh. Mm-hmm.
Just saying.
Of
As soon
course.
as he finds out what happened to Ray Bork, he's going to lose it and get himself a shack in the mountains somewhere.
Yep.
And there won't be any internet service, and you won't be able to find me, and I cannot be forced to do this anymore.
Because
Fast
he thought
forward.
cell phones were going to be the decimation of the earth. So
Fast forward. It turns out satellites can penetrate into mountains. Eric's like, God damn it, why? It's like, we can get Eric live from a mountain, from the side of a mountain thing, but we can't get Billy to have decent video.
yeah, you can't just
Wherever Billy is, it's impenetrable
It
to
is
satellite or
unbelievable.
anything else we got. But wherever Eric is on this planet, we can get him.
The funniest thing about Billy this last time was the words were just spoken. Don't touch your phone. Whatever's happening right now is perfect.
He's always doing.
He
something.
literally found the one spot in the entire apartment that actually had clean image, clean sound, everything. Don't touch it. Don't even look at it funny. Just leave it exactly where it is. It was
Don't
perfect.
feed the babysitting dogs. Don't have a snack. Don't do anything. But no,
Nothing.
he
Do
can't.
nothing.
He doesn't have. He just doesn't have the time to sit down, and he's got to move around and find something for no reason. Anyways, there you go. That's Billy. But we know him as that, so he wouldn't be Billy if he didn't do that. So there you go.
Well, one day he's gonna have good internet, and we're not gonna know what to do.
I don't know. Yeah.
When he does shows from work, I'm very confused. I'm waiting for him to drop off, freeze. No, he just talks right through. Everything's fine. I'm always confused.
He's not Mr. Freeze.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's
Okay.
I still have that right here because it won't go to Canada. I told you that story, right? I tried.
No.
I tried to get rid of this stupid card. It just won't leave my house. I keep trying. And I went to the post office and they're like, no, there's a strike in Canada. I go, it's over.
Long
And they're like,
time.
no, the computer still won't take anything.
Really?
Yeah. So, so Mr. Freeze,
We can ship it to you guys.
Yeah.
they
Dang.
won't.
I shipped off a couple of things to eBay. They were both in the States.
Yeah.
In fact, they've already hit the Chicago. So whenever it crosses,
Yeah.
there is the
Chicago's
customs.
main hub.
It hits Chicago as one of the main hubs. Both of them have already hit Chicago. So they're already in the USPS system. So they're on the other half of the journey right now.
Yep. So
I'm not
Chicago
trying-
is the winner. That means Bobby Orr, Chicago winner.
Bobby Orr in Chicago. That's right.
Winner.
Zach says, I was going to ask one
Winner.
time why it seemed all of a sudden you were calling him Brandon, not Bobbles. He's decided to rebrand. It's part of the going into witness protection.
He's rebranding him.
Wow. I got to be honest though. If we're being truthful, I must say, Bobby's jokes are at their apex in 2025 so far.
They're starting. I'm just getting going.
But Bobby, I'm saying you've already this is already your high watermark in 2025.
Yeah, probably.
It's gonna be a good year. I can tell.
We're already starting off, Eric. This is all, and I guarantee, I can tell you right now, as we speak, right in this moment, I can say this with no qualifications. This is the greatest Friday Live of 2025 so far.
Hard to compete
It's not even a question.
when you have nothing.
I defy someone to pick a better one.
No, it's unfortunate.
Uh-oh.
We've done as much as we can, man. I don't even know what to tell you.
I think Brandon's gonna rebrand himself, like Bobby said.
Look at him trying to get some fucking shit off of me. Come on. Think of your own shit. Don't take away from my. See,
I gave you credit.
Go 1 fucking minute without him jumping on my fucking thing. Okay.
I gave
Bobby
you
said
credit.
that and someone just tuned in and go, "Oh, fucking Eric's so fucking funny." No,
I said I gave you credit.
Wow. I got
gave
spicy
you
Bobby on live one of 2025. Damn.
hey, I'm on my point today, dude.
That's
Don't
what I'm
worry
saying.
about it.
I
Jeez.
think he's gonna rebrand himself, as Bobby said, as the authentic sports card dad.
Oh,
Well,
maybe,
see,
maybe
So you're saying authentic squared?
he'll double down on the Dustin Ziggy.
Uh,
Ziggy's
Well,
so
I
funny.
think my
my God.
favorite takeaway from this is there's a podcast called Mike's Retro, and they basically just they do their thing over there. I will listen to it sometimes. Sometimes it's worth listening to. Sometimes I'm not interested. But in the comments section, they've become the children. So because they actually really like Dustin, and they also respond to a lot of Ziggy's comments. So now they feel like the kids trapped while mom and dad are fighting, and they've literally used that analogy. And I'm like, dang. So now they've decided they're Switzerland. They don't even want to be involved.
Oh my
They're
God.
like, leave us out of it. We don't even want to be involved. It's like, I don't even know what to tell you.
It's really funny.
Yeah. Zach says, Bobby making manual and space references and has jokes. This is a new era.
It
This
is.
2025 is a new era.
Yes.
We're learning a lot, man. We're learning a lot. But yeah, so circling back around though, what I was getting at, part of the reason why I mentioned is because Dom and the other guys were talking about Upper Deck. Yeah, right now, Upper Deck, the approval rating in the hockey land on Upper Deck is real low. One thing that I had that I thought was very funny, and I still want to make the video because I have the clip. One of the wrestling guys does a lot of stuff. He actually does it through Patreon, and this is something I didn't know until he started it. You can actually do a Patreon with like a free tier. So he decided he wanted to use it as a platform to collect names, to be able to disseminate it out to people. So he can do newsletters and he does video content and all that, but you can get on his Patreon for free. You actually don't have to pay. So basically what you're doing though, in effect, is you're kind of joining his mailing list so that when he posts something, it'll give you a notification, hey, new post, blah, blah, blah.
And if ever you do want to donate,
Yeah. And you have
you're
that option.
already
Yeah.
joined.
Yeah.
Genius.
Yeah. But what he's done though is
Genius.
It's pure genius. But what he's done though is he's put a lot of content on the free tier. So most of the content is going on the free tier, which means that you basically just get a post. Here's basically a newsletter. He'll do like a weekly newsletter. He'll do a couple of audio or video ones, some interviews with some folks. Well, one of them was like a year in review one that was a couple of weeks ago. And it was with a couple of different wrestling card guys. And they're all very WWE centric, which is fine. But obviously that means that for the most part, they don't have too much to say on AEW or the other side of it. But the only thing they would say on it was they did a grading thing. One of the questions was, give a grade to the wrestling card hobby. they were happier to give a decent grade to Leaf Wrestling, which did one product. They released one product in 2024. And across the board, everything. So the two guys at the top accused themselves. We say, we don't even buy the cards. So, it's not fair to give a grade since we don't buy the cards. The one guy on the bottom is like straight F. Everything Upper Deck has done is an F. F minus, F minus minus. Like he's like tearing them to shreds. Now, I can ignore him. That's the point I'm going to make in the video, is I can ignore him because he doesn't really patronize. He collects Brutus the Barber Beefcake, which is to say he can have an opinion on what he thinks about the cards, but you're literally not buying the product. So I have to discount your opinion because it's like, there's no Brutus the Barber Beefcake cards there. So you can't say they did a bad job with those because there are none. So like,
why he doesn't like
well, he's mad because they didn't do any.
Yeah, but my point is, it's like a person who collects hockey cards saying that this soccer, Panini did a bad job with soccer cards. It's like, you don't collect soccer cards, dude. So it doesn't matter. You can have an opinion if you want, but your opinion is not based on anything. That's fourth person,
the internet.
It is. But I'm saying you can discount the two guys at the top accuse themselves correctly because they're not buying the cards. The fourth one, the third one there, you can kind of ignore. The fourth one though is the important one. The fourth one is actually a card shop owner. And he specifically sponsors the wrestling card trading night they've done at the National the last couple of years. So he's positioned himself as being someone who's supporting that side of the hobby specifically. And for him, since he promotes the genre so much, for him, he doesn't care. At the end of the day, even if he doesn't like AEW or WWE or whatever, if it sells and makes him money, he'll still sell it. Because obviously you want to make money. So if it sells, you're going to try to carry it and you're going to try to sell it. That's your business. So you're going to try to make money off of it however you can. He also gave it an F, but he basically says, yeah. And he said this thing, which was very telling. He said, we have never made any money on it. It's to the point where I try to support this area of the hobby. Our showcases are full of wrestling cards at the National. We sell a lot of wrestling cards. We have never made money on AEW, and I kind of don't want to even order it.
Wow.
So that is the most and this is somebody who is a card shop whose job it is kind of to sell the product.
Yeah.
And he's willing to say this out loud. So what do you think about, so what does that mean about the folks that aren't willing to say it out loud, but are forced to take it?
Well, they were recused.
No, but I'm saying the top two guys are just collectors. They're not running card shops, so it doesn't matter.
I know.
But I'm talking about card shops who actually have to carry the products and are not willing to go out on the public record on video as card shop owners and say it. What about the ones that are in the back quietly saying, yeah, he's right?
Well, they don't want to jeopardize their allocation. So maybe
Correct.
That's why, right?
Yeah. So that my point that I'm making is the fourth guy is the one that I would be listening to because he literally operates in the business. He could think AEW is the worst product that has ever existed in the entire world. But if it's sold like hotcakes and make him money, he'll still be like, yep, it's selling like hotcakes. Please buy it. He would not be tearing it to shreds and tearing the company that produces the shreds on a public forum. That tells you how far down the food chain have you fallen, where they will openly denounce you. The people whose livelihood is based on selling your product.
You have to be honest, unfortunately, really, to get anything done.
That's why I say, to me, that should be alarm bells, exclamation points, hey, guys, underline, bold, like, you guys realize that's trouble. That's blinking. There's a blinking trouble light right there when they're willing to actually say it out loud. The quiet part is being said out loud. And that's the first time I've actually heard one of them actually say it, which tells you how frustrated they've gotten to it. Again, if it was selling like hotcakes, you don't have to think it's a good product, but if it's selling like hotcakes, you'll sell it and hell, you'll promote it.
Oh, yes.
Because money's money. Your job as a card shop owner is to make money. You don't even have to like the stuff. Like take your sports world thing, Eric. The owner could not have a damn clue about any of the stuff, but guess what? If he's able to buy it and able to make money on it hand over fist, would he order more?
Oh, hell yes.
Yeah, he doesn't need to care about it. He doesn't need to care about the sport or whatever it is. He doesn't care.
If that's what the customers want, that's what we're going to supply.
Yeah, order it. You'd order as much of it as you can get your hands on reasonably. As much as you can get your hands on, make money on. That's a business. When you're in a business, you don't need to like the stuff. You just need to be able to sell it. That's the part that matters.
Yep.
And if you're telling people you can't sell it, then now you know. Now even the customers are going to know because you just said it out loud.
And then what? Yeah. Bobby just pulled a Burrell. What was he referring to?
I don't know. He got all. Listen, you've been on hot fire already.
Billy
We
Joe,
got scorching hot takes from Bobby already. So Eric, that's going to be something that I want to make a video on for the wrestling channel. because that little snippet is very telling to me of what I've already been saying for the last year, because I've made some videos where I talked about the differences between the two licenses. And now that Top/Fanatics is going to be doing, it's going to be interesting to see how sales of that go, because they're reintroducing themselves into the license. Topps had it, lost it to Panini. Panini, by most accounts, actually did a pretty good job with the license. People, for the most part, liked it. It's not perfect. Nobody is perfect. But a lot of that stuff sold, did very well. A lot of the singles sold and did very well. So for the most part, people felt pretty good about it. And now it's going to be interesting to see what happens with Topps reacquiring the license and what they can do with it. But again, it is also telling that Upper Deck had 3 products slated for last year, missed the window, overshot, and still couldn't get the 3rd product out. Flagship is never the most exciting product. I've said that repeatedly. Black Diamond is a high-end product that's already kind of frozen in the vine. I know this. I'm buying the singles already for a fraction of what they went for, like right at the beginning, immediately. And that product's already being discounted as we speak.
Wow.
And the 3rd product should have come out this past year. It didn't. It's maybe January. I swear, if Topps Chrome WBE from Fanatics coming fresh back into the game beats Upper Deck Allure, that's another slap in the face. Because you had all this time. You had it on your calendar for well over a year. That stuff should have been out the door. That's not good. This is a valid point here. And I also like the hashtag. I can't take any discussion seriously. You guys don't even have anyone pedaling their bike in the garage. This is true. You could have at least swayed your shoulders, Eric.
All right, I'll be right back. Let me go get my stuff on. Hold on.
Oh, no.
See, I hope you know what you've done. Hope you know what you've done. See, he's gone Billy.
Oh, thank God.
For a moment there, you went full Billy on us.
Yeah. Didn't need that shirt on, that's for sure.
Absolutely not. Yep. People don't need that. Trust me, you would have made like $5,000 if you had actually put a decent shirt on.
Yeah.
Like
one of those turn of the century sweaters.
Full spandex. I stand by my word. I had promised full spandex. Got full spandex.
Never go full spandex.
I went full spandex. That is what I road cycle in. I do not mountain bike in that. I road cycle in that. And when I'm on my trainer, that is what I wear.
Yep. Joshua says, Allure is scheduled for January 22nd, which means we should see a checklist the next week if it's happening. Yes. So I'm hoping so, because to be honest, Allure is the one that so the irony here, Eric, again, as someone who patronizes it, I can criticize it. So this is always my opinion. I feel criticism is strongest from someone who actually patronizes it.
Absolutely.
Because if you're somebody who does that, it's like, look, I'm putting my money where my mouth is. I'm saying that I will still collect the cards, but you guys are making it very difficult because I am not liking the value proposition on this. And this also as somebody who has opened boxes. In the case of Allure, cases, plural. So I patronize the product way more than most. So when I'm saying something, I'm saying it from the perspective of somebody who would like it to be good. I would like it to be good. But yeah, this needs to happen. Because that Allure flagship should have happened way sooner than it did. Flagship should have happened in the spring or at the worst in the summer. Black Diamond should have been in the fall, and your winter one should have been Allure. And that's the worst case scenario. The fact that we didn't get anything until September and then October/November, that's embarrassing. And then we couldn't get the 3rd product out in time because you ran out of time. That's terrible.
Is Upper Deck guilty of having too many products? When you have they had Marvel, they're going into DC, they have wrestling, they have in all seriousness, how many hockey products do they have? 10?
Probably somewhere in the 30s.
30, do you think they have 30 different hockey products?
Yeah. Well, if you start adding it up, it's a lot of them, actually.
Yeah, I know it's crazy. Is all of that needed? And if you pooled your resources and didn't send 100 things to the printer, all wanting them done around the same time, maybe that would make more sense. You have a cheap product, a middle ground product, a high-end product. In hockey, you pool your resources. you have whatever beautiful cards you were going to put in, the 5 high-end products, just put them all into one. I mean, why do you need so many?
Well, Eric, so two things. And this isn't me even speaking for them, because at the end, I don't know what their final numbers are. They're not producing these products for fun. They're producing these products because there's enough of an audience for the individual. We're talking hockey, specifically hockey. There's enough of an audience for the. So here's what you propose, and you're not the first person to pitch this idea. So I'm going to make up numbers. Let's say they do have 30 products, just making up a number, whatever it is. And there's enough of an audience to sell 30 products profitably. And they make $100 million from 30 products. I'm just making up a number, whatever. So your idea is to sell 3 products. Cool. For those 3 products, you can make 45 million.
Yeah, three's too few, but I was kind of making a point, but yeah.
But my point is, regardless, you cut down whatever amount, and now instead of making 100 million, you make 60 million. Why would they turn down 40 million?
If they're actually making, a good profit like that, of course you wouldn't do that. But if you're hurting your brand, if you're hurting your brand and you see those profits dropping, you have to take a look at it. If you never see your profits drop, no matter how many horrible emails and Facebook posts and whatnot that you get, then why would you change? Because it's all about the money.
Yeah. So I think the key here, and this is always the way I present it, don't necessarily listen to what a manufacturer or any of those businesses tell you. Look at what they do. So to kind of answer your question, if enough of those products were not profitable, the fact that they keep making them would suggest otherwise.
Or I say,
yeah, or the accountants need to be fired because they can't do math. Or possibly, my suggestion is, maybe the profit margin isn't as high as it should be, but they keep releasing these other products, so some of it's making money.
Profit's a profit, I guess. Even if you
that's
make
just it.
5 million, like, okay.
So that, I think the problem is
on the other, but 5 million is another 5, right?
Yeah. I think to your point, all the mean tweets,
business.
all the mean messages on Facebook, all the mean emails are not offsetting the bottom line. So when they're looking at the bottom line, apparently there's enough justification for them to keep producing this product because somebody's buying it.
Yep.
I don't know who, but someone's buying it. So for all the people that I see complaining about it, somebody else is buying it apparently. Or they just enjoy hemorrhaging money for fun.
I can't see that.
We've watched other companies do that.
Yes, we have.
I think 1 product every 3 weeks would be a perfect release schedule. For something like hockey, sure. I think that'd be probably enough. I said, 1 product every 3 weeks.
That's a lot.
That's like less than half of what they do now.
Is it really?
Yeah, they're somewhere in the 30s. So every 3 weeks would be probably like 16, 17.
That's so many products. Down the road, 20 years, it's like nobody will remember anything. That was 2026 Allure / something. I can't remember.
It was always the, you know what the irony is, Bobby? It's a lot of the 90s guys who make the same pitch. And I go, guys, there were even more products in the 90s.
There was 50 a year was what I counted up to one time. There was 50 products released in 1 year. And that was 1990. No, probably 2001, 2, 3, somewhere right around there. Late 90s, early 2000s.
That chased me out of, and we talked about it 100 times, that's what chased me out of collecting modern and going to vintage only, because I'm like, it's too much. This is stupid.
But everything's O-Peachy beyond that, before that.
Everything's O-Peachy.
Yes. That's our new mantra. Everything's O-Peachy.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing else will do. Thank you, RS.
So this was going to be another point that I was going to make because it actually fits in very well. So what you're talking about, Eric, about the brand equity and everything. The manufacturers aren't looking at brand equity. The answer is what's going to make us money this quarter, not 5 years from now.
Yep.
It doesn't matter what's happening to the brand. Somebody should be thinking about what's happening to the brand, but apparently not. So here, I wanted to look at this here. Okay. So I'm picking a couple of years ago to at least give us a chance to get a bigger list. So Eric, can you keep like a semi count if you want to use paper or something? I'm gonna run through. So I'm going to use your boss man here, Beckett. And I'm actually going to go through the 2022-23 hockey card series. Okay? I'm going to go through the series I got here. I'll read them off, but then as you just hit a check mark for each one or whatever.
You got it.
Okay. 22-23 Artifacts Hockey. 22-23 Black Diamond. 22-23 O-Pee-Chee. 22-23 O-Pee-Chee Platinum. 22-23 Parkhurst Hockey. 22-23 Parkhurst Champions. I'll actually stop saying 22-23. It's the same year, so it's redundant. Metal Universe. Metal Universe. SP Hockey. SP Authentic Hockey. SP Game Used Hockey. SPX Hockey. Upper Deck Series 1. Upper Deck Series 2. Upper Deck Extended. I'm not going to count this one, but they do have an AHL product. I'm not going to count that one. We'll stick to NHL only. We won't count the AHL. Upper Deck Allure. We won't count CHL. Upper Deck Clear Cut Hockey. Upper Deck Credentials. Ice. MVP. I'm not going to count the Star Rookies because I think that's a box set. I'm not going to count that. That's not a regular series. Stature I will count. Synergy I will count. They got the Tim Hortons set they always do. They've got the annual Tim Hortons set. That is a set. So that counts. Apparently there was a Tim Hortons Legends set as well. I don't remember that one.
Really?
But I think that was also, might have been a second one, I think, in 2023. Trilogy. Ultimate Collection. They got a Fall Expo set, but I'm not going to count that.
Nope.
Canada World Juniors, I'm not going to count that. The Spring Expo, nope. National Hockey Card Day, nope. Not going to count that. And then also, this one I actually think did release. I think this needs an update. Premier, so Upper Deck Premier Hockey, and the Cup. All right, how many is that?
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 26, 27.
I was very close, almost 30.
And then you had all those ones that you said I'm not counting. So there was
I'm not counting the Fall Expo. I'm not counting AHL. I'm not counting CHL. Even though they produced those sets, those are sets they produced.
That's almost half.
They had to build them. They had to print them. They had to distribute them. They had to.
And by the way, that was 22-23, a bunch of which came out this year. And I'm not counting 23-24, and I'm not counting 24-25, of which there are already sets of those too.
Yeah.
So it's almost 30 sets.
Half the juniors is almost half the count is junior or whatever.
Yeah, and I skipped those, and we
I
still
know
almost
that's
got
what I'm
30.
saying. Like,
and we still almost got the 30.
So you had the 30, 27, whatever, plus 37, 40 issues almost. I would say.
So that is the answer. So that right there is the answer. So pushing 30 sets, even if I said 25, it's not that much different. Comfortably. So that's comfortably more than one every 3 weeks. One every 3 weeks would be a reduction. Would be a substantial reduction.
Yeah. So that's every week of the hobby. Yeah. Every week of the I guess the year of issue.
Yep.
3, 6, 9, 12, 15. Yeah. Oh yeah.
And
that's more than I think it's more.
Yeah.
With,
and for
with the juniors, it's every week almost.
Yeah, and for the folks that were thinking back on the old days, looking back, it's like, guys, the amount of sets that were coming out in the old days.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
I'm gonna see if I can pull. I'll see if I can do one.
Do 2004, 2005.
You know what this thing is? I can, but you know what? 2004 and 2005 is actually gonna be a low number.
Why is that?
Because by that point, Pacific was out. By that point, Pacific was gone.
So 2003.
Pinnacle was gone, and Leaf was gone.
2002.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to grab one of the late 90s ones. 0304 would be a good one too. 0304 still, I think Be a Player was still in there, involved as well. So that would be a good year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Lockout year is 0405.
Yep.
0304.
Right.
0304 we still had a full complement.
Yeah.
I'll see what I can do if I can pull it up. But yeah, so the point that I'm getting at, just so that we're all on the same page, my only point with all this is that a lot of people think back on those days and it's like, guys, they produced even more sets back then because you had 3 or 4 manufacturers producing a full complement of sets as opposed to 1. So it's like, it's not like it hasn't shrunk. All right. So
it was heyday too on top of that, right?
It was, yeah.
Yeah. So, I'm taking Steven to the store, we're opening a pack of this, buy a pack of that, this. Yeah, and all those Pokemon packs he opened in the 90s. Oh my God. Could have been a millionaire. Oh, Those were the days, my friend. I thought they'd never end.
They were.
Forever and a day.
Yeah.
So
just for fun, I'm not going to count it up because the major releases they put on here were actually not too bad, but I'll just show you guys just for fun. So I'm just going to use trading card database just because it's easy because they've got a summary list here. Okay. So this is 96, 97. So here are your major releases. So in terms of major releases, it's comparable to what Upper Deck produces because right here, this list is right about in the mid 20s as well. So we're in the same vicinity. But then you add in, so you got box sets, college sets, European sets, minor league sets, junior sets. So these are kind of things that I didn't count for Upper Deck. Food issues, oddball, team issues, all this stuff. So the 96, 97, you would have been presented potentially, depending on your region, with a lot of this stuff. Then if you go to 97, 98, for Pinnacle, that was their last year. Pinnacle went out of business in 97, 98. So in terms of the initial starting point, you got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. So 32 mainline sets, and Pinnacle went out of business that year, so they didn't even get to release everything. And then you still got box sets, college sets, European sets, minor league sets, junior sets. You still have a bunch going on. I'll skip ahead to 98, 99. Very similar, but again, Pinnacle was out. And I'll jump ahead to 03, 04, which I think the one name was mentioning.
if we did 88, would it be?
Oh, here you go. This is a good one. 03, 04 is a good one.
Tops.
All right, so here you go. So 1 second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 40. So pushing about 50.
I said 52. I think I'm bang on.
What do
Don't
you
quote
know?
me, but quote me.
Quite a bit.
Yeah.
Like a year. I think Pacific still had one set in 0405. Yep.
Mm.
Duke's Mayo mascot is named Tubby, as you're supposed to purchase it by the tub. There's actually a plushie. I made that joke on the podcast. There's a plushie that someone desperately needs.
I'd say.
Desperately.
I think we should flood the room with deliveries of Tubby.
Oh my God.
After the Reborg thing, then we'll allocate our real money into plushies for Eric. It's a new thing. It's, it's like, it's the plushie for Eric challenge. It's worldwide.
It's worldwide? Yeah.
It's going to happen.
Zach says here, have you seen where all the people are ripping jersey cards and seeing whose name is actually in the back of the jersey swap? Yeah, I think Brandon mentioned that. I think a couple of people mentioned that, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Postcard Nonsense just did a thing on it.
Yes, there you go. Yeah, 0304 was the best in my opinion. So much variety from low end to high end. So name, actually. So let me play. Let's play a little devil's advocate though. This is so like I said, this 0304, I was able to show like upwards of 50 sets. So we're saying 25 is too many, and they should pare it down. And at the same time, so Eric, reconcile these for me. We're saying 25 sets, 25, 26 sets is too many. Upper Deck can't keep up with it and even get them out the door, and they should pare it down. And in 0304, 20 years ago, more than 20 years ago, we had twice as many, more manufacturers, but then people are also telling me that we need more competition, so we need more manufacturers. Make it make sense, Eric. So I'm supposed to have less sets and more manufacturers? Is that what I'm supposed to be doing? Or like, how are we connecting these two things? I'll be back in a second. I can hear you.
We want good stuff on time. We don't care about anything else. We want good stuff on time. Now, when I say good stuff, I'm not talking about everything has to be the cup. It has to be
Good stuff.
Good stuff for the price that we're paying. Okay, the stuff, sometimes I think this hobby thinks money grows on trees, and I can just go out back, pick $400 and walk in, buy a box that has 6 cards in it, and it doesn't matter what I get out of it because I'm just a collector and I just love the hobby. And wasn't that wonderful?
Money used to be made out of trees.
Yeah. So up now in Canada, it's made out of plastic. So,
Yeah. Yep.
But
trees. We don't have plastic here.
We want our money's worth. We hardworking people. We want our money's worth. And that's one of the biggest issues that we have, that the prices are so high, we no longer think we're getting our money's worth.
Mhm.
Somewhere, people stopped collecting base cards. I don't know why that happened. I think it's because, the other cards became more and more valuable and the focus came to that stuff.
Well, you also, Eric, just for the record, I wanted to get the first part there from you. You also kind of contradicted yourself. He goes, hardworking. So first of all, hardworking people. That's blasphemous. That's blasphemous.
No.
Speak for yourself, peasant.
Us hardworking people, like grouping yourself in that.
Yeah, I was going to say, how dare you, sir? How dare you, sir? Only the Burrell is the Burrell. You're whatever it is you are. Lord knows what it is you think you do. Chasing after Marcel Dion is not a profession.
That could be, that could be a 3-part series.
Exactly. And listen, I
would watch it.
I do the full series of insults that I do effectively for free. I do it for the love of the game, Eric.
Yeah.
I don't even consider this work.
That's true.
Yeah.
No. Now, what I was going to say, though, is that what kind of contradicts your point, though, is you're saying, these hardworking people that theoretically exist. I'm dubious, but for the sake of a conversation, let's pretend these hardworking people exist.
Okay.
For the sake of a conversation.
Yeah.
Okay. So they want to get, but then at the same time, they want to get their money's worth. Here's where it gets interesting. Again, hypothetically, let's say a card manufacturer, reached out to people to consult and ask questions about things. Well, there's a lot of scenarios you can play out. So, okay, so Eric, let's say you're sitting there, you're a hard-working man. Again, this hypothetical, it's nonsense, but for the sake of this conversation. So you're sitting there saying, like, back in my day, back then, I used to be able to get, all these cards inside of this pack here. And it was like $50 for the whole box. And it was like 30 odd packs or whatever. So the packs were like, $1.50, $2. Well, first of all, what can you get
like rattle there for a minute.
Listen, hardworking Eric is a very different kind of guy there, Bobby. Hardworking Eric's a different kind of dude. He collects his cards.
You know what I'm saying.
He collects his cards. Now. So these were like, let's call it $2 a pack. Let's come up with a simple number. $2 a pack. Okay, cool. So here's a question. $2 a pack. And you're sitting there going, in the year 2025 of our Lord. And this is 25, 30 years ago when we're talking about this originally, these numbers. So you're sitting there. Today, what does $2 get you exactly? Today, what does $2 get you right now?
Jar of mail.
It gets you nothing.
Yeah. So then what do I need? How much do I need to increase it? Let's say 20 years. How much do I need to increase $2 to get it to what today is the equivalent of $2?
Well,
anyone want to guess?
Nope.
I'll get you the answer, but I'm curious if you could guess it.
$4.50.
Okay. No, it'd be a lot more than that. Anyways.
Yeah. So we're talking 20 years ago. So that'd be 2005. So $2 in 2005.
So it'd have to be like $50.
No, not quite that bad. So today, $2, it'd be $3.23. So you'd be basically increasing it by about 61%.
Are you talking per pack or per box?
It was $2. It was $2 per pack.
Okay.
Yeah, so $2 per pack is about the equivalent of $3 per pack. So to get an equivalent of a bunch of base cards that today are also worth nothing would get you'd have to increase it by 60%.
Most boxes back then were about $30, $35 a box.
Yeah.
But then you could buy the $120 boxes, and those were like $30, $40 a pack, and that was good.
Yeah. So the point is now you already established a second ago, why are base cards worth less? Well, because there's a lot of them and nobody needs them. And if you're doing that, and if you go in there and you say, okay, well, fine, here's your $3 packs. He's like, but these are all like paper base cards. Well, yeah, that's what you get for it. Like, what do you want? Here, 600 card base set, knock yourself out. It's like, yeah, but I don't want these cards.
No, but my point also was our wants have changed, because back in the 90s during the first boom, people still liked base cards. They collected base cards. They went and they sorted them and collected them, and they built team sets and all the stars and future Hall of Famers and all that. You collected them.
It was very much of a thing back then, is to collect the base set and to get the base set. Well, base sets were just the set, really. Not until they added parallels was it no longer a base set. So you'd have to be talking about 94, 95.
First parallels were 92.
You know what I mean in that sense.
Yeah.
Like those are early times, and then they started really going with parallels after that. But you know, there was no base set really. You bought the set. There was an insert set. Yeah, you had what was it, the Russian set that was 91 or whatever. You know, there was all that, but that was separate away from the base set. And the base set was always everything. Everything was the base set. Prior to 1989, everything's a base set. Everything is just a set. There's no parallels. The only parallels you can really go back to is the 30s, where they did different colors on each card. That's the only time, but they never called them parallels back then. We didn't call them anything. They're just another variation, actually, at that point. So those are the earliest parallels. 1933 OPG.
Everything.
Very important. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways,
I like this. I like this suggestion. Open a $3 store and get ahead of the curve.
Oh yes.
You're thinking. So Namir is saying, well, I think it's because there's multiple companies, it was better. So I guarantee you today, if we had multiple companies, it would be worse. Because now, in order to justify the licensing cost, because remember, the Players Association and the league have a licensing cost.
Yeah.
And Pinnacle dropped out of it basically because the licensing cost got too high. By the way, when I did the book report for Mike Kramer in the Pacific, he dropped out of a couple of those because the licensing cost got too high. So they go like, yeah, we can't. We're not going to pay that. We have to produce. And in the book, to Kramer's credit, in that book, if you want to focus in on a certain excerpt, I think, like I said, if you're excited about King Crab, then boy, do we have about 60 pages for
King Crab. Yeah.
But if we skip ahead a little bit, there is little blurbs there where he focuses on the business side of it a little bit. I think where it gets interesting is that he was talking about, like, we could have kept going with these specific licenses, but we would have had to produce all these additional sets to make enough money marginally. So the margin keeps dropping. So I have to make more sets to try to offset that, to make enough money to justify the licensing costs, because without that, then I'm losing money on the license. I don't want to make more sets because it waters down the product, but at the same time, if I don't make more sets, it's actually costing more to produce to pay the license than it costs me to actually make money on the cards.
Yeah, it's kind of an oxymoron, really, because what the competition does is push people to do different things, different creatives, and that's the real difference between everything. It's not about another product, another this, and more products to make more money. It's more about pushing your next competition, as Parker's did with OPG Tops, through the 50s and 60s. It was pushing each other and back and forth. It was a battle of the brands, and battle of the brands was the 90s too. It was, everybody was bringing out new stuff. Hey, look what they did. Well, we're going this far. We're going this far. At this point,
but Bobby, you've chronicled this. But Bobby, you've chronicled this. So when Tops, and believe it or not OPG, when Tops and Parkhurst were both producing sets into the 60s, why did Parker stop?
Because he was making more money in margarine.
And he was making more money doing something else.
Yeah, well, he owned a lot of different other companies.
I get it, but the point though is it still came down to a financial discussion. He goes, well, I can make more money doing this other thing, so I'd rather do that.
But I'm a business. That has nothing to do with the competition between them two. It was really about him making a business decision. That was just business.
That's all, Bobby. That's all I'm saying. But I'm saying is that a lot of these decisions are based on a business consideration. It can be for a variety of different types of business consideration. But he's saying, I can make more money doing this without dealing with this issue and this hassle. You know what? Tops, you take it.
Well, actually, he could have still made money. If anything, I'll have to tell you that Parker's produced less than Tops. I have all the I have the numbers. I have broke it down, and because they only had the 4 American teams, and sometimes, and as we got to 1960, it was 3 American teams, and most of the stars through those time periods were Montreal Canadiens and Toronto Maple Leafs, and that's Parkhurst. And Tops had the American team. So they got Terry Sawchuk, Bobby Holland, Gordie Howe. That's about it. You get New York Rangers, nobody. So they didn't have really the marketplace.
Jean Rattal doesn't do it for you?
So if you think about him doing that, and I think he's just growing his business, but he actually had the market cornered. I really believe that he did have the market cornered with the Toronto Maple Leafs and Montreal Canadiens. If you look at the 60s and the late 60s, mostly Toronto, Montreal. I name a big star of the Rangers for Chicago in the 60s. Boston.
Bobby Orr wasn't there yet. He didn't start in Chicago until the 70s.
Okay, up to 60. Okay, 60 and 65. Yeah. Who do you say? You can't. There's nobody. There's nothing. Yeah. So
no, I get you. Yeah.
But all I'm getting at is that. But I think he could have kept on, and he would have been fine. But like I said, He was involved with the It Company. There were so many other, margarine, the Parker House margarine, Parker's.
Yeah.
There was all these fancy names, and there's quite a few companies, and they amalgamated into one, and then they just kind of said, okay, that's enough. Because dealing with the players, dealing with getting pictures, dealing with there's so many things.
Bobby,
Margarine?
that's what I'm getting at. What I'm
Margarine,
getting well,
mixing
my
machine.
point wasn't that he couldn't make money on it. My point is the juice wasn't worth the squeeze anymore. He was like, I want to make more money.
Competition made it where it was. If without that competition, I think it would have been very boring for Parker's or if Topps took over the market even early on.
Yeah.
So we do have that creative sense. It was back and forth. Going forward, now we just have one product. So they're not pushed to any degree. I believe that they're not pushed. They're just making, well, what's kind of new? What's this? It's not like, hey, look what they did. I like that. Let's do something off of that because, plagiarism is the greatest form of, complementary form to business. Like, hey, they did what we did. Let's do something a little bit better. And I think that's what is missing from the hobby right now is we've hit a stagnant point of parallel craziness, and it needs to redo itself. It needs to reinvent itself somehow because you can't keep going as it is.
I agree.
You're behind
But
on
I
the
think
product anyways, and you're just.
I think
not,
my pushback
sure.
when I was chatting this conversation
Okay.
was that I think we've already taken enough of the toothpaste out of the tube, where a lot of people
We're
keep
at
looking
critical
at
mass. I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of
believe
people
that.
keep looking at competition as this magic elixir that's going to fix things when the
not
prices have
magic, it's just
escalated.
something.
Yeah, but I'm saying, so you get two companies in there and they want to compete. So Eric, for the sake of this conversation, let's pretend you get two companies in there. They agree to let two companies, and they decide they want to compete. How do you want to compete? Innovation is a lazy cop out. I want an actual answer. So what does that mean? Oh, we'll come up with better designs. Okay, so you're going to hire better designers because better designers cost more money.
I think there's another direction that have to go. And not that it's not card related. I'm just saying there's something else that has to be done that has to change it to go forward, to keep it going forward, to keep moving it in another direction. Because you're really it's stagnant right now. Honestly, how many more parallels do you want?
I get it. But like I said, that's why I said the Kramer book did a good job of talking about some elements of it, because one of the things they talked about is how they got the license to do the McDonald's hockey cards.
That was bonus for them.
It was. But they actually had to audition.
But isn't that something to be said about that in today's world?
I get it. But so they had to audition for McDonald's because McDonald's is the one who makes the choice.
They're not employing that. And they're not seeding their future. Like I said before, they're not seeding their future by adding. It doesn't mean that there's another card company. It means that, hey, you're putting in another products. Or
I agree. But my point still comes down. So I'm actually going to touch on that.
Go ahead.
At the time, McDonald's wanted to have it. They had been doing it. So they were happy with it. In Canada, this promotion was working very well for McDonald's. If you go and you pitch this to McDonald's today and they say, okay, cool, but you're going to have to pay us to do that. Because we actually don't need it anymore. We don't care. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So whenever I'm talking about today, because a lot of people always talk about like, oh, but in the 1990s is no longer today. McDonald's would be like, yeah, we want to cut. And all these other companies would be like, yeah, actually, we want more favorable terms. Whatever happened in 1991, I don't care. That's not my problem.
Well, actually, they did McDonald's with Pokemon, right? So that was very successful.
Pokemon has a little more money than the little sports card guys right now.
Understand, but it's all still there. We're talking Canada here. We're not talking the United States, where Pokemon is everything there.
And right now, I would argue Pikachu probably has more star power right now than Ovechkin and Connor McDavid and Sidney Crosby. I think Pikachu's probably got much stronger brand recognition with the kiddos.
I understand.
It's a lot easier for them to sell that.
And this is where it makes more reason that the hockey card, if not baseball, football, has to move in a little bit of a direction. Maybe just, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I can make suggestions, but I won't. I'm just saying they have to change something because you can't keep doing the same thing over and over and over again, expecting different results. It's just going to be insanity. And then they're already behind a year anyways on a lot of
they're behind a couple of years now. I think the biggest issue is that they're trying to feed two masters at the same time.
I think so.
They on the front end, they're looking at all the hate and the blowback they're getting. On the other hand, they've got the accounting department going over there and looking at the quarterly numbers. They go, yeah, I got to hit your quarterly. You got to hit your quarterly. You got to hit your quarterly. So you're gonna keep making all these sets because these are still making enough money for us to keep making them. And as long as that ends up being the case, it's like, so you're saying we got to shoehorn all these products in here. We're already backed up. this other one, the stuff that's being talked about, even if they wanted to change direction tomorrow, you won't see it. I'm saying based on speculation and numbers I'm making up. Even if you were talking about a product, Eric, that hasn't been fully fleshed out yet, it wouldn't come out until 2026 if it came out on time.
Really? True enough.
Minimum.
Well, I don't think it's more about the creative. I think it's about the innovative. And I think that's where they need to go, because we're at the top end of the creative.
So you're saying potato chip cards don't do it for you?
They would do it. Great. They do a great job. That'd be
No. I mean the cards have potato chips on the card.
Well,
Billy already did that because he was very
How
hungry.
about it in a chip bag with a chip on the? That would be great.
I want a card on a chip.
How creative
Right?
he is.
I want it made out of chips. So I'm like, ooh, I'm eating
it's made out of chips, of a chip, in a chip. Oh.
It's like a stack of Pringles. You pull them out, and it's like, oh, you can read the back and the stats.
Will PSA grade it though?
Matthews.
Will it break along the way?
Totally break along the way.
We're creating.
And it'd be like, my chip was perfect. My chip was. It's like that salt, that granule of salt fell off.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
that's knocking it down right there.
Tag caught it. They're going to be.
I see that. I see that. You see all that salt at the bottom of the holder? I see that. I see that.
Yep. So if you ever go hungry, you can always eat the chip card. Whatever.
Yeah. Josh says with the long lead times, do we think we see 23, 24 combining with 24, 25 to catch up?
No.
I so jokes aside, I honestly I can speak truthfully to say that everyone who thinks they're the first person to pitch this, there are people who have literally allowed to say, just combine the damn thing. Just get it over with. Just get caught up.
I think they're on schedule. I think they have this regimented schedule that they have to keep on. And to change that would change their whole life. So I don't think anybody's really willing to move. They just go, hey, just keep going forward. We're selling products. We're making our quarters. Hey, we're good. I guess. But you guys actually hit on a great thing. And even talking about the chip, as funny as it is, I think more of that stuff has to come back. And I think more of it has
Bobby,
to go
we here have talked about in the past that we can do two things at the same time. I can point out the practical issues where a lot of the chip folks and this and the cereal folks and everything, they're creating some additional friction as well, because they're sitting there like, yeah, actually, we don't care about it as much. It's been gone so long for a lot of our products. We don't care. You have to make it worth our while. So, and the manufacturer's like not necessarily keen on handing over some of the profitability. But for the longest time, it was a great way of marketing. And we have actually had the discussion where it would be cool if Post Cereal,
I think
or
it's
Kellogg's or whoever put a couple of cards in there.
Style. Yeah. I don't think that any kid that doesn't want to buy cereal to ask his mom in the shopping center, say, hey, I want that cereal. It's got this like pocket. I see Bedard right there. Can you buy that, Mom?
Yeah,
like honestly,
we've made the
you
argument.
Wouldn't sell more fucking cereal. My God, of course you would.
In this show, we have
because
specifically made
it would be affordable because he only had to buy the cereal. He doesn't have to buy the $70 pack or the $300 box. And this is where you feed the future. And that is that very simple concept. It's nothing crazy about it. It's just about feeding the environment that we live in. Through food, because we all eat food.
I pulled this myself back in 1983. Wade Boggs. See if you can get. I'm trying to get it right.
Drake's, yeah, Drake's.
What is it?
Drake's Big Hitters.
Drake's. Is that Drake's potato chips?
No, it was like chocolate.
Drake. Oh, okay.
So
the chocolate before the chocolate sticks.
Yes, this was my introduction to chocolate cakes.
And why isn't that in a penny sleeve, you heathen?
Oh, I don't know, because it's been sitting in there for 30-something years when they invented.
Trying to let the smell of the chocolate out.
But I pulled that myself, and I still have it. Now this is all the base.
Okay, so you pulled that, you put it away in your thing, and you said, "Oh, I forgot about that." 20 years later, you're sitting there going, "Holy crap, I forgot! That was in the potato chips. Oh, that was cool." If you weren't into today, if you're not in sports cards, you won't have any of that to pull. You won't have any reference to go back and say, hey, I remember that. That was in Drake's potato chips or chocolate bars, whatever you want to say. It's there. It's there. It's naturally there. If you buy a product, it's going to be there. It's by default. The smartest thing you can do is just make it available, because you have to see the future. If you don't see the future, anybody who's not into cards right now is not going to be in the cards later on, honestly. And that is simple. that is so simple. It's sublime. It's the simple, basic thing is expose the hobby, not the hobby, just sports in general, to everybody else. Because Pokemon's out there, it's everywhere. Look, keep the sports going. Put it in products again. It's not going to hurt. You don't have to do big draws. As long as it's there, somebody can look back 15, 20 years into the future and go, I remember that product. I remember that thing. Otherwise, I didn't go to a sports card shop. Why do I remember? So by default, you want to do that to see the future. And I think that's really key and very important. And I'm being very serious about this to everybody.
Sure.
And you can dismay it and say, okay, that's fine. You know, going forward, if you didn't run into cards, why are you going to be in cards when you're 45, 50 and you're only 25 now?
On that point, we agree. Paul here says Drake's mayonnaise. Facts.
Need them.
So real quick, I'll read this one from him. Who's printing these cards in China? The one that looks like Prism, just way better. Have someone else print some stuff. So right now, I can tell you that some of the manufacturers are doing that. Now, what Ham is saying, we need more slave labor. Is what we need, according to Ham.
Slave labor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just look, whoever will print these cards by the pallet full for 5 cents. All right. We want our manufacturers
Bring
to be able to
ProSet
make
back.
Oh, there
You know what the
Yeah,
best-
sorry.
You know what the best part? You know what the best part would be though. You know what the problem is? So okay, look, without getting too far offline, what Bobby was talking about just a couple minutes ago, I'm completely in agreement with. I think the only issue is that you've got a lot. The cereal manufacturers are corporations who want to squeeze every penny out of everything. The manufacturers want to squeeze every penny out of everything. The Players Association leagues want to squeeze it. And when you've got everybody trying to squeeze every penny out of everything, it doesn't leave you much latitude for people to be like, hey, look, this would be mutually beneficial. Let's do something that makes sense. Because if you don't rake us over the coals, we can make the cards. We'll put them in the cereal, and then you guys will sell the cereal. But they're like, but if we charge you a bunch of money for it, then we make money from you and sell the cereal. And the manufacturer's like, that doesn't make any sense. We're making the cards.
No, I understand that. I understand.
Yeah, and that's
this
the
is in
conversation
best
that would happen
interest.
today with a lot of these guys.
This would be in the best interest of Fanatics going forward. It would.
Yeah, sure.
It's on them. They got the license for the next 25 years. You want to see the future. You got to do something with those people. Yeah. You don't want to all this new product. Oh yeah, you can keep going with it, but you have to see the future.
Yeah, and
really, in another 10 years, and the 4 billion sets that'll be out there, everything will be in a dollar bin, and you'll just sit there on okay, whatever. I don't remember cards. I like Pokemon though. Okay.
Yeah, and my opinion was when we broached the subject before, my thought would have been like an ideal situation would have been one of these manufacturers to do cereal. I think is the easiest one. I think it's a very logical one.
I think
you can put it inside the little plastic thing inside the cereal. It's straightforward. Yeah, but it's also easy to literally you put a little plastic packet inside the cereal. Yeah. It's not overly complicated. You don't have to overly complex the thing.
Can't be searched. They can CT scan it though.
Probably. But the point though is one thing that would also be, like I said, which you could do, and it would not be reinventing the wheel. You come up with a nice little base set of maybe 25, 30, 50 cards. Not crazy.
Yeah, nothing big. No.
Make it doable. And
but
then,
it makes more people buy it.
Yeah. And then what I would do is I would stick 500 Connor McDavid autographs in it over the entire print run.
Redemption.
500 is enough where it's not impossible, but enough to make it interesting where if you pull one, hey, congratulations, you just pulled a massive card.
And how much does that cost the company?
Yeah.
Nothing.
I think it's doable. I think it's doable. And we're not asking too much of McDavid. We're not asking too much of the manufacturer. We're not asking too much of the cereal. Because over a print run of a million cereal boxes, 500 is not ridiculous.
I'll go back to the 70s and I'll give you some quotes here. On the pre-sweetened cereal for just posted alone, 5 million, 10 million were made in a 3-month period. Inserted. So if you amortize that to today's how many people we got compared to then, like another 10 15 million, we're talking about 20 30 million maybe packages. I have the numbers from Post Cereal General Mills, and it says over 5 million boxes of this cereals were made.
Exactly. It's in the millions.
5 million back then in 70.
It's in the millions.
72, 73, 74. So if you take that to today, that's a lot. And that exposes people to different things. It's so important. It's so important seeding the future. And I was talking about that with some guy today about, we are in control of seeding our future in the way we do shows, the way we put on things, and the way things happen. The videos, the vlogs that you do. the manufacturers have to take some responsibility at a certain point and realize that they do have to see their future. And if you want to keep in this hobby and want it to stay strong, you have to support it in some way. And maybe a little push to them might help them too going forward. I've been supporting it through the information. Like baseball and football and vintage, they're screwed because they never had a guy like me who would go back and do who's done all the research. So everything is sort of documented, where they got to start from zero and go, what is that sheriff thing? I don't even know what year it is. Let me look online. And they don't even have it. What am I going to do? So
what? Eric, you're not doing all that for them? You slacker.
He isn't. I know. And he's with Beckett. What are you going to do?
Useless. Unbelievable.
I did a one-on-one interview, recorded interview with the person that was putting the pictures into the sheriff coins.
You did. Brad Park.
Hall of Famer Brad Park used to sit around with his family in the late 60s and
early 60s.
All right, early
61
60s.
too.
And take the little paper,
1861 too, going.
a little pieces of paper with the pictures on them and press them into.
They get $1 for every 100 they did or something.
So this is 6061 Gordie Howe. Brad Park may have.
You can tell by the sticker that says 6061 on the front.
I think so. Late 60s.
Brad Park himself might have sat around with his family and pushed that one in. Who knows?
All right, but what is Nick Foligno's involvement?
He ended up buying them later on.
Yeah, based on the year end, I've been told that Nick Foligno is someone I need to keep an eye out for.
Yeah.
Apparently he's a big player in this game. Anyway, Ham here. I see the custom guys making better cards in the bedroom. You're telling me a card company can't have a small commercial?
Yeah, true enough, right? Well, that's true.
So I'll say yes and no, because Ham always says the same thing, and I'm going to reply the same way I always reply. If I'm a manufacturer, I don't care about a small commercial printer and fire it up. I need volume. He's saying, I see these custom guys making better cards in the bedroom.
Yeah,
I need 1 million of them. Can you give me 1 million? Because that's what I actually need. I don't care about your ability to do 50, 100, even 1,000. I need 100,000. I need 1 million of them. So can you, custom card guy, make me 100,000 of them? And I need them in 3 months. Go.
They can't, because we're still at 2023.
That's the point. But that's the point. It's when you're up again. Ham's still thinking small ball. He's still thinking the tiny manufacturers.
He's a fisherman. What do you want?
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like he keeps talking about. I'm talking about grand scale manufacturing. I need in the millions. I need 1 million units. I'm not talking about 50, 100, 2,000, 5,000. I'm talking about 1 million. I need 1 million units.
Yep. But those would be special inserts anyways. Just saying.
Yeah.
You wouldn't need so many
small printers do 1 million easy. Well, then go make your cards.
So Mike, Ham's going into business.
Look, no, Ham is not going into business because he's a big talk. He doesn't do shit. Ham's already solved the hobby 5 ways from Sunday, but he doesn't do shit. He won't get off his ass. He's got to go fish. He's got to go fish and hang out with Eric's wife.
Yep.
That's all he's got time for. He doesn't have time for anything else.
He's got mahi, 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 mama.
Empty words. I ignore him. Empty words.
Well,
it means nothing.
To defend him, my wife is very needy, so she takes up a lot of his time.
Wow. No wonder she hangs up with him. Zach here says, manufacturers have to talk about growth. They understand if they're not trying to grow, the hobby is shrinking. So this thing is just sustaining because people are always going to be leaving. True.
It is, and it's true. And I'm already seeing it in my era, my generation. So I'm trying to support it as much as I can with information, articles, blogs, whatever we do. And I think that's key and important, because when you expose people to things, they go, oh, I didn't know that. That's kind of neat. And they might just get into it. If we don't do that going forward, then it's just, what do you got? And we do have to support our hobby going forward. We're all in it for a reason. If you're not into it, then why get into it? Why would you get into it 20 years down the road? Yep. Really? Oh, I like sports now. Well, maybe I'll just go collect some old cards that are overvalued for no reason. I don't know. No idea. And that's what I said. Anyways, I gotta take a break because I gotta go do something.
Yep. They're not my problem, Sam. So this is always one of the things. We'll talk about it because it's fun to do. But guys, I don't care. Like, I'm being sincere when I say it, guys. I don't care if all the manufacturers go to business tomorrow and they never print another card again. Doesn't mean shit to me. Doesn't matter. I enjoy it for what it is. I enjoy it because it creates a lot of fodder for the conversation. But my point is that we've got a million, we have 100 million guys like Ham who have solved all the problems. The thing is, he's not too busy to fix the problems. He doesn't want to do it. It's easy to lob ideas, but you're not doing shit. And that isn't an insult. I don't want to fix it either. For the record, even if I had all the answers, unless they paid me a lot of money, which by the way, they won't. Spoiler, they won't. Just so you know. You could have all the answers and they will not pay you for it. So why would I offer any solutions legitimately to any of these manufacturers when they won't pay for it? Even if I had every answer, every angle, every number, the P&Ls and everything to make it all work perfectly, I would not give them any of it unless they cut a check. And why would anybody else do that? So anybody smart enough to actually fix the problem, again, I don't think small printers are going to get the job done. You're not going to be, it's not, because if it's that easy, small printers, again, Upper Deck literally has gone to Italy. One of the comments here was mentioning it. Upper Deck is trying to use international printers for this. It's not helping. It's not even putting a dent in it. So what's the point? Yeah. So this is the most accurate statement here. They won't pay us. They won't listen to what we're suggesting. Well, they'll listen. They'll just be like, we're not going to do it. You can suggest anything you like. No one's listening.
Like any company, with any, the widget factory down the street, they're going to try to manufacture and produce these products in the cheapest way possible with the highest amount of return and of investment. So we, the collectors, are going to give them all these ideas that we want done and we want to see, and they're going to be like, no, that's going to cost too much. That's going to cost too much. When we have talked to Billy and we've talked to him, even off camera at times, it's just, no, that's not going to happen. Yep. Any company wants to spend the absolute bare minimum, and try to get the biggest return on investment. And we're going to want more. And they're going to say no.
Well, I think, though, the key to all this, and it goes back to where the conversation kind of started, going back to the amount of products, right? If they're making money with the current model, why change it?
Exactly. And that's kind of
like the answer. You can offer as many suggestions as you want. Cool story, bro. Thanks for sharing. Here's the complaint department. Here's the suggestion box. That looks like a paper shredder. It is a paper shredder. You can put your suggestion right in the paper shredder directly just to save us time.
Because rule number 1 and 2 continues to put money in their pocket. And they're like, these idiots are giving us money for us doing the minimal amount of work and spending the minimal amount of money and having the minimal amount of staff. And yet they're still paying us millions of dollars a year. So why are we going to change?
Yeah. So Ham here is making my point for me. Who prints Leaf and Wildcard? Somebody who's printing 1/100th of the amount of cards required. Leaf and Wildcard don't have base cards. There are no base cards in Leaf and Wildcard. Literally, Leaf has no base cards. Wildcard has no base cards. So if you want to print a set that's just single cards, and Ham opened up Wildcard, everything's a 1/1 was a 1/1. Because there are no base cards. So the total production run of Leaf and Wildcard combined isn't even the run of retail Upper Deck Series 1 in terms of number of cards. Everything they produce for the entire year probably wouldn't even fill up all the slots that Upper Deck Series 1 retail blasters have. Because those are base cards. They're stacked full of base cards. So it doesn't matter who prints Leaf or Wildcard. Their combined print runs aren't even a rounding error to an actual manufacturer. Because they just don't have to print as many cards. Their job is only to print these thick stock, but they're only printing X number. The boxes only have a certain amount of cards in them. The case only have a certain amount of cards in them. They can count on one hand most of the time how many cards are in there. It's a very small production, tiny production.
I wonder if Leaf, and I honestly don't know. I wonder if Leaf has its own, printing, or do they have to send it out?
Nope.
I don't know.
No, they get it produced. But look, I'm being serious. When you're looking at how many cards Leaf makes, they could hire out a certain amount of time on the printer, have their entire print run done, and that wouldn't be enough to literally cover one fraction of 1% of what Panini, Topps, Fanatics, or Upper Deck does. Because
No,
they can
but-
print their entire print run all the way through. And they'll be like, here, we need 100 of these, we need 50 of these, we need 10 of these, we need. Remember, look at the serial numbering on all the Leaf stuff.
Yeah.
Nothing is serial numbered higher than like 50. Because you don't need to. The entire print run for a player's entire rainbow. You know how you do the rainbow and all the different colors and everything?
Yeah.
Well, if I collected every version of every card, that rainbow would still be minuscule compared to some of the print runs for some of the other players and some of the other sets. It's not.
Oh,
And you can get every version, every copy of every version. And it's still not a lot of cards. Yeah. There are so many printers that can do this level of volume, Longford, Newprint, and everyone is competing for the same print space. And some can't do certain styles. Yeah. So as I said, where Leaf and Wildcard go, they can do those foils. They go to a printer that can do the foils because they need a lot of foils, right? But I don't need you to make 50,000 of this card in this foil. I need you to make 50. And then I need you to make 50 of this guy, 50 of this guy. Hey, bring my Reggies. I need 50 of those, 25 of those, 10 of those, 5 of those, 3 of those, 1 of those. I've got 6 one-of-ones. Each one of them is a different foil, but I only need one. I just need one. And that's it. That's the entire print run.
yeah.
So that's doable. If that's all you're trying to accomplish, then yeah, of course you can do it. Sure.
I heard you.
You can
walking
hire
in
out
there.
a bunch of them. Just get the print space.
And maybe you have something there, Carlos. I heard you while I was walking in. Maybe they need to do smaller sets, making them more desirable, like the cup.
If you
in a
do
sense.
that, Bobby, that would help you get more releases out the door.
Well,
Smaller
and
sets, less
would.
cards. It would get more cards out
But
because
wouldn't
then
it
the print time
centralize?
they have could be used more efficiently inside of the set, and they could actually get it all the way through in one shot.
Exactly. And then it would more of a chase. Well, I'm into this. Well, I'm into this, but I've been chasing it hard. And these other guys, so if you centralize that and get it down to rather than these big sets, you do nice smaller sets all along the way. That'll create. This is a great solution. We should not give them too much information, but anyways, it's a great solution because then people will get into different sets and go, oh, I'd like to get that set, but that's such a small print run. But it's like
But you know what's funny though, Bobby? It's not just the print run though. Well, so going back to actually, this reminds me, circling back around for just 1 second. Going back to what we were talking about earlier, Eric, about how people want this, they want this, they want this, they want good ROI in the boxes, and then they want the fancy cards, but they also want this, and they want it to be $50, and like they want a million things that don't jive, that don't actually.
Well,
they
they
can't
want
have all
everything.
these things simultaneously. I want to have a $50 box where all the cards are at least $100. It's like that doesn't make any sense.
No,
that literally mathematically is not possible. It can't be done. So the point is though that you
desire
can do
has to be
certain
driven, right?
Yeah, but there's
By
certain things you can
product
do.
design, by affordability, by whatever, and that's why the
Agreed.
company
Exactly. Yes.
at a certain
yes.
point, right?
Yes. But what happens though? And I'm just using let's put our business hats on for a second.
Sure.
If you want to accomplish this, there's a couple of ways you could. One of the ways you could do it, Eric, if you really want to cheat, and by the way, we've seen this already happen. If you pay attention, it's already happened. Shrinkflation.
Yes.
Upper Deck flagship used to have more packs and more cards per box. And then they went to 12 and 12. 12 and 12 is 144 cards. If you go back to look at what the configuration was even a couple of years ago, there were almost 200 cards in that box. And what they did when they went to 12 and 12, Eric, they actually didn't raise the price. So the consumer couldn't say, oh, you raised the price. No, but we put less cards in it. So we actually increased the ROI from the business perspective, while at the same time keeping your price the same. So you're like, but you as the consumer are trying to play this weird game where you want the price to be lower and you want there to be more, or you want there to be fancier, or it's like, guys, it's the little triangle. Speed, time, cost. You can have 2 out of 3. Speed, time, cost. You want it faster? You want it cheaper? Well, then it might take you longer to print it. Because you've got to go find the cheapest place in the world that'll print it as cheapest, so it'll take you longer to print it. You want it faster, and you want it to be nicer. You want it to look better. Okay, well that's going to cost more, because now I got to go to the better printer who has better equipment, more foils, all the whatever. Well, and you want it fast too? Oh yeah, sure. We'll push it to the front of the line. You'll pay extra for that.
And I think
Increase the
for their
cost.
general products, they should actually buy a printing company. That'd be a great investment. So for the regular stuff products that come out, regular,
Yeah.
okay. But if
Right.
we have to specialize, we can go here, or we can go to this other company, because there's lots of people who
Yeah.
specialize. So there's a lot of great solutions out there. It's just none of really being done. I think it's more about, You know, like they did that what triple auto thing, you know, and it's sort of like, okay, it's 3 autographs. Why is it worth $1 million? Like, come on, okay, you know, stop already. Okay, let's do a debut patch. So we'll do 1 patch. That's a 1 of 1 again. You're not changing anything. So only 1 person can own it. Okay, whatever. It's just, it's silly. You know, make more for more people and you'll get a desire. But everybody wants the lottery ticket, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And,
That,
you know,
and that,
but a
that,
lottery
that in a
ticket,
nutshell
even
is
if
your
they
problem.
did 9 patches, 1 for each inning, 9 is still rare in the grand scheme of the whole hobby, right? Of
But did you
baseball, at
see?
least.
So, did you see in that Facebook post where I shared one of the Facebook posts there a little earlier when I showed there? If you saw, Eric, the complaint was not that Black Diamond had autographs. The complaint was, for this price, you're giving us sticker
A
autos.
sticker auto, yeah.
Because the sticker autos allows them to get them batch autographed all
Sure.
at once and use them for, it's actually a cost saving measure. Like it's a cost saving measure because then you can get the player to sign sheets of these things and you're ready to go for multiple sets. You don't have to wait for them to sign, okay, I need you to sign the Black Diamond this time, and then I need you to sign the Upper Deck Series 1 this time, and then I need you to sign this one this time. No, just sign all these sheets. We'll use them for the next 6 months for whatever, and then don't worry about it again. We won't
But-
talk to you for 6 months.
And it's cheaper on shipping costs.
Totally, 100%. Yeah. So it's literally a cost saving measure. But then what happens when you do that? Then the consumer is looking at it going, yeah, I got an autograph card, but it's a sticker autograph. I am valuing that as less because it's a sticker auto, obviously. I'd prefer to have a hard signed, hand signed autograph. But then if you do the hard signed, hand signed autograph, then I have to send it to the player each time I produce these cards.
Yeah.
And then if they delay it, then I have to give you redemption. Well, we don't like the redemption either. So it's like we're playing this stupid game. No matter what, what, it's the wrong answer. Whatever you did was the wrong answer.
Yeah, I think sticker autos are good, especially for, you know, guys like Gordie Howe when you have all those stickers. Like,
And
otherwise
yeah,
you
and
can't
for
get 'em on
him,
it.
for him, it makes sense. Only
Or-
Zombie Ray
or
Borg
anybody
continues to
who's
sign
passed
beyond the
away.
grade.
Yeah.
That's a different conversation.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
you know, those are where sticker autos are
Yes,
like, they're fine.
Yes. Yeah. So there are moments where I can excuse it, but I don't. My point is, I don't disagree with the sentiment because if you're paying for a premium box price, a premium box experience, and you're getting the same sticker autos you get in the cheap box experience, it doesn't feel good. For a cheaper product, I'm willing to be more forgiving of it. But for a more expensive product, I understand the irritation of the consumer that this is what you're getting.
What was that issue? Was it in early 2000s, somewhere in there? Opeachy did this like shoebox. Do you remember the shoebox? It was very colorful. Just trying to remember because Steve and I bought a full box and we opened it and we had fun with it. And that was limited to what, 5,000 sets or something like that. It was very limited.
Shoebox. Are you talking about the lunchbox?
No, it was a shoebox. It was sort of like a very colorful, very old animated kind of looking box. Oh man, I can't remember the year.
This
Shit.
still feels like UD Retro, Eric. What I'm getting is UD Retro in the lunchbox.
No, it wasn't Upper Deck. I think it was like Opeachy or something like that.
Okay.
Was it those other Opeachy cards that were kind of like retroized? It was like a retro set.
Well,
was
they
like
did
an old
Parkhurst
style
Retro a
design,
couple of
like
different times. They
57
did
or
Parkhurst
something.
Retro.
It was like 57 or something, like a retro design. They redid it.
Was this in the 90s?
No, it was 2000s, early to mid, like 2000 and 2000.
Then it would have been Dr. Price. It would have been his version.
No, it wasn't his. No, it wasn't his. It was a major product that was.
Well, he's the one who had the rights to Parkhurst at that time.
No, it wasn't.
In the
Parker's. It
2000s.
wasn't at all. It wasn't.
Okay.
It was a retro. It was a retro set that was done where they went back. You know what? They were doing the Canadian chewing gum design, and then they did the 57 design, and they kept doing the retro designs. It was right along the 57, I think it was, and I think it was Opeachy or Topps.
Is it Topps Heritage?
Yeah,
Heritage.
Topps Heritage was the one
The
they did
Heritage.
57.
And that was
Yeah.
a nice looking, cool looking box. It looked like a shoebox when it came. Yeah.
Sure.
And that was a really interesting product. And I think it was limited to 5,000 sets or something like that.
That was
and
more than that, but you had the gum in it. That was the one you had the gum.
It was, yeah, that's right.
Mhm.
And we got that box because I thought it was really fun. It was like a retro style of 57. I think it was 57.
Yeah,
I'm not
they
sure.
own the rights to 57 Tops, so they could do it was
They could
literally
do it.
identical to 57 Tops.
But it was limited to a certain amount of sets, and I do remember.
Yeah,
that.
it was short printed because what they did is they short printed a bunch of the rookies. Because I think that year Pavel Datsyuk was one of the rookies.
He
for that
was
year.
one of the. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember he came
So-
out, and I thought he was going to be great. Actually, he still turned out great.
Well, he was a great player. He just didn't stick around long enough to rack up the big numbers.
I
But he
think
was
so,
extremely skilled. Like he was a super skilled player.
I
Really
watched
good.
him. I went, wow, that guy's great. Too bad he's with
Yeah.
Detroit.
Yeah,
But
they
actually,
went-
Detroit was good then. So
They were still good. Yeah.
they played.
So
good.
that was where they coined it the Datsukian Deke, because the reality is his stick handling allowed him to make some
Amazing.
goaltenders look silly because he just had so much skill. I actually think if he had cared about scoring a little more, it would have been really interesting. Like he enjoyed playing, but I think he didn't care about scoring as much as he should have. Otherwise, he would have been like a 40-50 goal guy comfortably, easily. With these skill levels.
He was that good. He was that good.
He made goaltenders look stupid. Like they were trying to stop him, and he couldn't.
Well,
sometimes.
Steven's got all those cards in the original box, so we kind of look through them every once in a while, and every 5 years.
Carlos Senior and I ate a bunch of the gum. It was a good time.
It was good gum. Actually, the gum wasn't bad. It was at
Well,
least
the fact that they had it actually properly cellular wrapped.
they did sell over.
It helped. It helped. Yes.
Yeah.
It was wise. It was wise. So real quick,
It
I'll read a
lasted
couple
about
here.
5 seconds, but I mean, the flavor was great to start.
Oh yeah, no, the sugar was gone in like a second.
Gone. Yeah.
A couple of chews and you're done. Yeah. So need 90% of the base card, shouldn't it be the model outside of flagship? So I don't mind it. So again, I'm going to repeat this. I don't mind it. The only thing is, and Eric understands this, if we learn nothing from SB Signature Legends, is there are some people who really, there are so few sets now that are expansive that there's a bunch of different team collectors and stuff like that that hate. Well, imagine if all you do is, again, and by the way, it can be done, but I'm just saying, there's a lot of people that hate it. Like, okay, so if you're an Edmonton owner fan, okay, so you got Draisaitl and McDavid, and that's it.
That's it.
And I'm fine with that. Like, fine, but I'm just saying that some other people will be like, but there are other players. What about Nugent Hopkins? What about so and so and blah blah
What
blah?
happened to Nugent Hopkins? He was the biggest thing at one time.
But he's still a good player. The thing is, he's still a good
He's
player.
good. He's not great.
Fair enough. But I'm
He's
saying
very
in the
good.
aggregate of that team, he is not, obviously not the star, but he's still a good player. So, but if I'm an Edmonton Oilers fan, I might still be a fan of Nugent Hopkins
Of course
as
you
part
will.
of that team.
Yep.
So, but in that scenario that we're talking about, I get McDavid and Draisaitl, and you can have McDavid and Draisaitl, or Draisaitl and McDavid, and those
Either
are your
one.
options.
Mhm.
Either one, whichever one you prefer.
They
That's great.
certainly don't have a goalie, that's for sure.
Yeah. None of this is getting done because there's zero economic incentive for the companies to do that. Yes. Yes. I
Fair
just need a
enough.
higher number.
Yeah.
So this right here, the latter portion of this is important. This entire conversation, actually, Eric, I gotta be honest, in 2025, we
I think this
started
is
off
one
with
of the
some
most
very
important
deep discussion.
conversations
I hope it stops.
Conversations we've had in a long time.
This
Yeah.
is very deep. This is a very deep start to the year.
I'm
It's
very
not deep. It's really about our hobby and where we're looking going forward and what we went through in the past and what would work better now today opposed to what worked yesterday. Like, let's go forward with this thing. You do have to support the hobby some way.
You do. Yep. So the
You know.
bottom, the last section here, the last sentence though, is really critical. And this is very astute. And I agree completely with the sentiment here. I need higher numbers this quarter, half year. So you've got two problems. You've got the long-term view, which is sustain the brands,
Yes.
protect the brand, to develop the fan
Create
base,
the collector.
cultivate the fan base. Yes, do all that. And then on the other hand, you got the devil on one shoulder and you got the angel on the other shoulder. The angel is saying, think of the future.
It's a
You know,
cherub,
look,
really. It's not
do a
a
long term.
angel.
Sure.
but yeah.
But I'm saying you've got the one saying, hey, look at the future.
Yeah.
Consider we got to cultivate, we got to develop these collectors, we got to do all these things. But then the devil on the other shoulder is we need to meet the numbers this quarter. I don't care what happens.
Yeah.
Damn the torpedoes. I need numbers this quarter. Do what you got to do.
Yeah, but that can only last so long because if you don't see the future, you have no future. And
Most
they
of the
have
people that are going to be
license
in
for
that
the next
company are not
20
going to be
years.
there in 6 months to a year. They don't care. They're not going to be here in 2026. So Josh says, now that we're in the new year, do we have thoughts on where Brian Gray appears? Perhaps Beckett. Also, saw that
No.
locked
Oh
up the
yeah,
greatest
that's
long term.
right.
We're waiting for
is he gonna show
OBG
up?
to announce his new thing that will,
It's the
change
biggest
the
thing
hobby.
ever.
just like all the last
that
ones.
he's maybe done.
Just like all the
everybody
last ones.
talks the big game. Come on, whatever.
Yeah.
If it's
no
so
iron
big,
products.
if it's so big, we would found out about it. So
Look,
it's small in the big sense of big, and Brian's big, so maybe I don't know how big it is.
We'll see. Like, it's one of those things. I will be amused when the time comes. I will be entertained. And
Okay, what's the guesses here about what kind of company? Is it going to be a big thing, or is it going to be a big thing that he's promoted that's really not a big thing, or is it just going to be a medium thing,
okay,
or maybe even a small thing?
So here, let's ask one question.
hold
Let's
that.
ask one question. Let's ask one question. Do we think he would dip his toe in the waters of manufacturing again, or would go to a different category.
No, I don't think he's. I think he's totally something away from that, but into something else that's current. That's not.
Then I'm leaning towards grading.
Yeah, me too, in a sense. But I think it's something else, not just grading. I think it's something else.
Sure, but I'm just saying. I'm my thought is I don't.
Why are you going to
see
get
a
into
reason-
grading? How can that be the biggest thing that he's ever accomplished? Like I can't grading really. Another company really. Tag 2.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Listen, I'm still waiting for the last 5 biggest things BG's ever done. He always tells us this.
True
So I'm
enough.
still waiting for that.
He's
So
a very
we'll
big
get there when we get there.
self-promoter. I get it.
Yeah, we'll get there when we get there.
Yeah.
Ham says no high-end products should have sticker autos unless the person was deceased, or should not be the card on it. I don't have I don't have a moral opposition to that question statement, but I think the manufacturers discovered over decades now.
Yep.
If you're being serious for a second.
Yeah, we've been
If you're the
serious pretty
player,
much tonight. So
yeah, but I'm saying but if you're the player, do you honestly give a crap? Like, guys, yeah, whatever. Oh, but we need this. We need your son. We don't want to put out a redemption. Yeah, whatever, dude.
do not the players concern themselves more now because they're more involved and more in the financial
With Tops
whatever.
/ Fanatics, they have
Yes,
extra
That's
leverage.
what I'm saying.
They have a little
I'm
more
not-
leverage.
I'm away from hockey. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But even with what Panini was doing, like they don't necessarily have the leverage necessarily.
No.
With Tops / Fanatics, they can be like, hey, we sell more of this product. You guys get more money.
So everybody
more
else
money
is going to go, hey, listen,
Yeah.
you get on
And then
bus
the other
too
players
with
could be like,
everybody
hey, I
else.
want to get a little bit of bigger piece of this pie. Can you do, can
they'll
you do
be
us a
pushed.
solid and just get those out the door?
They'll have some accountability amongst their peers.
With the
to
ranks,
say, hey,
yeah,
listen,
exactly.
get this done. Like, this is for us, man.
Yeah, it's easier because the only other recourse you had was to sue the player for the contract, which you can do.
And they didn't
But
care.
then,
They're making
then-
$7 million a year. Who cares, right?
BG used this once. He used that lever once against one player, and the player signed it. But then, guess what? Try signing him again.
Good
Yeah.
luck.
Like basically, you can pull that lever one time because then maybe okay, fine, you're contractually obligated.
I like the lever.
And what if, by the way, and this is something that has happened too. Okay, fine. You sue the guy and he says, all right, fine. If you want your damn stickers, I'll give you your damn stickers.
He puts an X.
Tom Brady, that shit.
So I met my obligation, right? Now screw off. Go screw.
And then the
As Eric
next
would say.
part, we can talk about the signatures. In
Yeah, and then
general.
next
We can just
time,
say,
and then
hey,
next
listen,
time
if
you will
don't
get
sign something-
equally bullshit. You will get equal bullshit. So until the contract runs out, and then when you want to try to renew, he goes, yeah, no thanks. I'll pass. So again, you can use the lever. You can use the lever one time. It will, but other players may look at it and go, yeah, I'm not signing with those guys. I'm not dealing with that shit. I'll get around to it when I get around to it. It's not a priority for me. I don't care.
No, he's
got other things
picking out
going
his new Sub-Zero fridge. He doesn't care about that.
Yeah. So the point is that you're right. With the Players Association on board, there is more leverage that you can use because the Players Association can, hey, do us a solid, get some of these signed. Even if you're doing it in pieces, get 20% of it signed today, and then 20% in a couple of weeks and whatever. That way we can start handing some of these out and get them out the door. Get some of this stuff out the door because then we make more money and then you get a bigger slice of this pie.
And they really should have a liaison who goes around and does that. Hey, listen, I'm coming by. I'm going to be in the area. I'm signing a thing.
I'll bring them here, sign them, I'll take them away.
I'll take
Sign them and
right
I'll take them
away.
away.
Let's
get her
set
done.
up a meeting. 1 hour, done.
Yeah.
And then
And that's probably your best bet. Honestly, that's probably your best bet is to have
How much
somebody
is
whose
the
job it is to do
liaison?
that. Yeah.
like 5 boxes of the cup. Come on.
Eric will hang out and harass players for free.
He does.
He already does that.
And he doesn't get paid for it.
Look, if Marcel Dion ever becomes delinquent on Upper Deck autographs, they're gonna be like,
Eric out.
"Don't make us send Bougie Eric," and Marcel's like,
No, please. Not again. Please. Yeah.
All of a sudden, you're gonna have an entire sheet that's one Marcel Dion autograph, one gigantic Marcel Dion autograph. It's just all the parts. You glue them together.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm just sitting here waiting for him to sign these.
Yeah. Zach says BG breaking / grading. Yeah, I'm guessing grading, but
Okay,
breaking could be
the
another one.
guesses out there? Just in the
Yeah, I'd like some guesses.
I didn't get a chance to say anything.
well, let's talk about cards.
Go ahead. What's your guess? What's your guess?
No,
I was-
let's get it down to something. Is it going to be card related? Is it going to be grading related, or is it going to be business hobby related in a different sense away from that? Because either it's cards, either it's grading, or it's going to be within the
well, I
industry
think
investment or whatever else you want to imply into there. So we can go
I think he's
pick
going
number
to do
3.
both because
Both.
he'll have a breaking thing, and he'll have a deal
That's the third part. Yes.
right. So he'll do a breaking thing, have a deal with a grader saying that we're going to break these on Friday. We're going to break these on Friday live on this platform. Saturday morning, I am not going to mail them. I am going to walk them into the building at this grading place and get them graded for you. So it's so easy to go from point A to point B. It's you watch the break on Friday, Saturday morning, he walks them into the building and hands them over. And then they get sent out to you.
Then he should have never left his company. So there you go. Really? That's what you think is going to happen?
The
guess. Innovation is beyond me on that one. I don't know how he ever could think of something like that. That's
totally no one else is doing it. No one else is doing it,
and for a reason.
So you think I'm trying to think like him? Well,
you can't think like him. He's all over the board.
Yeah. Well,
you're a little more stable. He likes Mayo. Just saying.
I was going to say, ish. So Rob, you're saying weak rookie classes, very hard on the hobby. I hope our Canadian World Juniors are not signs of things to come. There you go. It's a different issue, yes. So Paul here saying, Big Bri brings back Pogs. I think somebody already brought back Pogs.
Oh, maybe.
No, but I think someone. I think there was like a limited
that are worth
issue.
Next to nothing. Yes, bring them back.
I think somebody actually did bring back Pogs though.
No way.
I think Josh from Hit 'em High was babbling about that a while ago. I feel like they brought back Pogs. I thought they did. I'll double check, but I thought I saw something like that.
And what are Pogs?
What company would bring that back though?
the Pog company. They still
but
exist.
You have to have licensing though.
Oh well, yeah. If you want to, do certain licenses, sure. Okay, let me just see here. Pogs 2024. Curious.
But Bobby, Pogs are just sheriff coins, right?
Well, they're cardboard pieces of whatever the fuck.
But it's the idea is the same.
Yes. Yeah, realistically, like if you don't play the game, it's just a cardboard sphere with a graphic on it.
Because you used to buy the Pog packs, and you just buy them and open them, and you look at them and you go, "Wow, yeah, I remember these. These are cool." Throw them in the garbage. See, they're not worth anything. Pogs never made it. Pogs never made it like whatever else. What was it? Ziggy was talking about. I can't remember. What was he?
I can't help you. I don't listen to the authentic sports card dad.
NFTs.
NFTs. There you go.
Yeah.
Saw an ad for Facebook. Pogs are back. Yeah, they used to have regional guys to do card signing for products. Yes. I think Josh had a Pogs. That's what I mean. Like I was pretty sure there was something related to that. Yeah.
Really?
BG's already done whatnot. That is true. He's done some line breaking.
Whatnot? That's nothing new. He's talking about something totally revolutionary and new. He's saying, right?
Just trying to see if I can.
Either it's card related, or it's grading related, or it's business related, like whatnot, or like that's nothing new. Like honestly, Brian's gonna go on whatnot and be a breaker. Like okay, well that's innovative and
mark me down for a breaking grading combo.
A grading combo, okay.
A breaking / grading combo.
If that happens, Eric, I'm gonna donate so much money to Dead Ray Bork. It's unbelievable.
Okay.
Oh my god!
I won't hold you to it, but okay.
I already gave.
You did.
Okay. People, let's do some hashtag scholarship and get this right. All right, here we go. I think I found it. It took me a little time. I had to try to locate it. All right, I think I have located the Pogs.
Oh,
all right. So this is PogUnlimited.com. World Pog Federation, holding trademarks and copyrights.
The Pog Federation.
Okay. The World Pog Federation was the original. That was the OG. It was the World Pog Federation.
I'm missing out. Holy crap.
Yeah. So this is holding trademarks and copyrights to the iconic Pog brand since '93. So this is the OG holders of the IP.
You can hold the Pog brand, but it doesn't mean you have the license to put team logos or anything on it.
Well, that's different. That's different conversation. I'm just talking about Pogs in general. So this right here, relive 90s nostalgia.
Okay, we're talking Pogs.
Yeah, the Pogs, just the Pogs right now.
Not related to sports. Okay.
Because if you want to get a license, then you have to apply for that separately. That's a different thing.
Yeah.
So relive 90s nostalgia with 100% authentic physical Pog hobby box. Contains 12 packs, totaling 96 POGs, plus one rare Keeney Slammer, good old Slammers, inserted in the box ready for action. One randomly inserted 22 karat gold leaf Keeney Slammers, numbered to 430. Unique serial numbered POG parallel designs.
Holy fuck,
Mini
it's
posters
hard
numbered to
marketed.
850. Aluminum metal Keeney Slammers numbered to 860. POG
Wow.
digital collectible numbered to 430. Goddamn!
There's the NFTs right there.
But Bobby, look at this. Inflation hath hit $176 for a
What?
hobby box of POGs.
How many's in the box?
96.
96 packs or 96
96 POGs.
pogs?
Yep.
Oh, there's an investment.
Eric is like, shut up and take my money.
Yeah.
Like
Uh,
pogs were a flash in the pan. They really didn't take off very well. They were kind of neat, but then they just lost they didn't have a holding pattern, you know?
Classic. I
A
love it.
case, a case is 1,760.
I'm yet to get any stimulation from what I'm seeing.
You had to be there, Bobby. You had to be there. It was a big moment in time.
I was there, dude.
I didn't collect them. I did. I don't think I've ever had one in my hand.
I've been there since the 60s, dude. Come on. I've
Eric,
seen it all.
say the word and when we get to the fall expo or the spring, if you show up, I will throw so many slammers at you. Good news is I have traded in my Mayo packets. We're throwing slammers at Eric. Urgh.
I don't know what a slammer is, but I'm
You
guessing
grab the pog and you slam it, and it makes so much noise, and everybody's whatever.
yeah. I remember when they came out, and some of the younger kids, were talking about them, were excited about them, but
I bought a box for Steven. Like, we kind of looked at them and went,
I mean, it's just
You know what my favorite part was? They had a brief run, but they got so big during that brief run that they had the POG tournaments.
It was something new,
Yeah,
and
it was.
Steven was really in, other than rattling bones. What was that rattle bone thing that he liked?
Well, Bobby, that's what I was going to get at. Is that you had part of what happened was you had the World POG Federation POGs. Those were the official POGs. But then you had all the knockoffs because you had 12 trillion knockoffs. You could go to like the dollar store and you'd have like all kinds of random shit. Because again, they're just they're supposed to mimic the milk caps, like the little caps. But what happens is you could get the effectively you could print anything you wanted on the damn things. Like they had all kinds. So they had the World POG Federation. I think an Ontario place actually had little POG tournaments for a little while.
Ontario.
And yes, they did. And what happened was they had little POG tournaments. I participated in one or two of those, and you'd get a couple of the little milk caps with it. And I think at home somewhere you could also get a custom POG with your picture on it.
Oh,
And that was part of the thing that Ontario Place would do. So,
so
they
they
take your
really
picture and
pushed
put it on
that.
there.
It seems, eh?
For a little while there, it was a brief window in time in the 90s.
It was.
That was there. Yeah, it was there, and then it was.
That was late 90s though.
I want to say like 96. I'll see
Midnight.
if I can find it.
Yes, I remember.
I think it was right in the mid. Yeah.
Because I remember having those light blue packs with the pogs,
Yes.
and I had, boxes, or actually I had a couple boxes of them, and it was just whatever, it was Steven stuff. I didn't care. I was still in my vintage wax at that point. Oh, you know what? I did find, and this is really fun. Is remember I was talking about Joe, my friend who had the house that had all that stuff. There was a pathway through his house, and he had all the old toys.
Mhm.
Well, the video has finally become reality again.
Whoa. I just found a callback. Eric, hold on.
Oh,
This is important.
what's
For the
that?
sake of scholarship, we cannot move on before we talk about this.
okay.
I'm looking at the Wikipedia page for POGs right now
Oh,
in
okay.
popular culture.
Yep.
The Korean survival drama Netflix series Squid Game features the Korean Dakanji variant of the game. Bobby, as a local
those are
Squid
played
Game
with
correspondent.
envelopes. They're played with envelopes. They're not played with pogs. So it's very similar. Yes.
Look, I'm just saying, Eric.
And if you knew about the game, you would actually, Carlos, I think the Squid Games will be probably one of the best series you've ever seen, and you will like it more than most.
There you go.
Saying, with your personality
Super
type and
Pog.
what you enjoy, it's very sadistic. I mean, it's very Interesting.
Wow. Eric is a man of peace. I am shocked by this revelation.
Oh yes. Yes.
That was a dig. That was a
Yeah.
dig, Carlos.
It wasn't a
Woo.
dig. It was a
Well, that
dig
was a
to
dig.
get him going because it is really that much. Squid Games, like anybody who watched Squid Games is gonna say it's amazing. And
Yeah.
I watched the English version. I didn't watch the subtitles. I don't dig subtitles all the time. So, but anyways,
I see.
but it
Fair
is
enough.
something to watch, and I'm waiting to get. I gotta buy Netflix now because I gotta watch season 2 or whatever 3 years later. Like, geez, took a
Yeah,
long
so-
time. It's got to be good because 3 years.
I don't
The
know.
first,
I don't
the
know
first
what to
one was the best I've ever seen. Like of any short little sitcom or little whatever series, best I've ever seen. It put it out there so far, and I just went, "Oh, that's wicked!" Like to do that, it was just phenomenal, and it's done by Koreans, which is amazing. On top of that,
There you go. So Eric gets stimulation from his Manual in Space theme parks. Let's just say the Slammers are his favorite.
oh, wouldn't they be great to have
Ooh.
dogs with a
Wait,
manual
wait.
face on them?
Name. Let me borrow a line from the Burrell here. That sounds like innuendo.
Innuendo.
I sense some innuendo here. A little bit. Dylan here says, got back just in time for some POG talk. So help me out here, Dylan.
No, you
There was a
didn't.
moment in
We're
time.
finished.
There was a
We're done.
So you'll see, Bobby. Like I said, it's in Squid Game. We got it in Squid Game. Oh my god.
Well, Dachi was so what they get is these envelopes, and if you slammed the envelope and it flipped over, you would win. But
That's
if you
literally what
didn't, you
Pogs
slammed
was.
it and
Bobby.
it
That's
didn't-
literally what Pogs was.
it didn't
That's
flip
literally
the
what
other
Pogs
one
was,
over.
Bobby.
What's
That was
that?
Pogs. That was Pogs in a nutshell. It's
Oh, yeah,
Slammers.
I
The Pog gets
understand.
flipped over. That's
The
what it
same
was. Yeah.
concept, yes, but different.
Yeah, it's same.
Like a puffy envelope. It wasn't an empty envelope. It had something in it. I don't know what it was,
Yeah.
but any which way, that is one of the key parts of the series. Actually, is
you go.
that. But there's so many others. There's the death and the mayhem. Oh, it's just
The
It's
death and the mayhem.
the murder.
Wow.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful. The death and the mayhem is beautiful.
It really is.
The
honestly.
best part,
It's
though, Eric, that sounds like a Freudian
like
slip to me
watching
because it's not the
Sopranos.
mayhem, it's the mayhem.
ham.
Like Florida Man.
Yes.
Oh yeah, man.
Mr. Ham.
I had a Ninja Star Slammer with cracked ice hologram on it. I bet the hologram wasn't originally blood
Ninja
red.
Star what?
Slammer.
with a
The
cracked ice hologram.
Hologram on it.
Damn, that's
I'm gonna
rare.
throw a
You
Ninja
should
They
get
had
that.
patterns. Yeah. Oh, Bobby, they had patterns and stuff, like all
You
kinds of
should
stuff.
get it
going on.
graded.
I know. First season was much watched TV. And speaking of Squid Game, I'd recommend subtitles if you don't mind reading because the actual actors' performances are incredible. There you go. Thank you, Dom.
Yeah,
I have
very
a
good.
display of Pogs
the
on my
acting,
wall.
top
Nice.
tier. Top tier
Nice.
acting. Like I can't believe it was so great.
Yeah,
But I
Dylan here says,
I
"Man."
would do the English conversion. I wouldn't do the subtitles because you'd miss a little bit between reading and seeing.
All
So.
right, all right. So Dylan here says, "Man, we stack them like 50 high. So much gambling going on since I was a kid. Marbles as well. Yes.
Marbles. How old is he?
I don't know. I like marbles,
I had in grade school. We had marbles.
like actual like glass ones with the different colors in them and stuff.
Yep.
Some marbles can be pretty cool.
Well, we call them alleys back then, and we didn't really play them, but we knew of them. It was more of a pre-generation to me, so I say more of the 50s was a
Yeah,
marble.
there was a renaissance. I will say the kids in the
50s,
playground in
60s.
my grade school played marbles,
Really, eh?
and they gambled them. Obviously,
It was all about gambling, anyways.
yeah, that's what it was. That's what it
Yep.
was.
It was. Yeah.
That's why my favorite thing in the world is we got to protect the kids from the gambling. Really, as
No.
opposed to the gambling between everything else.
Well, we're at a different level now. honestly,
Fair enough.
Comparatively speaking, there
Well,
you
listen,
win $4.
you wait until we get to the
Now you win
NFT
a
marbles,
car.
Bobby. When we get to the
Now you win
NFT
a car or
marbles
a
and
house.
NFT Pogs, we're gold.
Yes.
Yeah, Keeney's aka Slammers. Facts. Yes. Yeah, Dylan's 44. So we're right in the same age range. He's got a couple of years on me. I'm going to be 42 in July. So we're right in the same vicinity.
Me too. I'll be 46 in 20 years ago. Anyways,
Eric has dreams.
it's free to dream, right?
The good news is that Eric makes up for it by being a crotchety old man years ago. So, like, in fairness, like he may have already passed you
I think
intellectually, 80, 90 years old at least.
phonetically, he has passed me. Yes.
I was called a crotchety old man in high school.
At birth.
Oh
Go
yeah, no doubt. Let's ask
told
Kathy. Kathy, was he a crotchety old man at 2 years old?
I don't know if she's
The
watched.
terrible twos with Eric.
She will tell you that I've been like this my whole life. It's not new. I didn't wait till I got old to have this attitude about things.
Wow.
It's been like
Wow.
this forever.
I was happy-go-lucky.
I bet you were quite a hit at parties. Anyway, moving on.
Well, they would
But
hit
yes,
him a
thank you,
lot,
Dylan.
yes.
Thank you
At
for
parties.
verifying. Thank you for verifying.
So,
We are of similar vintage. So yes, we are in agreement. We are aligned.
Vintage. Where does vintage
Yes,
start?
similar vintage.
Where does vintage end?
Bobby, for the sake of this conversation, I've decided vintage is long later than it should be because I refuse. I refuse to get lumped into vintage. Every year that goes by, it gets tougher to avoid it.
I made a good article about it. So, in general, across the board, 1990 is vintage and prior to. So, as the
Tragedy.
hobby goes, as baseball goes,
Well, that's the
earlier-
unfortunate thing. As the hobby goes, yes.
As the hobby
Fair
goes,
enough.
but not as baseball. Baseball's 84 or 79, whatever you want to say.
I'm still a big proponent of 79 for baseball. Still a big proponent of 79.
Yeah, but it's the hobby. We're not talking about each sport because then we'd have to do different years. So why don't we just say the hobby in general, and we'll just say, well, Beckett Monthly came out all in 1990, 84 in baseball and football, basketball, and hockey. It was 1990. So we have to say them because that's when it hit the shelves and everybody was into it. It was in the mainstream shelves, and you would go to wherever you went to your variety store, and it would have a Beckett there, and it would have your monthly. And all the sports were included at 1990. Baseball, yeah, you can talk. If you're only into baseball and you want to, put the blinders on, that's fine. But in the hobby in general, it's 1990.
Sure.
Sorry, guys.
So Dylan here saying 80 tops last vintage. I don't have a problem with this. I've heard both arguments.
For what sport?
It's baseball. It's baseball.
Yeah, that's fine. But that's not the hobby.
Yeah, I got you. So for baseball, I've always been a proponent.
No, you got to
of
get
79.
him, not me.
Yeah. If for baseball, if somebody wants to pitch 80 to me, I don't have a problem with it because in 81, Donruss and Fleer came in. So if they want to use that cutoff and you want to use because 80 tops was kind of the last tops monopoly year for them in baseball, I can accept that. That's fine because they're similar enough. 79 and 80 are not that dissimilar. 79 was just a traditional cutoff.
I think 84. I think that's when Beckett came out with his first monthly price guide for baseball. I would put it more then because then it's mainstream. Prior to that, it's not. It really isn't. He's putting out a yearly guide. It doesn't matter. So here is a monthly guide from 84 with baseball, but not until 1990, 89, 90 is baseball, football, and basketball all released at the same time as monthly guides. That is the hobby, and that is 1990.
Sure. So Eric,
you can
real quick,
argue with me as much as you want, and we're talking about the hobby here. We're not talking about baseball. And if you want the world of sports cards to be about baseball, it isn't. It's actually.
I was only gonna look, Bobby. I gotta be honest with you. I gotta know what the cutoff is for cricket.
Cricket?
Yeah, we need some Don Bradman.
1928, 29, somewhere around there.
Yeah, I think
that's the last time they made cricket.
That might be fair. That might be it. Maybe some Don Bradman, Eric, and that's it.
Oh my God!
We cut it off at Don Bradman.
I still have
Don
those cards that someone sent me. Remember?
Yep. So real quick, I'm gonna get a refill, but before I do, so Eric, real quick, do you want to give an update? I'll tell you what. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna keep the scrolling ticker here with this. If you want to make your pitch, do it right now. Give a brief synopsis and brief pitch, and I'm gonna let it run until 2:30, 2 hours and 30 minutes here in the live, and then I'm gonna switch over and put on the AMG one for the rest of the night.
That's fine.
So do it, and I'll come right back.
I think that's great. We're $15 away from 300. Okay, $15 is I would love to be able to.
First, Eric, real quick, just explain that real quick. In New Year's, Eric sprung it on last minute, but we ended up making a mini charity stream. I'm going to give the synopsis here. Okay. And Eric was on his bicycle, doing as he does. He was kind of sashaying on it. I don't know if he was really biking, but whatever. So for the sake of the conversation, he was doing it for charity. And if you could give a synopsis, Eric, what the charity is that you were collecting money for, the scrolling ticker there has the email to your PayPal if someone wishes to donate to this cause. Now, Eric, take it away. What is the cause?
And wait, before I pee, before I go to the washroom, I will put a challenge out there that I would donate another $20 if somebody else matches that.
Oh, that's nice. That's awesome. Thanks,
okay,
buddy.
I'm going.
All right. So 100% of the money that we raise is going to go to the Ray Bork Foundation. Ray does, a lot for charity here in the Boston area. One of the charities that he was working with this past week is something that's probably one of the closest to his heart, which is the Pete Frates charity. Pete Frates grew up in Beverly, Massachusetts, my hometown, and he and his family are the ones who invented the ice bucket challenge that went worldwide and raised millions of dollars for ALS research and for the families and patients to give them support. And this past New Year's, Ray and his members of his family and friends and foundation participated in a polar bear swim where they all jumped in the ocean to raise money and awareness for ALS and Pete Frates charity. So I thought, if I'm going to ride my bike for 2.5 hours on live YouTube during the show, maybe we can, do something good and make a little money and give it to Ray Bork for his foundation. So I started asking people for $5, and you could donate it to my PayPal is up on the screen. If we get $5 a person, if people are watching, it could add up pretty quick. Some people were very, very generous. And I said I would match. I wouldn't match. I'm sorry. I would add $100 to whatever the total was. And right now, with my $100 added, we're at $285, $15 away from $300. So in a couple of minutes, I won't beg for any more money. We'll take the PayPal, scroll down, and whatever is left, that is what we will donate to Ray the next time I see him. I have a business relationship with him. I'm not friends with him, but I have a working relationship with him. I see him every so often and spend a little bit of time with him. So my plan is to hand him the check for whatever we raise, get a picture of me handing him the check, and we'll post it on social media and also, show it live when it happens, so you'll know that your money got to its final destination. So if you can spare $5, it would be great. I'd love to get $15 more to get right around $300. But anything you can give is appreciated. So, and I guess that's the final beg of this charitable run that we're on until the next one.
There you go. So good stuff. It was for a good cause. Like I said, it was sprung on at the last minute, so we made it work. Nonetheless, we managed to make it work, so it happened. And Eric did in fact bike. If you go back and check out, I do recommend, if you want to, and if you want to get your best bang for your buck. Of course, I'm going to say watch the whole thing. However, what I would say is watch a couple minutes of Eric suffering and us making fun of him, because Lord knows we did. But also, you can check out, if you are a person who's a big fan of Upper Deck, our Carver Chung, who was responsible for a lot of the big stuff, the Exquisite brand at Upper Deck, the Cup and Hockey in Upper Deck, and a lot of that. He did join us right around a little past the halfway point, I think. It was somewhere in the 3 hour and change, or maybe 4 hour mark. He joined in. So I think we had that going on. And he came in and chatted and was hanging around the house and showed pictures and, some cards that he had sitting around in boxes and stuff. We were just having some fun. We were basically just hanging around. We hung out from New Year's, and then we even went to New Year's on the West Coast. So we had that covered. Big giant oversized check. That'd be awesome.
Oh yeah, that would be kind of funny.
Big novelty check.
Did anybody match my challenge?
I'll take a quick look.
There you go. You'll be wearing spandex when you hand the check to Ray. Well, I figured Eric just does that on his own time.
No, Ray doesn't like it when I do that.
There was literally no one in creation who likes it when you do
that. So nothing yet, and that's
okay.
And that's fine. But I appreciate everybody who did donate, and if anyone would still like to, we're definitely.
Well, let's just say anybody who donates $20, doesn't matter from this show or anything, I will put another 20 in.
That's
There you go.
fantastic.
So
So
we'll let it run for
100. I just want to say again,
$30 to me.
100% is going to go to the Ray Bork Foundation. So no one else is getting a piece of it. 100% is all going to be handed over to him. So
It's only $20, guys.
There you go. So good stuff. I'll let it run for an extra 10 minutes.
I'll
That's
buy
fine.
one
We'll
less
just let it go.
PMG or something. I don't know.
Well, hey, listen, it's pretty big. So, by the way, as a quick update, I'll touch on a couple of other things that I've got here. Just we had it set up. And by the way, if there's anything else you guys want to chat on, you're more than welcome to it. We've gone POGs. We tried to solve the ills of the hobby.
POGs
We actually covered a lot of ground in the
Was
first
that
chunk
the
of the
first
show.
POGs thing that we talked about? I don't
Yeah, for good reason.
ever.
There's no other reason for us to talk about it.
I'm just saying, we brought it up.
Yeah. But I will say,
We
I
covered the bases.
was super pleased to say, Eric. So you remember that dentist card that I talked about that I was waiting on for the Epack folk to finally pull enough of it. So finally, one of those bastards finally listed on the ComCs. I have acquired said item.
No.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
I
Oh, yes.
read an article about the dentist.
Oh, yes.
I don't remember if I forwarded it to you or not. I think I did. I don't remember.
I'm
Anyways,
anti-gentite, so it doesn't matter.
I guess
So there's that.
she's going to be stepping away from her dental practice because too many people are causing a nuisance at work, making appointments just to meet her, and then get something signed and then leave. And of course, you can't bill them, bill their insurance or bill them for the dental work. So it's becoming a problem at the office. Plus, I guess there was one real unhealthy person who showed up.
Yeah.
So she may be returning to a more active role wrestling because fans are basically ruining her life.
So that is actually an old story. It's been going on for a while. She did. Unfortunately, that is part of the whole celebrity culture thing. If you actually have a day job, now the thing is, she actually owns the dental practice, so there are other dentists there that do the job. So she does have the luxury of being able to walk away and letting them. Now, from what I've seen, the last update on that was that she will still deal with certain pre-existing, long-standing clients. Like she's got folks that she has appointments for who
Probably enough.
were there the whole time. So like they're still they're normal appointments.
Regular
so she can go and
clients.
do those. Yeah, she can go and do, if you're a dentist, you can have your different clients that'll come in for checkups, cleanings, all the regular stuff that dentists have. So those folks are fine and she can still do those. But yeah, the rest of it is like, the rest of you are being a little creepy.
Well, actually, that's how in the game Brian Price made his money. He was a dentist, and he started making little small dental offices where he would have multiple people that would come, and you can go and do whatever. And he stopped being a dentist, and he started being a manager of the dentists in different shops, and that's how he actually made his money, and that's how he got into in the game and stuff like that.
But that's one of the problems is that, if you're somebody that people see on TV and then all of a sudden they're like, oh my God, I could just make an appointment. And the thing was, she was a practicing dentist. So you could actually make an appointment. And it was a weird way. The problem is that, like everything else, people ruin things. Like it's if you just would not be weird.
I don't know how you can go in and just say, I just want an autograph. It's like, what? Get the out of here.
Well, that's the thing, though. And you're wasting things where somebody might actually want to get dental work done or a consultation or something like normal dental office stuff.
Right.
And it's like you're literally using up slots that other people would otherwise use, like actual clients.
Yeah.
And that's a nuisance. And it's a nuisance for everybody else working in dental practice, too, because they have to deal with it as well. And then you need to worry about security and weird stuff. Like, you can't have that, man. You can't have it.
Nope.
No bueno.
I know you guys have a good laugh at the fact that my favorite sport is actually women's professional mountain biking.
I thought I was harassing Marcel, but go on.
So,
if you want to change your story, go ahead.
Yeah.
One of my favorite riders left professional cycling to become a dentist, and she has been a dentist for 3 years now, went to dental school, the whole thing. She's been a practicing dentist for 3 years now. During that time, she also had a baby, and she just announced that she's coming out of retirement and going to be racing again. So in her statements, there was never any type of negative. The only reason I'm bringing it up is, you have to understand, over in, the Netherlands and things,
Latvia, yeah,
The Dutch.
and these other, I think she might actually be Belgian. I have to try to remember, but
Don't try to change your
might
story.
as well
You
be
invoke the
anyways
Dutch.
at that point.
so
You invoke the Dutch.
so
Pulling the dice.
and all the stories written about, there was, I didn't ever read anything about any type of negativity, because she does have a massive fan base. Nobody was showing up and causing the type of problems that this wrestler seems to have had. And I'm trying to compare apples and apples here, and it seems as if Annika Langvad didn't run into those problems. She just missed the sport and wants to come back and ride. So,
Because she's in Europe.
yeah, maybe
It also we can't spell that name. We can't spell that name, let alone
Not at
pronounce
all. No.
it. And also
I
on
can
top of
barely
everything
say
else,
it, like, honestly.
yeah, honestly. And on top of everything else, like it's a little different when for a stretch of time you were on TV every single week.
Mhm.
In pay-per-views, like it's one of those things that if you're constantly on national television over and over and over again, every promotional thing,
Every
every time
weirdo is going to come
Yeah.
out. Yeah.
and you do the Comic-Con circuit, you do a lot of those things as well.
And you expect nobody to come out and see you for no apparent reason other than get an
No, I
autograph?
don't think, Bobby, I don't think it's a case of not expecting it. I think it's one of those things where you're hoping that in the aggregate, there's enough vetting that you can do to avoid a lot of the bigger issues. But
You
then
would
once
think.
it reaches a certain critical mass, once it reaches a certain point, it crosses that tipping line. You're willing to, you can kind of deal with a little bit, but once it crosses that line, it's like, okay, this is not
Receptionist,
gonna work.
minimum wage. What do you want? What are you going to do?
Yeah. Once it reaches that point, it's like, okay, now it's impeding on a business because it is still a place of business. They're
You
still
just got to
operating.
get Stone Cold Steve Austin out of retirement and just put him at the door. You're good.
It might help. You never know. Might help.
Yeah.
But yeah. So anyway, so the card, like I said, I did talk about it the other day. And one of the reasons that I brought up this specific card, because obviously there's a lot of different ones. And Epack is not a new thing, and I've talked about this before. My thing was that I was amused and a little annoyed that I actually believe, my opinion, is that I think the design on these is better than a lot of the stuff that Upper Deck was releasing in the real sets. And I'm like, okay, so now this is a card set that you have to jump through hoops to get. Because in order to get this, number one, you got to buy a bunch of Epack stuff. And I don't know, did I ever explain, Eric, how the achievements work?
No, not that I recall.
You did go over it, but yeah, go ahead. Again.
It's going to be really high level. It's going to be super high level. So what happens is when you do the Epack, it's the electronic cards. The base cards are digital only. All the inserts and parallels and the rest of it is all physical. ComC houses all of those items. So what happens is if you order them or ask them to ship or whatever, it's coming from ComC. ComC is the one fulfilling everything for you. So what happens is that in itself, no big deal, whatever, that's fine. Now what happens is if you do buy into one of these products, you can, if you get enough of it, you can go after some of these, what they call achievements. All achievements is that by hook or by crook, by buying boxes or doing trades, because you can do trades as well, by doing that, you basically would accumulate certain collections of cards. And by doing so, you would be able to earn these achievements. And the achievements represent cards that are physical as well.
Yep.
These physical cards can also be purchased or traded or whatever. And from there, you can go get them. And basically, I was waiting to see if folks would start posting them on ComC. And they did. So I was like, okay, fantastic. Awesome. So what happens is, and I'll actually show you guys, so I can actually show you in this example here.
Do you know that Tim Hortons did the same thing, right?
Similar, yeah, but obviously physical cards versus, redemptions.
No, I was a member. And if you built a set and you got to a certain point, you could change that set in, and then you'd be eligible for a draw for a one-of-one, whatever, or something like that.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was really kind of
cool. The difference is, in this case, when you redeem it, you still keep the original cards are still
valid.
You do. You can still use them and whatever, and it's fine. Yeah. But you can only redeem it one time. Once the cards are redeemed, they're marked accordingly. So what happens is, but let me actually show you, because this is kind of interesting, but it also is an indicator of why it's more difficult to get some of these. And this is why I was saying, Bobby, some of these are going to be, they may not get fully fulfilled. That's why some of these are going to be a little tougher. So here are the different stacks of achievements. There's a whole bunch for different things, but there are different requirements for each one. So this one, it's called Queens of the Ring, and that's a specific insert set. In order to get this one, you got to redeem a complete mic check insert set. So in Epack, you've got to have a complete insert set of these completed, plus All Elite Women, plus Excalibur's pick set. So there's 50 total cards that you need to get in order to get this achievement. So you've got to first get all of those. And if you can do that, and you're one of the first 50 to do that, then you get the achievement card.
It's great driving force, right?
It is. It promotes more purchasing, more trading, more activity.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you're
Tim
able to
Hortons
get,
was the same way. You know, I was doing the online thing, and I said, okay, great. And I entered a few draws because I did get a full set of whatever, and I didn't win. But I mean, you know, people did win, and they won some good cards. So why not?
Yep. So if you do all that, then you get this one.
Oh, wow.
So this is like, it's actually an acetate card. So you can tell it's double sided.
Yeah, it's kind of muted. Yeah, so it must be.
Well, in the scan, it's not going to come off as much.
No,
because
it's
obviously
never.
you can see the
No,
whole-
I know.
But based on this design, it looks like it's an acetate card. It might be.
Is it
it
die
might
cut?
actually be die cut. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it looks like it is.
I'm curious. But either way, this is a better design than half the stuff they actually released in flagship.
Oh, really? Eh?
Way better. Like it's not even close. So I'm sitting there like, okay, so you guys put this on Epack, and the only way to get it is Epack. Is that looks better than 3/4 of the stuff you put in the boxes.
If that's a die cut, that'd be awesome.
That'd be amazing. Yeah. Either way, like I'm impressed. Either way, I was like, great. So when somebody finally put it up on Epack, I'm like, I will take that. Thank you. That's all I wanted. I just wanted the one card. I don't need to deal with the rest of the BS. Like you do that, all that. Now what happens is if you actually complete the rest of the checklist, so the Britt Baker is one, there's three others. And if you get 1 through 4, the 5th card, the achievement is achieved by getting 1 through 4. So you have to complete all of those, and then you can get a 5th card that is part of it. So somebody's going to have a set of 5, and it's going to be tougher. It's pretty tough to put together.
Oh, yeah. See, that's a good marketing tool. That's for sure.
Very.
And it kind of fosters a little bit of the collecting aspect of, you know, furthering on the competition of collecting, which is better than just, you know, random open packs, whatever, you know. So you're kind of building to a certain degree, right? Whereas most people build to their own degree because they're trying to save it for their set, but you're building it online, which is a little different. And then you can you know, apply that to something else where you're going to get something else back, which is really good. Great reward. Yeah.
Well, I think right now
very smart.
What's unfortunate is I actually think the Epack folks are almost separate from what the regular product managers are doing. So it's like the left hand is not talking to the right hand. It's not talking to the middle. It's like there's all these silos, and it's like, well, actually, there's some good ideas there, but at the same time, it's like, okay, well, so then who was in charge of designing that card? Because honestly, that card should be in the boxes. As far as I'm concerned, that card would be a draw in the box. Like that's a really nice
That'd be
card.
A huge hit. Yeah.
Yeah. To me, that should be
nice
like a case hit or a multi-case hit because that would be worthy. That would be worthy. But I'm not going
to die cut. Then that's
it's like, guys, I don't work there, but I guess I don't know, whatever. So Zach is serious saying, regardless, I'm happy because as the collector, I got the card I wanted. So fine, whatever. And congratulations to the person who pulled it because they sold it and we got to make some money. Win-win. I get the card I want. We're fine. Trust me, it cost me a lot less than it would have cost to get all those insert sets completed, Bobby. You would have had to buy cases.
Yeah.
Like honestly, you would have spent good money to put together.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. For me, I'll buy the single. Thank you. That's all I need.
But the online gives you more variety to choose from than it does.
It does
in the pack, because then it's just your personal collection, just cards, a lump of cards, right? Yeah. So
for sure.
Epack is a smart way of doing things. It doesn't benefit the hobby in the long run, but it benefits for now. It's a now thing, right?
Yeah, it's fine.
It's like a toss now, almost in a sense, in a way.
In a sense, but like I said, I think they put a little bit better effort, clearly, in the design.
It seems so, because hey, listen, it's easy to do online stuff, right?
Yeah,
it's
easy.
The fact
that
online,
one is a physical card.
Just click.
Yeah, it's sitting on my ComC account right now, so that is a physical item. And when the next shipment that I get, that will be one of the items that I'll ship over.
Oh, okay, cool.
So it'll be so like I said, the fact that it's a physical card, I think adds something to it because no, you can actually get the card in hand. So ComC already has it, and if I say ship, they'll ship it.
Gotcha.
So Amanda says, what did I miss? So much, Amanda. That is a loaded question. Valid. Eric Sindler had to solve all the world's hobby problems. You're right to
Yeah.
be skeptical.
What?
I think Bobby and I were doing most of the heavy lifting. Eric kind of, was babbling something about Marcel Dion. It was weird.
He was holding his ankle along the way and being dragged. Yeah.
Unbelievable. I
It's
had all
true.
the answers.
Huh?
I had all the answers. Thank God this is being recorded so we can go back later and write them all down.
We're not going to go back later. Don't worry.
I saved everybody.
Oh, my good says, sorry I'm late. Fair enough. I was watching the Duke's Mayo Bowl. Valid.
Come
Minnesota's
on.
beating Virginia Tech. Hashtag Gophers. Love it.
Mm.
Good job. So yeah, no, I was super happy with that. That was a nice surprise today when I saw it was actually listed. I've been checking just to see. I was like, all right, I just need one of you guys to like money. That's all I need. I just need one of you guys to
Everybody
like
likes
money.
money, though.
Well, Bobby, you'd be surprised. I reached out to the first couple of guys, and they were hemming and hawing about selling it. And I'm saying,
Really?
guys, I want to trade you money. I want to buy it. Just let
I
me
think
buy it.
they're thinking of leaving something on the table if they do it right away. So yeah.
I guess so. But in the end, like the price was fair. Like I wasn't offended by the price. I was like, yeah, I'm fine with this. It was
How much
right on
was
par with my original offer. So I was able to get it. What's that?
How much?
So it ended up being $90.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Sure.
given that I don't know how many are actually going to get redeemed at the moment, right now it's less than 10 have been redeemed. So we'll see.
Still a nice
Because there is a
card.
lot of work. There's a lot of work.
There's an upside and a downside to that. Yes, I get it.
Yeah.
So, but I think you're on the upside on that one.
I think I'll be fine. Yeah. It's a popular character. And right now the redemption is based on how many people can complete the task.
Exactly.
Because the task is it's a little involved to actually be able to redeem it. It actually, even if you spend good money on it, you have to complete all those sets. So even if you're not going to probably pull all the cards. So you're like, hey guys, trade me.
can
So I'll
trade.
trade you this and trade you that. And
Yeah, but guys in trading are always waiting for that same one. Right?
there's a
So
lot of there's a lot of hoops to jump through to get the card. And I skip all that by not jumping through those hoops and just saying, I will just buy it from you. I will trade you I will trade you cash for the item because I just want the one card. That's all I'm interested in.
Yeah, you can do
The rest of that
too.
stuff, I don't need it.
Yep.
Yeah, Epack needs an app. That's fair. I get you. I don't disagree.
No, it was an app that Tim Hortons was an app.
We're talking about the
Epack for Tim Hortons. It was an app.
No, for Upper Deck Epack.
No, I'm saying for Tim Hortons it was an app, and that was like what 4 or 5 years ago.
Have they not done it since?
I did it for a year or two, and then I stopped. So it's been about 3 or 4 years, I guess, since I stopped. So yeah. So I don't know if it's still out there or not, but it was really good. It was a smart app. It was very good. Very well done.
I generally think if you're going to try to do anything online, having an app is usually a good idea because it
I don't
really
know
does.
if it was an
offer
app
you
because
options.
I didn't use it on my phone, but I used it on my computer. So it was sort of a website too. Yeah, it had to be an app. Yeah.
Oh, app is just application. It's going to be whatever you want it to be.
No, I
It's
understand,
open-ended.
but yeah, it was just download the app. But I would use my computer at that point.
I do think though. So look, I don't disagree with Ham. It would be convenient, but I got to be honest. I could picture. Now imagine all the people that complain about everything in the hobby, and imagine you take Epack, which is the simplicity of, you know what, I'm bored. I'll just open a couple of packs on Epack.
Oh, watch out!
That could get dangerous.
It
Real
gets very
dangerous.
It's like gambling online. Like
It's
I
already
would never
easy
do
enough
that.
as it is. It's already like even jumping a couple of hoops just to get on the website and log in and whatever. Because what I'll do is occasionally, I'm not a box buyer on eBay. I know there are some whales who will literally open cases on eBay. Cases. And it's madness.
I would
Thousands
buy
of dollars in one
I
shot.
would buy a pack here and there. I was not.
Well, that basically what
buying
I'll do.
boxes. Yeah.
My thing is generally speaking, I'll buy 4 or 5 packs at a time, here and there, and I'll just go like, all right, I'll just buy 4 packs or 5 packs of this, and if I pull anything cool, if I don't, like for Allure, last year's Allure, I did extremely well. I pulled autographs out of 10s, and then I sold the stuff, and the stuff that I sold paid for everything.
You did well, yeah.
I did extremely well, yeah. So I can't complain. I did extremely
Not
well on it.
everybody does, right?
Yeah,
So-
but I'm only buying like 4 or 5 packs at a time. That's all I'm doing. It's like I'm not buying boxes and cases worth of stuff.
Well, the problem is that's where people get addicted, right? They get into 4 boxes, and then they go, "I didn't get anything, so I'm going to buy one more box and one more box and one more box."
And I've had that. As lucky as I've been, I've had sometimes where I'll buy 4 or 5 packs and didn't pull anything exciting. But I was like, that's all I wanted to do today. That's it. I'm done. Like I'm done. Like I just wanted to buy 4 or 5 packs, take a shot at it. All right, we're done.
You do have to cut off at a certain point. It's
Yeah.
sort of like, people, Eric walks, they walk into your shop there and they just buy 1 box. Oh, I didn't hit anything. 2 boxes, 3 boxes, $850 later. It's like, wow.
We've had
Well,
guys
So
and drop tons of money, leave, come back within a half hour, an hour, and one more. And I just like, oh my God.
Well, I can understand the average down thing. That's what happens to a lot of people. It's like, if I hit, then I can at least get half my money back. And then they're okay with that. But it never works out that way. Sometimes it does. If it happens once, it'll happen again. And they'll think it's going to happen again, but they never really do hit again.
Yeah,
so.
and the same thing, kind of to Eric's point, the same thing happens with physical boxes all the time. But kind of the reason why I say, like, in this niche,
but you do the tops now too, right, Carlos? So you bought 1 box.
Well, here and there, yeah. I'll buy like 1 or 2.
It's
Literally,
fun.
It's like I'll buy 2.
It's just fun. It's harmless.
Take a shot, yeah.
Yeah, it's not like you're buying 40 of them, and yeah.
If I'm buying 2, it's like $20. So it's not. So it's not like I'm not asking too much. But what I find, what's funny though, it's going back to the theme of the night, Opera Deck, because I know what happens to the box prices and things like that so quickly.
Mm-hmm.
I bought my 1 box to open it on the YouTube channel. I was supremely unlucky, but for that high-end brand. But what happens though, in fairness, then I'm like, okay, well, that sucked. It was unfortunate, unlucky, whatever. It got good views though. It was nice. But at the same time, then I was like, okay, but now for the rest of my energy, I'm going to focus it on purchasing singles. And what I did is I have been able to purchase multiple of the autograph inserts. That is the stuff that I would have wanted. Low numbered cards and all this. And I can stack together 5 and 6 card lots of really nice stuff that would be premium, great pulls for me, for my collecting, for less than the price of 1 box.
Isn't that crazy? Eh?
So the box has 6 cards in it. I can bundle together 6 cards that are infinitely better and directly for my personal collection than any 6 cards that I could have pulled.
Box or a hidden box or whatever it is, yeah.
And I could demolish those odds, and I can literally buy them 1 card at a time and still get the equivalent of a box.
Or at the same price, yeah.
Yeah. So what I did is I bought 1 box for the channel to do that.
Yes.
And I've paid, in terms of purchases, the equivalent of maybe like half a case. But I've gotten all the singles I wanted. These are singles specifically that I want. Gotcha. I bought this one, and then I bought this one, and I bought this. I'm not missing because I'm getting exactly what I'm trying to get. And on average, it's working out. Like, if I had opened half a case, I wouldn't have come anywhere close.
And if you look down the road, if that stuff really becomes popular, you're golden. Really?
Kenny?
Kenny?
Oh. Yep. So anyway, so that's it. That's just it. Like at the end of the day, obviously singles are always going to be more efficient. We all know singles are more efficient if that's what you're going to go with. But I like opening boxes. It was just too expensive, Eric, initially. That was really my biggest problem. My biggest problem is the original box price started too high. And it would require a massive discount for me to open another box up, even for fun. So Mike, you're saying, did I hear Eric's grading company, Beckett, was sold? Can you fill me in on that? So while Eric was trying to pass along that scandalous information.
Scandalous.
It's scandalous. Alas, it is not true. Alas, it's still under the same ownership technically. They did rebrand a holding company, Collectivus, for the rest of us.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that was wise for them to do it. What they did basically is they basically created a holding company, Collectivus, whose job it is to house the Southern Hobby, Beckett, and then the Dragon Shield. So those kind of 3 sub companies under the parent. And then they were able to secure $250 million worth of financing, which they can use for their operations, which is probably good. The end result, though, is that no, it hasn't been sold to anybody. In reality, if anything, they sold it to themselves. Maybe if you want to think about it that way. They kind of sold it to themselves, just put it under a different branding, repackaged it. And now if they do want to spin it off at any point, it's a lot easier to do because they've got better capitalization and a new parent brand that gives itself a little bit of separation from Eric's boss that's in jail.
Yeah.
Is that a fair, like, quick synopsis, Eric?
I think that's pretty fair, especially about my boss being in jail. Yeah. Again,
I feel like that gives you the quick Cole's Nose version, just quick high level. But yeah, in reality, nothing's changed other than the branding. That's it. A lot of people though kept throwing out the Beckett was sold. Beckett hasn't been sold to anybody. At least not today, anyway. Does that mean down the road they can't? No, they could still be sold. It could still be. It just hasn't happened yet. But they did reinstitute a different parent company, come up with a way of making it more attractive to people that want to invest, and also make it attractive maybe if people want to sell it. So yeah, there you go. So that's kind of the short answer to a complicated question. Hopefully that helps. Yep, bunch of these different apps. True. These apps work out great. Copy and paste. There you go. Now I'm saying the singles versus wax math, exactly why breakers have skyrocketed in the hobby. People still would rather gamble than buy the cards they want, but a lower price point. So I agree with this. One caveat I will throw out there, though. One caveat, because I've mentioned this one before. So in the spirit of, hold on, to be fair.
To be fair.
Thank you. One thing that you can use to your advantage to mitigate this a little bit is if you're talking about team buying in breakers, then this conversation doesn't fit. In the niche of the wrestling cards that I talk about, the breakers will do it by character sometimes. And the reason why this matters is because characters can be a lot less expensive. Why does that matter? Well, if the break is, so say for example, you only collect a specific character. It'd be the equivalent of collecting a specific player, right? In this break. So you're buying into this case break for the player or the collector, for the character or player, and you're getting it way cheaper. And you get it for, say, $20, for example. Throwing out a number. $20. And the case break is and it's a break for a case. I'm not going to buy a case. A case might be a couple of grand. For $20, I get whatever cards are pulled of my favorite character or player. And you say, well, what if you don't pull anything? Yeah, that can totally happen. But if you're getting it at $20 a pop and you buy into 4 or 5 breaks, well, that's a maximum of $100. Well, over the aggregate of 5 cases, there's an opportunity that you may pull a couple of decent singles that will make it worth your while.
Or you could hit big.
Or you could, yeah. But I'm just saying, in the aggregate, if you do like an average kind of like, you do okay.
On average.
If the individual break pricing is low enough and you don't buy into a million of them,
yep.
I have had decent success where I've been able to pull where the cost of buying these singles would have cost me more than I actually put into the break case. So the math actually starts working in your favor if the buy-in price is low enough.
Right.
Key. If the buy-in price is low enough. Because then I'm letting you open 5 cases. I don't have to open 5 cases. And if one case is bad, the other case might be okay. Another case might be good. A 4th case might be bad. The last case might be okay. And in the aggregate, my end result is I got $150 worth of cards for $100.
Right.
And if I did great, then I got $300 worth of cards or $400 worth of cards for $100. Then I did all right. So I'm letting you play the volume game, and I got to buy in at the small level where if you did hit it big, this was the case that just so happened to have my character that I wanted or my player that I wanted. And you pulled a 1 of 1 or something great. Well, it would have cost me more than $100 to buy the 1 of 1. Awesome.
Yeah. And then you start seeing the people going, okay, oh, look at this huge hit. Oh my God. Oh yeah, that's what you get. Yeah.
So you're saying that they're stealing the lemon M&Ms from you?
So it seems.
Mm.
Sorry, I'm just checking my stuff.
No worries. It's wild, Eric. That's wild. Oh, and I did put it on my Instagram, Eric.
Oh,
I think I think you might have seen this already, but I did pull. Hold on, let me grab it here. I did pull this one. Sorry, I shouldn't say I pulled this one. I got this one in the mail today.
Yeah, that one's nice.
Got my Flexures, Mike Modano. It's a cool looking card. I like it.
I don't have a Mike Modano autograph card. I need to get one.
You should go on Gong Show, Carlos.
You have a cheap one that you
Modano there.
Well, that's mostly Baba Louie. Baba Louie is my Modano
He is
guy.
the Modano guy, yes, for sure.
Listen, Bobby, as you well know, Gong Show and I have a love affair that only rivals you and Richard Scott.
Yeah,
but, but out of the Gong Show crew, Baba Louie is my boy.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. He's quiet though.
I respect it. I respect it, Bobby. I respect it. I respect it. I appreciate him, bro.
I think those guys are doing something a little different, which is good. And Baba Louie's actually, he does all the IT for it, and he does a really good job. Like you've seen those little videos he's done. He's really good at what he does. So he's
That's what I mean. Like I'm appreciating him. You know, he's doing the yeoman's
and
work
Josh
in the
is a
background.
good talker. He's fair and understanding. Phil is a different dude altogether.
Phil is Phil.
Phil's Phil. Let's leave it there.
Yes, he is.
Mm.
I think
He's on right now, I think, probably 9 o'clock or 9:30.
I think so.
Yeah.
We
Well,
know. Listen, hold on.
What?
Hold on.
We
What?
know
We know.
that you have dropped off, the screen like 5 times. We know you're running to a different screen and popping into their show.
I'm going to the washroom. I got to take my pills. There's
You're
things I
full
got
of
to do.
crap. You're
I wish
cheating.
Eric could take his pills.
If you see my name in his
Yeah.
whatever, then you can complain.
You
But
are
otherwise,
you got some kind of secret code name over there. I know what you're doing. I know.
don't even think I even watch this show. My God. Actually, I
Oh my
watched it
God.
after
Wow,
the fact,
hold
and I
on.
can run through it really quick because it's all boring to me.
Your boy Phil gave up early, man. Well, he only went like an hour 14.
Thou dost
Oh, he's finished?
protest too
Yeah,
much.
an hour 14. Like it's pretty quick.
Yeah, well, he has people on who shows their collection, and that's basically it. So it's like, I don't know how long that show will last. I don't know. I've seen a couple I've reviewed it quickly and I just go through it and I go, okay, yeah. It's showing all these cards. I don't think that part will run too long, but him in the grand scheme of things with the what they're putting out good hockey stuff. That's good. A little bit of variety for everybody. You don't have to like every part of it. I skip by certain parts and I just stop at the vintage. They talk about Joe Malone, I guess, which is Yannick's boy, and they talk about him. They did a pretty good job overviewing, and so they have some good things, and I think they fill the gap that we're kind of missing in the hockey area. We don't really have a very good hockey podcast, so to speak. We've had a lot of ones where, the big sale and the basketball and all the other stuff. So hockey, it's nice to see that, they're doing something there. Not that I care about everything they do. I just, certain things. It's fine.
Now, here's the thing. You actually
But there's a
led me
guy
to-
on talking about Opeachy all the time, so I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. Listen, Hobby Goat Richard Scott is to be noted.
Everything's
Hey.
Opeachy.
So anyway,
Everything is Opeachy.
I have a
Everything's
question.
Opeachy.
I have a question.
Yes.
You've led me down a thought since you brought it up.
Okay.
Phil's version, his live, and like I said, we poke fun at it because honestly it's fun. But the reality is, no, you do you. I've been very consistent on this point because
Sure.
sometimes they'll be like, oh, so and so is doing a Friday live. It's like, well, I can't control that.
Fair enough. Whatever.
And my opinion, and I'll state it now since it is a new year. Let us explain this again.
Yeah.
Nobody owns a time slot on a platform where anybody can go live at any time from anywhere. There's no such thing. Like you do not have any right.
No.
You do not have
nobody
any.
nothing. Yeah. Exactly.
You don't owe anyone anything. They don't owe you anything.
No.
If you wish to do it, it's the infamous competition that everybody talks about. You're allowed to do whatever you want to do.
Yep.
And I am in favor of it if they want to go do it. I understand. And at the same time, I don't want to hear any complaints if you don't feel like you get enough views or whatever. Like, guys, people are going to gravitate to whatever they're going to gravitate to. That's you cannot control that part. That's important.
No.
But I do have a question. And this is an interesting kind of side topic that I've thought about and talked about at different times. One of the things that I enjoy about this show is that I sit here and I'll grab my beer, I'll hang out, we'll BS, we'll make fun of Eric, we do all those things. But 99% of the time, and this is, so I'm actually making a point here, Bobby. 99% of the time, we're not really showing cards most of the time. We're just talking. We're talking about this. We're talking about here and there. We will here and there.
Pick up.
Sometimes you got some stuff in the garage of
couple.
knowledge and you share it. Sometimes Eric will have some cards he'll share. Yannick will come on or what. The point is though, that is not a prerequisite to the show. We've gone entire shows where maybe we haven't even pulled a card out at any point.
It's 3 or 4 guys hanging out, talking stuff about the hobbies, talking about their lives, talking about whatever,
Yes. But the point that I'm making
soliciting
is that
for
there
money, for certain causes. We have a lot of
Sure.
different things going on.
But what's interesting to me is that there are certain times and there are certain shows And now I'm just going to make the switch. By the way, I've left the charity email there for a while. So hopefully you guys have had enough time to see it. I'm going to switch over to our friends at AMG here. I just want to make sure I include them in here on the show tonight.
Yeah, let me know if there was another person who donated that I
not tonight, but that's fine. I appreciate anyone who participated.
If any of you check it out on
You have
replay,
your
do let us know.
last chance, guys.
If you check it out on replay, do
I
let us
will
know.
match it.
Now, one thing that I wanted to throw in there, though, is that this is not, my question is not a judgmental question. It's it's an open-ended question. I think there is a place, though, where some of the lives and some of the videos and stuff, they go the other way. They like to really fixate and focus on showcasing a lot of cards. So they go the other way. They actually will make it a specific
good
element
for the people who are into those cards. I understand.
Exactly. And I think there is a place for it
too. All the time. But
I think there's a place for it too.
Yes.
My point is there's a place for it. I just think it's interesting, and I'm curious what the chat thinks about that. Are they more into the ones that focus, are more card heavy, or maybe that's the point of the live stream or episode or whatever,
hobby heavy about,
or maybe a little, or maybe a mix of the two, or maybe kind of a mix of the two. But what's the ratio? What's the recipe that people are mostly interested in? I'm kind of curious.
Well, they're hitting I think the Gong Show is hitting a recipe where they're hitting vintage, where they're hitting new. They're talking about old cards, and then they're having people on and more different other things that they focus on. So I think they are covering the boards. I really think that what they're doing is a little bit for everybody, but not for everybody everything. So
yeah, but still within hockey cards though, because their focus is on hockey cards.
It is. Yes. And we're not talking about, Clementes. We're not talking about, the big sales of the T206s. We're looking at, hockey. And I'd like to see them do a little bit more vintage, but I think they're sort of there. And maybe that's where I come in and I can do talks about the 20s or, whatever, going forward, which is fine. It helps them out and it gets the information out to people. But also there's new cards they're going to talk about and whatever else is going on in the hobby too. So they're a good little site that does good stuff. And we do stuff here too. And, Carlos, you do your own stuff too. There's room for everybody out there. And it's just what you prefer to watch.
Oh, exactly.
There's not much hockey to watch, honestly. When we're talking about the hobby, we're talking about mostly baseball, mostly basketball, and the record prices and all that other stuff. Hockey rarely gets that. Hey, we got $10,000 for McDavid card. Wow. Oh, we got $850,000 for this basketball guy. Whatever. We're not even comparable in that sense, but we are. It's nice to keep that the hockey alive in a certain sense, I guess.
That's the reason why I'm curious, because I think it is interesting when you do focus on one specific. So for all the critiques and fun we have with them, I think one thing that Gong Show did correctly was niche down specifically to hockey cards, because that way, if you're interested in that niche, in that genre, then you have something very specific to go to. Here is your source. I like to delve into other categories. I like to go
different stuff too.
Yeah, like I enjoy. We're in Canada.
So we got Boston, we got wrestling, we got
we got a little bit of everything. My main thing
here, so
vintage,
we got a nice.
Yeah, and we'll throw it in, and then sometimes we'll have Brad on, or we'll have Bobbles on, and they'll have their own version of it as well. Sure. But the thing is that I like a whole bunch of stuff. Medano's my main collection, but at the same time, hockey-wise, that's like most of the hockey I collect. Almost everything else is other stuff. That's why I think it's kind of fun, because then you get a bit mix. But I also agree that if you're going to do a podcast, I actually think niching down is smart, because it allows you to focus. It locks you into a specific thing and be like, hey guys,
then you're trying to grab everybody's attention on everything. Yeah.
We'll talk about the auctions. We'll talk about the new products that just came out. We'll talk about the products that are about to come out. We'll talk about this. We'll get Billy Cilio on 457 times.
In one night, because that's just him dropping out, dropping in, dropping out, dropping in.
Amazing.
Just one night.
Amazing. So that's what I said. So chat, I'm being serious. I would love to know what your thoughts are on the show cards heavy format versus kind of a mix of it. because some of the live streams I'll watch is like card,
Yeah,
card,
it becomes,
card.
and that's Phil's show mostly. You know, we're talking about some guy who's got a collection, and he's going through it, and this is cool and that's cool, and I respect that. That's fine, but it's not for me, right?
Yeah. Well, the same thing. Like I said, I've talked about in the past.
So Eric, I'm not going over and watching his show.
Bullshit.
Tommy, I have no comments on his show. I have never even nothing. No, zero.
So the example that I'm using, though, the example that I'll use,
and if I've
is
watched more than 15 minutes of his show, shoot me.
there you go. So I think in good
Of any of
example
his shows,
of
collectively.
what I'm talking about is what I've
I'm
touched
talking
on in the past on some of the podcast episodes as well is the current run on a lot of the vintage baseball. So like Dom knows this because obviously he participates in it quite a bit. But again, I'm gonna preface this because I feel like I have to preface it constantly. This is not a judgment. This is a conversation that I want to have, and I'm opening the conversation
Fair
to
enough.
comments. What I see is a very strong emphasis in that category, and this is Rick Vintage Oddball Cards, Mangini, Sammy Thunder. There's a whole bunch, 4 collectors, and you'll get vintage baseball, vintage baseball, vintage baseball, and in the course of that, all right, now we're going to talk about a bunch of vintage baseball, and what we're going to do is go card,
And we'll get the token hockey in there every once in a while.
Sure. But the thing is, for me, that part is not a thing. I'm just curious, though, because I do get a kick out of the fact, like, it'll be like a card every couple of minutes or every couple of seconds. And it's just a constant, because it's like, all right, and here's another card, and here's another card, and here's another card, and here's another card. Which, again, there's nothing wrong with that. But I'm just curious if that is what some folks are particularly interested in. If it's just, you know,
Are they,
because
though?
again, but the
If
view
there's
counts
very
would say to
little
me yes.
watch, then how can you
The
really
view
even
counts
say-
would say to me yes.
Hmm,
We want to see the cards.
possibly.
All the cards. So I'm just curious. I
Hmm.
Again, I pose an open-ended question. And that's just what I've noticed.
You're a poser. Oh my god.
I am.
Hmm.
I do much posing. Not as much as Eric. Like when Eric couldn't be seen on the screen, he was doing a lot of goddamn posing. A lot of posing.
So, Buffalo. Oh, seals. There we go. Right on.
The part of the reason I'm having fun with it, Bobby, is that I literally have like a 1,600 count box of miscellaneous vintage. So if I wanted to do that, I literally just gonna go. Let me reach in.
Let's hear. Yeah. And honestly, I can't see how that motivates anybody. Even in vintage, I would be going, okay, yeah, I've seen that card only 40,000 times in my life. What is new about that one? Oh, it's a PSA 9. Oh, okay. Whatever.
Oh, it doesn't even have to be a PSA 9, Bob. It can be like, this was really centered.
Yeah, so good. Yeah. It only got a 6, though. But it was really centered.
Yeah. So Bob's saying here, they show cards in a card relationship. No, I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm not disagreeing with that at all. So Ham is actually touching on my point. So let me come back to this here. And again, it's going to sound like a critique. It is not a critique. It is a question that I am posing. But yes, that's fine. Rob, you're saying, I watch hockey, I collect hockey. However, I do like the same form about other sports cards and collectibles. The fun and games are necessary. Yeah. So my point was, again, this has never been pitched as a hockey or any other card show.
Well,
this is hanging
predominantly we are
out.
hockey collectors.
We will touch, yeah, of course. With there will be an emphasis on that.
We're open-minded to other things.
We'll talk about all kinds of whatever is
Wrestling,
interesting. I'm interested
baseball.
in whatever is interesting.
Yes.
That's it. I'm open-ended to whatever. Whatever is fine. That's all I want to know. But I think it's interesting to me to venture into all these different places because sometimes there's a fun story over there and I'd like to talk about it for a little bit.
And
I don't necessarily want to get niched down to one category.
We talk about food, and we talk about music, and we talk about other things.
Yes.
You know, it's a hangout. It's not meant for.
It is.
It's
Correct.
not meant for this podcast that hey, you got to watch and you can't miss an episode. Like it's come hang out and
correct.
enjoy.
That is exactly the vibe, Bobby, that I'm going for.
That's
it has never been intended to be anything other than this is a hangout. We can talk about cards. We can show cards. I'm not stopping anyone, but there's a time and a place. Sometimes it makes more sense.
Good knowledge here too, collectively. Honestly,
some hashtag scholarship. Some hashtag scholarship. Dare I say?
It's there.
I'm saying not interested in that many cards. They don't make it interesting. So again, this actually touches on something. I think a showcase of card after card after card without context loses some of the value.
It does.
I would like to hear a
It's
little
look
bit
at me,
more.
look at me, look at me, look
Yeah,
at me.
I would like you to tell me a little bit more about it, and then maybe I get a little more out of the experience.
Yeah, why this card is significant, what happened,
Or what makes it
Comparatively-
interesting.
yes,
We did a podcast episode, Bobby, where we did the silly card of the week, which is one of my favorite little segments that I added into the lexicon of the podcast. And Eric, I think you'll agree with this. The silly card of the week has kind of made it fun, a little sport for us. It's become a little thing like, what can we find out there? And then Eric chose a Don Mossy card. And then I was able to show him that he did not go full Mossy. That was a fun little moment where we got to spend extra minutes talking about. We have no other reason to talk about Don Mossy ever. There's no reason to ever talk about Don Mossy, except for the point was that he showed a Mossy card. And I go, you didn't pick the best Mossy. Here's another one that you could have picked that would have been a full Mossy. You had to go full Mossy.
Yeah, never go full Mossy, but you have
Never go full Mossy. But that is what I like, Bobby. That's where showing a card can then be illustrative and then have a little fun with it, lighthearted. We can have a little fun, and then you're still getting something out of it. I bet some folks didn't even know about Don Mossy and his ridiculous ears.
We're not doing this for likes. We're not doing this for money. We're not doing it for Patreon.
We do like some likes though, Bobby. We do charge.
Understood. Sorry, my mistake. Okay, we are doing it for some.
We like the likes. We like the likes.
Yes. But I'm just saying,
I'm
it's
doing
not,
it for money for the last 2 shows.
it's not the main prerogative of the show. The prerogative of the show is just to hang out, have some fun, talk a little stuff about different things, and enjoy your Friday night.
Yes. I think that's.
And if you want to comment, that's great. We're going to answer your comments. We're going to look at them. We're going to even discuss them. You can, whereas most of those, like, obviously in Gong Show, you really can't comment unless you go to the mailbag. And then they're only going to select certain things along the way. So there's nothing live that really happens there. So it's all taped. So that is sort of,
I wouldn't do
drawback.
I wouldn't do it, Bobby. But you know what, Eric, could I get you to use one of your burner accounts, one of your aliases, and send a message and send a question to the mailbag? And I want the Hockey Cards Gong Show mailbag to get one question. ¿Por qué?
Porque.
That's the entire question. That's all I want. That's it.
P-O-R-Q-U-E, I think.
P-O-R-Q-U-E, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
¿Por qué?
And you got to
That's
say,
it.
por qué?
¿Por qué?
Por qué?
That's it.
Just
Not
why?
pork you.
Yeah, that's it. That's all I want. I just want that to be the question.
And I'd like to see them answer it.
Yeah, like it's all, Bobby, it's a
I
straightforward
would
question.
live to, yeah, I'd love to see that.
It's a one-word question. That is all I want is ¿por qué?
Yeah.
Answer me.
What? Yes. Tell me
Baller
what.
says, I can't say I disagree with Bobby's sentiment. Dick sucking for early 50s baseball gets annoying, but I actually like the product, so I give it a pass. So that's why I said I'm clear on this. I'm someone who collects 50s baseball.
There's nothing wrong
I have
with it, but
zero
there's 40
problem
different-
with that.
there's
Zero
40 different
problem.
Podcasts doing that.
Yeah, it does get repetitive.
Yeah.
There is some areas you can go into, but unless you go into the obscure.
Look at my Clemente 4. Oh, I got a 3. I wish I had a 4.
We also got to make the sound effects this morning.
It's like, come on.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Stop.
it gets when I start hearing sounds, and I usually expect with Eric and chocolate sticks, it gets a little weird.
Yeah.
It's getting a little weird.
That's why I did the weird sounds. Just to signify that, that's what it goes on. Is like, okay, well, I got a 5. You got a 4? Oh, you're not even as good as me.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, that's what it gets into. It's a competition. It's a piston contest, stick contest, whatever you want to call it.
I get you.
Everybody
Hey,
just
Jesus.
got, hey, listen, you got a Gordie Howe rookie card. Wow, what's that? Oh, 3. Wow.
I have one. You have a
Bobby, I would enjoy the.
I hang out with people with 9s, guys. Fuck off.
Bobby, I would love to be in the peanut gallery during the Gordie Howe rookie conversation where people are sitting there going like, Gordie Howe rookie, oh. And then I'm sitting there like, yeah, I still don't like the card. The card's ugly as sin.
Oh, there it is, right there.
Yep, that's my Gordie Howe rookie. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like your other Boobior rookie.
And you know who has the highest grades of those? Someone who hangs around with us at shows.
This is
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If you saw well, actually, you missed it last show, didn't you? Okay. That Richard 9. That was, here we go, Bobby.
Probably, yeah, could be. Look, to your point though, there are folks. a lot of the folks that have the nicest stuff are not sharing it on social media.
No,
To your
they
point.
are not.
Like
No,
I think
it's
that's
private.
I think it's
Actually, most of this
yeah,
is
absolutely.
private.
They're not interested in putting themselves out there. That's not what they want to do. They don't care.
Well, they are on the registry, and you know
Sure.
their name and you know who they
Yeah,
are, but
sure.
they don't broadcast it live.
No, they'll keep it on the down low because they're not interested in sharing that too much. David
It's
G
like,
says,
Bob,
good
you want
points.
to take this champ set home? Like it's 80 grand. Like, no, I don't. No, I can't put it in my truck. No, I don't want to take it home because I want to scan it, right? You know, for high res. And no,
Sure.
you keep it. Thank you. Here,
Yeah,
just take it.
I
It's
think
like,
so.
no, please.
David G here says, good points in the Gong Show. It's been fun watching their evolution. Start with minimal knowledge and put in the time and learn more and more, sharing it with the listeners at the same time. I'll agree
And
with
they're
some
learning
elements of
too
this.
as they go along.
They're learning,
you know?
yes,
And that's
they are
good for
learning.
them. You know,
They are learning.
they're Americans, but you know, hey, give them a little credit. You know, I don't. You know, I started watching their show a little bit, and you know, it was good at certain times, and there's certain things that I do like, and you pick and choose. That's all you can come down to. Is really, you know, when they talk about modern cards and whatever, I just bypass it and I just go to the next segment and whatever. So I'm only watching out of like an hour and a half. I'm probably watching like 15 minutes of what
That's
they
fair.
say. But then
Sure.
there's some other conversations and things that I do watch, and the mailbag I watch, and that's about it. You know, we take what we want out of things. We don't have enough time like we used to that we would watch everything. I don't know how we had the time to watch things back in 2000, 2001, 2, like all the stuff that was going on. It was just crazy. The news, the mergers, the takeovers. It was just phenomenal. It was amazing. And now we're down to brass tacks where we just kind of watch what we kind of like. We only have enough time to watch certain things, so we're only viewing in on certain people. You know, we don't watch the sports card dad because now it's Ziggy. But I mean, what are you gonna do?
I heard there are at least 2 or 3 sports card dads. There's a bunch.
I think there's 4. Yeah. I was a sports card dad back in the 90s and 2000s.
Well, Eric occasionally has sports cards. You know, there's hockey, and then there's his '86 Red Sox. So you know, sports cards.
Yeah.
So Dom here says it's all about the people on screen. For me, some I tune in for people more than the cards, and others for cards more than people. I think there's a good balance in the community. That's fair.
Why do you watch this crap then?
This is
Because
GOAT
we're
level
funny.
shit, man. This is GOAT level shit.
We got
Eric,
Boston Bruins.
Eric,
crazy
you go
dude.
back to the year in review, part 3. Right there, Victor told you exactly why.
Yes.
This is top tier stuff.
Yes.
Top tier.
He said it. We've had Victor on. We've had, you know, Billy Cilio. We've had the people on.
We had the Architect. We had Carmen
Yes.
Chong on here. We've had the Brad Hartland, your BFF, your best friend for life, who gave you the Booby Orr minor league rookie card.
Mm-hmm.
Eric, we didn't forget.
I don't know him, but
I bet you will know him.
How about this hint? How many hats am I wearing?
2.
It's another hobby goat. He's a guy who's one of your best friends.
Yeah.
Literally, you cannot stop speaking his praises. Paul C. here says, vintage noises aren't as good as etching noises. Nothing can be as good as etching noises.
No.
Zach here says, I like showing cards and telling me a story of why and how you got the card. Correct.
Yeah.
If you're just showing cards and have no passion for it, it's boring. Now, I want to make a caveat here. You can be passionate about it and get lost in the sauce of volume. So when I was having that explanation a moment ago, Bobby, I'm not saying that's why I keep having to give the caveat. This is critique, not judgment. There's a difference. Critique is, yeah, you want to show off some cards, cool, but then you need to take a moment and explain why it's relevant, why it's interesting. Why do you even care about it? Rather than just here's a card, here's a card, here's a card, here's a... like I spent years now on this channel, and I might have shown 15% of my collection in the entirety of this channel's existence. Because there's a bunch of other crap sitting in boxes. Guys, I'm not sorting through that shit to go like, hey, here's some other cards that are sitting in this box. There's a bunch of boxes there, 1,600 count, 3,200 count, 5,000 count boxes of random shit that I'm not going to go through for you or anybody else because it's just not worth my time.
And a lot of it comes down to, oh, this is a 1 of 25. This is a this is a that. It's like, okay, yeah, whatever. That's fine. show me something a little different, something a
Because
little off base, a little something, that's very rare. It doesn't have to be one of five or anything like that. It just has to be, different along a different line, because we're almost tired of seeing the same kind of stuff over and over and over and over again. How much more can you really show somebody? Oh, this is but this version is the rare gold version of this, and it's numbered to 8 or whatever. It's just like, okay. All right.
Yeah. Well, so part of the reason why,
And if
so
you
don't forget
follow
name.
that set, then
Don't forget name to follow this up with and Eric.
yes,
Don't forget
of
to
course,
follow with and Eric. It's
he only
important.
watches
Great
it
comment, but and
he
Eric.
hate watches. It doesn't count. He's just hate watching. It's like Howard Stern back in the day. Why his ratings were so good, because people were hate watching him. That's why names.
This is work for us. This is work for us.
Yeah.
So the thing is, part of the reason why one of the reoccurring themes of the live and the podcast and other videos I do is that I talk about how in my own collecting, I'm a player collector predominantly. That's my main interest. Part of the reason I've been so heavy into the wrestling the last couple of years is because there's still mountains for me to climb. There's still some interesting things for me to chase. Whereas, like I said, sure. Now,
low enough. No, all right.
You're going to meet it anyway. So the thing is, great horror in 2025.
It is.
So anyway, this is the
We
point.
bring it all here.
So when I showed this card earlier and I was talking about it, the reason why it was relevant is that the Medano collection is at a state where I don't need to add more cards. I've talked about this before. It's at a state where like adding a card here or there, it's like whatever. But I liked this card. I thought it looked nice. I thought the price on it was reasonable, and I enjoyed it for what it is. I love autographs. I enjoy adding these autographs. So I'm still interested. It's not that I never look for anything, but it's like you got to show me something that I think is neat or I think is kind of fun or whatever. So I get to be picky now. I don't have to buy everything that gets produced out there. There's stuff getting produced all the time still, but I don't need to go buy that. That's okay. So, but if I see this and I think it's cool, I'll still buy it.
There comes a time that you can only buy so many Bobby Orr autograph new cards that keep coming out. And I remember back in the day, they were like $300, $400, $500 each, and guys were going hell bent on them. Now they're worth 100, 200, and because they all went crazy, right? Like they thought it was never going to end, but it kept going and it never stopped. And I think that's where people get held up with too many things. They go, oh shoot, well now it's only worth $100, and it used to be like a $350 card. So what am I going to do now? Because they keep producing the shit. It's like Bobby Orr autograph on with Gretzky. Okay, well I'm going to pay $1,800 for that. It's like, okay, go ahead. Gretzky's autograph worth $300 and Bobby Orr's is worth $100. There you go, $400. Add the card rarity. Okay, you're at $700-800, not $1,800 anymore. It's just the way things go. And if you keep producing the stuff and keep remaking the stuff, then you kind of lose that. And I think that's where the manufacturers have sort of lost contact. They keep producing Medano stuff, but you don't need everything.
No.
If you're going to chase every Medano thing, you're going to be broke.
Yeah. And like I said, if you go back through the last year, I probably bought more wrestling cards than I did any of the sports cards, just because they're showing, sure. I'm at least getting some stuff that's new, some stuff that I can have some fun with. Yeah. And a lot of it is not as expensive. It's okay. It's fine.
And Medano's been finished for how many years? How many years has he's not been playing?
2010-11 was the last year. 2010-11 was the last season.
Okay, so 15 years.
Approximately, yeah.
Yeah, so they're going to keep making another Medano cards for the next, because he's 500 goal scorer. He's going to be, for the next, 40, 50 years.
As long as he's alive. Basically, as long as he's alive.
Even when he's dead, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
They're still doing Gordie Howe cards. So
yeah, so I don't need it's there's nothing wrong. That's why I say I have to qualify this. There is nothing wrong with collecting old, new, whatever.
No.
It's fine.
It's
all good. It's fine. Well, except for the Boston Bruins Reggie Lemon cards. They're trash.
That's different.
But everything else is good. Everything else is fine. Do whatever you're going to do. It's fine. The rest of it's all good. But the problem that I have is where people get fixated on all these little... The reason why a lot of this stuff doesn't bother me is because it's like, well, I'm collecting the Medano cards I want. They can make as many as they want, but if you show me something that I think is fun, oh, that's a cool card. Or like, oh, it's like $3. Yeah, fine, sure. Like, I'll add it to the stack. But that's the thing. I don't even worry about it. I just mark it off my checklist and move on with my day.
Mhm.
On to the next. But I still have some fun. I still get excited about some of it, Bobby. And that's the thing. The
That's
thing
good,
that I think has been fun.
but not all of them.
Not all of them.
You
But the
can't.
point is, this is now officially the 35th year that I'm collecting consecutively in the hobby without interruption. If I can still find something that I think is fun, that Dennis PC acetate card, I was like, that's a cool looking card. I like that card. That's cool. So when I saw it, I was like, yes, I'll buy that. That Medano card, I thought that's the neat card. I like it. That's cool. I'll buy that.
Mhm.
I still get some enjoyment out of this. I still get enjoyment out of this crap. And then Geoff Wilson will say, we'll talk about Louis Taint or some other stupid thing. And I can, that's the only reason I can still do this after all this time, because there'll still be all the, but then when it comes to the cards themselves, there's still stuff out there that I think looks cool. If I think it looks cool, then I'm interested. If I don't think it looks cool, I don't care if it's valuable. I don't care if it's rare. I don't care if it's anything. I don't give a shit. But if you think it's great, awesome. Glad to hear it.
Everybody
I care
thinks
about
it's a
Dunkachino's
thing.
comment. Another year down, another year of not being able to believe why the Seahawks didn't try to run the ball. Exactly, Dunkachino. You get it.
Yep.
You get it.
Oh, getting back to that. Yeah. So I did find the video has been transferred, and now I have the official Joe transfer of the video of his house, which has a path and has all toys and games and everything through the whole place. So I'm gonna have to bring that on sometime soon, and that is just a whirlwind, because you can see I'm so glad I taped back then. Unfortunately, I was new at videotape. It was one of those big camcorders kind of thing, and because it was 93, 94 or whatever it was, and I was taping his whole place, and I just wanted to document it. Unfortunately, the battery ran low, so I only got in through the living room and the dining room, and the kitchen was another challenge, and all the upstairs would have been another challenge. But anyways, so I do have it, and I'm so glad that I did tape it back in that time period. And that was I was still in the hobby, kind of doing stuff, but I mean, not so focused as I was in later 90s. But anyways. So we'll have to look at that in the near future and go over a little bit. I'll try to see if I can break it down into smaller sections if I can. So, but it's very interesting and very unusual guy, and something that you would never see. I'm so glad I taped it, because I don't think we have much from even back then, because video cam recorders back then, they were big, and you only use them for special events. So
it was very specific things, yeah.
Or a family thing, but I went over his place, specific intent to, tape his place, because I walked through, I was going to his house for many years, and I just went, I got to tape your place, man, because this is just insane. And it is.
I think, look, Bobby, I got to be honest. The only person that I know of that was really using VHS technology at that point was Eric, when he was recording his recordings of Emmanuel in Space.
No, that's not.
You have it on VHS, Eric? Wow.
No, he not only has it on VHS, he has it on a VHS recording of the live airing of Emmanuel in Space.
That's actually worth a lot of money.
Hardcore.
None of this
To
is
the hardcore.
None of this is accurate. None.
Hardcore porn.
Hashtag
That's it.
true news. Zach here. Mike, baseball collector, shows a lot of his cards. It tells you exactly why he's buying and what part of the collection it fits in. It tells you about his project, etc. It's interesting to me. I think that's fair. Look, like I said, Mike and I can have a storied history. His words, not mine. A storied history. But I can still appreciate what he's doing. It's all good. It's all good. Dan here saying, and good evening, Dan. Nothing worse than a channel showing the same cards over and over again. I see I'm self-conscious when I show a card twice. I know. Excitement. Yeah. I get you. But it's all good, Dan. It's all good. Dom here says, true, Dan. Once the card's been shown on my channel, he goes, it's already in the trash. I wish Eric's cards would get thrown in the trash. He's shown a lot of cards that would go in the trash.
That's not nice.
In a box for me, sadly. No more display area left. Mike here says, I know. That's why I want to get caught up on the comments. There's some good stuff here. Mike Good says, I know what Carlos likes to collect. I know what Eric likes to collect. Bobby, what is the main part of your collection? So at this point, collection-wise, what is in the Burrell collection?
The Burrell collection has a lot of, I would say, more into the collectibles. Stuff that's three-dimensional, stuff that is rarer than any most cards are. So
Ooh,
stuff that
rarer
you
than a
don't
good
see,
Boston Bruins
store
player?
displays,
Dang.
like a store display or a display box that was sitting on a countertop. There might be 4 or 10 of them out there, and I have one of them. And whereas you talk about Gretzky rookies, there's 25,000 of them out there. So I'm looking for what's rare and unique. I went through all the 60s, 70s, and 80s, collecting cards and doing different things along that line. I came to a point in 95, 96 that I just went, I'm looking for the rare stuff. I can see, I want to get the 70 Peachy set. Yeah, okay. I just go online and buy it all, and then it's there. But I want to find the stuff that I can't find. That's harder to find. Because I like rarity. Rarity will always rule in the end of the hobby. So, and that's where I go. I go to display boxes, advertising pieces, a little bit of the more unusual stuff. Then, team logo stuff, that kind of stuff. I'm not a player guy. I like my certain players, but I appreciate them for what they are, but I don't need them on cards because, everybody has their cards. I'm looking for something that's a little different and that's a little unique and different that nobody else has. Or maybe 1 or 2, 5, 10 people have. That's my collecting habits.
Mm-hmm. I think it's fair. Thank you, Bobby.
Yep.
Paul, I'm not here to kink shame, but I'm very close to kink shaming. Not gonna lie, I'm a little worried about you, and that says a lot. That says a lot
Bunch of
because
dirty ladies around, yeah.
we allow a lot of room for you, Paul. But I'm worried. I'm a little worried about you.
I'm concerned.
Dan here says, I'm going to be opening vintage packs on my channel soon, so hoping for a Louis Taint card. Oh my God, Louis Taint. That'd be epic. What year? 79. 2 packs and a collab with another channel. Excellent. Sweet. Looking forward to some hope with one pull. Dom, I'm serious when I say I'd rather pull a Taint than an Aussie. Why not both? There you go. I like what you're thinking, Dom. By the way, Dom, Dan, I understand. If y'all want to make sure, look, Eric spends hours in the makeup chair to get live stream ready for us.
Yeah.
But it is a new year.
Mm.
So if either you want to pop up, we're going to be hanging around here for another 20 minutes or change. We're going to go with a standard episode tonight, about another 20 minutes and change. But if either one of you want to pop in and say hello and come in and join and hang out with us for a couple of minutes on the live stream, let me know.
I'm going to get another
Channel,
Pepsi,
phones,
and I'm not going
phones
to Phil's show. Okay.
Yeah,
phone, phone lines are open, but you have to reach out to me directly and I'll send you the link. Phone lines are open. If you know, you know. Zach says, I don't know your history with Mike. One day I'll learn what you're talking about. Is that why you're not in the Hall of Fame? No.
Yeah, that's what.
What's funny is Mike Baseball Collectors voted for me the last couple of years. He did come up with the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame. So I'll give you the short version of it because I figure it's fun. We'll talk about it here for a minute. So Mike Baseball Collector, years ago now, I don't remember how long ago it was. Now I have to think back. It was probably pandemic time period because it's been so long now. So there have been different iterations. I'll give you the short version. Here's the Cole's Notes for those of you that write vintage. Cole's Notes version of this channel's history. Beginning of the channel was just a regular YouTube channel where I had some random videos, whatever. Then there was a stretch of time where I was doing movie reviews and Blu-ray pickup videos. Some of my biggest views on the channel are some of the old movie reviews and Blu-ray videos. Those are ones. And some of them still get views to this day. It's wild. So anyway, I have 2 videos on this channel that have gotten over 1 million views. A lot of the YouTube channels out there can't say they have. I've had 2 videos that went viral to the point of 1 million plus views. And they were movie reviews, actually. So anyway, long story short, when I got back into sports cards, well, I shouldn't say when I got back into sports cards. I was in sports cards, but I was doing the Blu-ray stuff on the YouTube channel. And around 2018, I decided that the channel had been dormant for a little bit. I'd stopped doing the Blu-ray stuff. And what I decided to do is I decided to go in there and, well, I've still got this YouTube channel. Haven't used it for anything in a while. And I said, okay, well, why don't I just do sports cards? Because I've been doing sports cards forever. And what the hell, I'll make some videos. So I started doing that. Initially, I think the first sports card video that I did was probably a box break of football because I actually was buying some football in 2018. So I did do a box break of football. Then I got into doing a couple of videos that were more commentary style. So I don't remember exactly when he did it, but Mike Baseball Collector did a video that has since been pulled. So it's no longer on his channel. He did a video where he was trying to be funny. And what he was trying to do was trying to make fun of the current Topps year, the current Topps issue that year. And what he did is he was talking about how the new Topps was fire. And by fire, he meant he was throwing it into a fire pit. He literally bought a blaster of cards and then opened the packs and then threw the packs into a fire. Literally a fire. So he got a lot of flack for that. Honestly, deservedly so. Because realistically, like at the end of the day, you don't think the new cards are worth anything, go ahead. But most people aren't going to go and buy blasters to try to make that point and then throw the cards into a fire when at the same time that you're also kind of positioning yourself as a community guy and at the same time positioning yourself as, you know, collect what you like, you know, keep collecting. And then at the same time, there are guys who are like, well, that's what they actually collect. That's what they buy and collect. They buy some blasters and get these singles and buy the inserts and do all that. And you're throwing them into flames. So he did like a not apology. There was a whole bit about it. So anyway, long story short, I made a video talking about it. I felt like I was very even handed. All I was saying was that basically like it didn't come off the way you thought it would have. You know, keep your day job as a comedian. And then also there are folks in the community who probably could have pulled it off. And Mike wasn't one of those. Since then, Mike has been on the channel a couple of different times. We chatted about it online and offline. So I think that now,
And
Dan, Dan, hold on. Dan, no, this is the short version. The long version would take me a full live stream. When Mike's saying storied history, there's a lot more context before, during, and after, and in between. Trust me, this is the Cole's Nose version. That's how frightening it is. The full version is War and Peace. So you're getting the short version. You don't even know. You're getting the short version. So bottom line, Mike's been on the channel a couple different times. We talked about that video as well on there, offline and offline. Did that. So anyway, long story short, I don't have a problem with Mike. As far as I'm aware, he doesn't have any problem with me. But he did reference the storied history once upon a time on one of the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame voting, whatever. And I just cackled. I laughed my head off. I thought it was very amusing. But yeah, there was a lot of lore at one point. Trust me, I don't got enough time. If I started this live stream over from 0 minutes and 0 seconds, I still wouldn't be able to get through all of it in one shot to get to this point runtime right now. That is the short version. You're welcome.
You're welcome.
Yeah. No, trust me when I say that is the short version. But yeah, I always thought the Hall of Fame thing was stupid. I played along with it for a while, just for fun, because I found a way to make it amusing for myself. I will still cover it if and when it happens. That's up to Jake, formerly Tippett Leprechaun, but now I guess Legends Never Die. It's on him. He's got to figure out if he wants to do it, but I'm not going to participate in it one way or the other. If other people want to, they can, of course. Don't let me stop you. We'll have some fun with that. But yeah, other than that, I have no interest in playing that game. But yeah, no. It's like, hey, let me tell you, y'all don't even know what long form is. Y'all talk about long form like you even know. You don't know. You're all talking about pamphlets while I'm talking about books, libraries, volumes. Y'all don't even know.
I just wanted to add, for the sake of being clear and honest, I have also burnt hockey cards on this channel.
Yeah, as you should have. But you should have burned Boston Bruins cards. Burn that shit.
Burnt them.
It's trash. Burn all the boobiors.
Yeah.
Garbage.
Well, I have also burnt cards live over a fire pit. Just want to make sure that we're open and honest. If we're gonna
open and honest,
the scandalous videos are gonna come out.
If we're gonna talk about someone else doing it and them getting grief, I want to make sure we're honest that I did it and got.
Did you even get anyone reaching out? I don't think anyone cared when you did it.
Oh no, we got no. It was because it was a gag and everyone thought it was funny.
So maybe that kind of plays into the point, Bobby. We were able to successfully execute that gag, demonstrating that it can be done. It can be done, but you have to make sure you hit the tone just right. If you don't hit the tone right, nope, not
You
gonna
have to
work.
pretend you're drunk.
Yeah.
You know.
You go for it, Dom. I'm not gonna participate one way or the other. I'm all good with whatever everybody wants to do. Y'all do you. It's all good. Yeah. But so I wanted to give that since Zach asked. I wanted to give it. Like I said. Oh, and I almost forgot. The other specific controversy, I guess, was not even Mike's thing. It was Ty from Chasing Cardboard. Did the thing where he had the fake rock auto, and he was selling a rock auto with he was selling a rock auto with no authentication on it and all kinds
Whatever
of BS
happened with him?
So what happened was he's still around, and actually he's doing pretty good views wise, like proving that no one cares. But what I think was funny was that he did a whole video vindicating himself, talking about how he went and sent in one of the rock autos and said he sent in one of the rock autos, and also the Ty Cobb auto did not come back authenticated. But he didn't mention that. He kind of conveniently ignored that part. Just let's not even talk about that, you know. And I got a lot of feedback separate, offline, well, online but offline, of folks going, "Yeah, Ty's been kind of shady with me." Like at the end of the day, y'all do you. It's fine. But I've had people come reach out to me and be like, "I have questions about that dude."
Yeah.
But again, it's not my place to concern myself with it. Beyond that, I don't care. I talked about the story that was there at the time it was there. We talked about it. Beginning, middle, and end.
But
Beyond
people
that,
like to watch
you
stuff
do.
that have controversy,
You
right?
do.
So,
of course.
his views are still up because people want to see him screw up again.
And here's the thing. He's out there doing his thing. The thing is, I don't think Ty ever understood that the problem was that he was being snippy when he had no place to be snippy. So I don't even know. Like, I don't even know what to do.
I think it's the power that people get online, and they think they become somebody, so they need to represent that somebody that they are, and they really aren't somebody that they think they are. So, hey, I'm a big podcaster, man. Hey, I got a YouTube channel. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, and look, at the end of the day, you do you. I have no problem with any of that. I don't care. If that's what you want to do, that's your business. Cool. Cool, man. Cool story, bro. But like, you guys got to get over yourselves a little bit. That's why I say, like, part of the stuff that I do on the channel is because I don't take myself that seriously.
No.
We can have great moments of lucidity, great moments of like actual conversation on matters of import.
Disagree.
And then we can talk about Eric's fixation with mayonnaise.
And Bobby Orr.
And that can all happen in the same show.
Mhm.
That can all happen in the same show. That's part of the deal. You're going to get the whole gamut.
Yeah.
I stand with Rick. Damn right. Good old Rick, a real hobby goat.
People like power in the hobby. It's kind of funny. I was talking to guys at the that show I shouldn't have went to, but anyways, I was sitting there going, you're saying, "No, we're just two fat guys." I said, "Yeah, three fat guys, whatever." I was getting along with them nice and everything like that. And I was saying, they had some stuff on their table, some display boxes and some sports card lockers and stuff. And I said, "What do you got on that?" And he goes, "Oh, this and that and this and that." And I said, "Oh, well, okay." I said, "Yeah. Oh, you're interested? You want to buy it?" I said, No, it's okay. You guys are a little bit up there on the prices. And he goes, "Yeah, but I looked in the guide and they're in there." I said, "Did you look at my guide?" And he goes, "What guide did you do?" And I said, "VHC. I'm Bobby Verone." He goes, "You're Bobby? Oh my God." Tone changes. Everything changes. It's like, "Oh, yeah. Oh, are they? Oh, I didn't know. Yeah. Okay." So it's kind of funny once you're introduced to somebody, then they don't think that power kind of goes away a little bit. And it's kind of nice. I don't do it on purpose. I am who I am. Everybody should know what I look like. I've been on enough shows, you would think, right? Not alone this one, with all the other ones that I've been on. And still people just don't recognize. But these people are they're not into the online so much of the vintage guys, they're, they watch a few shows here and there, but they don't know who you are. So it's kind of funny doing that. It's almost fun playing out the thing. I'm not trying to do anything for my own sake. It's just trying to see these guys back in their seat and going, "Hey guys, come on."
Or as opposed to Eric, who's literally like, I've seen him hand out business cards as seen on.
Yes.
As seen on, like, shamelessly, without shame.
As
It's
he-
absurd.
I have
The
no
problem is when he hands out these
as
business
heard on
cards.
Clubhouse.
The problem is he hands out these cards
Mhm.
in his house. He hands them to his wife and his kids and hoping that they will appreciate him more. Be like, but
No.
the YouTubes.
Yeah.
You don't understand. Just saying.
He's famous.
Zach here says,
That plaque
I'll be
says it
honest
all
with
right there.
Yep. I'll be honest with you. You seem like different people. We are. Michael's like my intro to sports card YouTube stuff. Met him walking around and show him a few times, so I'm biased. Just never really do. So the thing is, so again, I'm going to emphasize this. I want to make sure I emphasize this because sometimes people misconstrued things.
No,
I know it's wild.
come on.
I don't actually have any problem with Mike. There are things that he has said that I think are bullshit. And I have told him when I think he has said things that I think are bullshit. I've done that online and offline, so to speak, virtually. And I've been very clear on this. And I've been extremely clear on this. But going back to what I said before, there are people in this hobby that I genuinely dislike. Genuinely dislike. I know it may be shopping as a man of peace. I know it'd be shocking as a man of peace. But there are people in this hobby who I genuinely dislike. But if I ever get down to Dallas and Mike Baseball Collector's there, and he's like, hey, Carlos, will you sit down and have a beer? I would be like, sure, I'll sit down and have a beer. Zero problem with that. Zero problem with that.
With the beer, of course not.
Of
No,
course
you
not.
like beer.
No, but there are people in this hobby who are like, hey, sit down and have a beer with me. Yeah, sure. Crack over your head. Fuck you. There's differences.
That's just
Basically.
Yeah.
And some floating heads that I'll treat like piñatas. But that's it. So there are other people though, where it's
You
like,
said
no,
Dallas
yeah,
or
I'll sit down.
Atlanta?
Well, Mike would be in Texas. So he'd be
Oh, I
Dallas.
thought you were talking Atlanta. Okay.
No. So anyway, bottom line
Please.
is, no, I'd sit down and have a beer with Mike, no problem whatsoever. I have literally had him on the channel multiple times. We had extended conversation online and offline. So like zero problem. Do we agree on everything? No, we do not. But does that mean I would not talk? No. He has been on the channel separately from that. He's actually said, hey, can I come on? And I send him the link and he's come on and like, sure. And he's welcome to come on anytime.
Mike
he
is
wants.
so much bigger than you. He gets more clicks than you. He's more important than you, Carlos. Come on.
He's already been on the channel plenty. He's already been on the channel plenty for hours. So we got zero problem with that. Yeah, but if he ever wanted to come on, he can. If he ever wants to have a conversation, sure. Zero
Your
problem.
status is based on your clicks.
Yeah. Well, obviously. Out of all the people in the hobby, Mike would be very low on the totem pole of people that I have an issue with. I do not have any personal issue with it. Does that mean we agree? No, we do not. On everything. We do not. But does that mean I wouldn't have a beer with the guy? No, I'd sit down and have a beer with him. No problem. There are other people in the hobby who I definitely would not. There are other people in the hobby who I definitely would not have a beer with.
Ziggy?
Let's not go through all the people that we do or do not like in the hobby. Let's not do that.
Let's do a list.
Well, if we went through a list of all the people who dislike Eric, that would take all year.
We don't have that kind of time.
It's getting late. I don't think we can do
We
it.
don't have that kind of time, folks.
Yeah.
No.
Zach says that tech out of the sign no more than 20 years ago was fake. Weird. I know. Hashtag scholarship. Truth. Yep. Great one, Bobby. You're Bobby. That's right. Zach says I'm 100% with you. It doesn't come off to me like you dislike. No. I don't have any personal issues with Mike. None. We may not agree on everything, but I like I said, I'll have a conversation with the man. I'll have a beer with the man. No problem whatsoever. Dan says there are people in this hobby who I genuinely dislike also, which is not going to say it aloud. Fair enough. Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, there's a difference. There's a big difference between these things. They're different categories. Most people, we can get along well enough that under the right circumstances, we'll sit down, we'll have a beer, we'll chat about whatever. I may not leave agreeing with anything they said, because there are some people that, frankly, I do not agree with anything they say, ever. But even then, like whatever. But I'll explain to you why I disagree, and then we'll go on about our day. But here's the thing. As soon as I'm offline and doing my own thing, I'm not giving it a second thought. I don't even give it a moment of additional contemplation.
Well, like me, it's fun playing Bobby Burrell every once in a while. Yeah, I have fun with it. Sure. Guys talk to me, well, hey, yeah, they know everything. And it's just sitting there and go, you don't know who you're talking to, do you? Really. This is fun. This is really good. I love it. And hey, if you're gonna play a card, you're gonna play a card. You know, I'm just having fun. I'm just at a show having fun. And you know, some guys want to talk the game. Okay, fine. You don't know what I look like? That's fine. You know, it's funny how many people know me and don't know what I look like. It's like, oh yeah, we're good friends. Yeah, I know him. Yeah, it's like, yeah, no, you don't. No, you don't. And I go up to the booth and I go, oh, what are those? Those are that. And then he goes, oh yeah, these are really rare. These are yeah. So, okay, yeah. You have no idea. You know me, but you don't know me. It's a funny hobby, honestly. You know, I can tell you so many circumstances that it happens at the expo. And really, they should know me by now. I've been doing the expo from, 2003? Like, honestly, setting up, like, if you don't know what I look like, my God. Jeez.
So you're saying, if you don't know me by now, you will never know me.
Oh, that's a song, isn't it?
It is. It is a
If
song.
you don't know me
By
now,
You
All
will
right, muting
never,
that shit.
never. No, yeah.
Yeah. So Dom says, yeah, some people ingrained in the YouTube social community don't realize a small segment of actual hobby. Yeah, exactly. That's what I say. Like, don't
True.
take it too seriously. Don't take it too seriously. Have some fun with this stuff. Have some fun with it.
Well,
But
I gotta have fun at times, you know. So sorry.
since Zach asked the question, I thought I would give him a little background. Why not? You know, I thought I'd give him a little background because occasionally what's funny is that some people don't know. That's what makes it fun, because there'll be these gaps, right? I'll give you a quick example, quick side note example that I was thinking about earlier today. CRT Sportscards. So he's a gentleman who I did a conversation with back in 2020.
Wow.
Because he was one who was big into Project 2020. But
Oh.
even then, he was also collecting the T206 set for the polar bearbacks. And actually, in that conversation, I talked about it. I actually went back and watched that video because Carlos is so much younger back then.
Oh, the young
And
Carlos.
oh yeah, well, you know, he was being semi-professional. Like I was like, oh, I'm feeling some professionalism there. That's wild. That's wild, crazy
It
times.
might be a little bit different than today, but yes.
It was a different time. It was a different time. I had a different microphone, if nothing else. So
That's
anyway,
right, yeah. I
so
knew
what
that.
happened was, we were talking about Project 2020 because at the time the conversation was happening, but he had actually blown up a little bit on YouTube at that time because Project 2020 was a very hot topic there for a
There
while.
was. Yeah.
But as I said, even at that time, I was paying attention that he was also collecting those T206 polar bearbacks. This was back in 2020.
I remember that one, yeah.
Well, since then, he had left and he was still doing some stuff
Left
here
the
and there, but
hobby?
he had no. He was collecting those polar bearbacks
Mhm.
as Project 2020 wound down, and then the subsequent project, whatever it was, I forget it was Project 90 or something. There was a follow-up. There was a second as well. So as that wound down, he actually went deeper into the T206 rabbit hole, kept working on his set, eventually finished his polar bear set, actually got his arms tattooed with T206
Oh my
and polar
God.
bear stuff.
All
Both
right.
arms, actually. Both arms. And now he's started to mosey on back and do some new videos. And now he's pivoting the channel to focus more on the vintage, the pre-war vintage
Yeah.
specifically. Well, because again, he was already collecting the T206.
Sure.
So initially he did the polar bear set, finished the polar bear set, and now he's going to work on the rest of the T206 set. So he's actually going to do the rest of it and work on it and try to finish a 520 card version, because there's different versions of the set. You got the 520 version, and then you got the one with the four big ones, because there's the plank, there's the Honus Wagner, there's the Maggie, and then there's one more that I'm forgetting. So there's 4 big cards that are like super short prints along with Wagner. So the 524 is like the complete set. The 520 is the most mortals can potentially finish the set.
Yes.
Version of the set. So he's working on that version of it. So he's decided to pivot his channel. He still has the YouTube channel, so he's decided to pivot his channel to work on more of the vintage, the pre-war vintage. And I was one of the first person, while at the peak of his Project 2020 stuff, I talked to him about the pre-war vintage. And I've still been in touch with him here and there over the years. Back in a couple of 2023, I chat with him a little bit. So what's funny is I'm sitting there like, oh, now he's pivoting to it. So I might reach out and be like, hey, let's have a follow-up conversation, because now you're going in a different direction. And obviously I was chatting with you back then when you were doing that portion of it.
Yeah.
And let's have a part 2. because I think that'd be kind of fun. So I may reach out and try to see if I can set up a part 2 on that
That'd be
all
good.
these years later and be like, all right. And I'll be able to point people back to the original conversation, and there'd be almost a 5-year gap between the two.
It's kind of funny that we already went through 5 years of A, this channel, and B, all the stuff that we went through with the pandemic and stuff, you know, and we're now at this stage. And it's a very different stage than I thought we would be at. But, you know, it's still good. I'm just saying it's just
It is kind of fun though to have still been around long enough that I can go back and pull up. By the way, we had a conversation back here in ye old 2020, and now here it is. And now here's the follow up 5 years later, and let's see where we're at. And
Yeah.
we're in a different place, and I think that's kind of interesting. So Mike, you're saying I'd have a beer with Carlos and Bobby and a cup of mayonnaise with Eric. Facts.
That's
Ooh.
That's gross.
Name says Eric's business card. Eric Wade, aka Chocolate Stick Man, aka Mayo Man, aka CO Beckett LLC, aka Emmanuel in Space.
He's got it all covered. Very well done.
Facts.
Don't you have
Zach
something
said.
better to go do? Seriously.
Answer on his behalf. No.
He said AKA. That's all.
Hot dog time. Oh, over there. in Western-
Answer on his behalf. No. Zach says, let the record show Bobby completely unprovoked brought up Atlanta. Truth. Ziggy, no beer. Facts.
I was provoking it, but Carlos
You
didn't
were.
take the bait. Okay.
Oh, no. Listen, Bobby, I'm a man of peace. Still a man of peace. Super man of peace.
It's a peaceful conversation. I'm just saying.
Tom says, you forgot founder of Poopy Pony Grading. Truth.
Oh,
I'd like
we
to file a
haven't
complaint with
discussed
the
that
noise
one.
police. Yes.
Mhm.
Oh my, I thought Billy Joe was a better singer than that. Oh God.
No.
I say great.
Dan here says he just released a reintroduction of his channel. Yes, I saw that. That's what kind of prompted my thought on that. That's why I wanted to bring it up. Follow a lot of vintage channels. Seemed like a good guy. Yeah, well, he was a good guy. When I chatted with him 5 years ago, good conversation. We did have, like I said, a follow up, quick, brief back and forth a couple of years back. From everything I've seen, he's a good dude. Chill guy. He is a great collector. He has a lot of fun with it. He's decided to pivot into the pre-war vintage, as I said, which again,
He's your
I think
typical kind of collector. I guess you could say he is a collector, where he's not an
Yeah.
investor. He's not doing anything for that reason. And I appreciate those guys a little bit more than the investor types that do come in and try to acquire different things. So he's pursuing something, and he's got an agenda that he wants to keep. And I respect that 100%. For anybody who does it, doesn't matter what you collect, doesn't matter if it's whatever. But I'm just saying, that dedication is really something to be had, and he's been doing it for at least 5 years, right? So give him credit. He's continuing on with it, and that's his own personal pursuit, because you don't get pushed into that kind of stuff. Like, that's big ticket stuff, right?
No, that's the stuff he wanted to play around with. Yeah, and that's
Yeah.
what he decided to go into.
Mhm.
I think though it is different. Like I said, it takes it to another level when you decide literally to tattoo components of the T206
That's
set.
going a little far in my book, but I'm just saying.
Well, look, if
I might want to see those tattoos. That'd be kind of cool.
Well, he's got them on his arms. He literally has done videos on them. Like he's literally got them.
Okay,
Yeah, he's got a whole bunch. Yeah, yeah. So the thing is, like, look, it's fortunately it's not like an Eric situation where he's tattooed, all the Poopy Pony, all the Pokemans, and then all the Gary V cards.
Yes.
Good
Other
old
portion of the
Gary
body.
V. I kind of miss him. Not any regard, but
I'm just saying Eric might have a lot of tattoos of V friends on his body.
he might,
We're not supposed to talk about that. That's private.
and you should get it signed. before
Dubs
it
it's
gets
just
too late.
subs. He's working on the monster. God bless him. Yeah, no, he's going like it's an ambitious project. That's a collecting pursuit. If that's what you wish to do, that's quite the collecting pursuit.
Mhm.
Indeed,
True enough.
indeed. All right, so folks, we've reached around the time that I was shooting for. I think that's basically what I wanted to go for. So I think we're good for tonight. So real quick, I'll answer Paul's question here. It's CRT Sportscards. So if you look up CRT Sportscards, I'll put it on there. If I can remember,
A memorable name if I ever heard one.
Well, here's the thing. There's no other CRT that I'm aware of. It's actually worked out pretty good.
I said it was memorable.
Yeah.
I
What I can say, though-
what, CMT, CR.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Yeah. So I will put, what I'll do is I've got it here. I'll actually put a link to my original conversation with him
that'd be good.
from the previous. It was August 22nd, 2020. August 22nd, 2020, when I did the original conversation with him. All the way back then, and I will include a link to that. And I do chat with him on the Project 2020 thing, which was there at the time. Also, he's got his website, which follows a lot of his projects and things that he's working on. And then you guys can check that out. And we chatted on that. That was still, I think, fairly early on when he was starting to get some traction for his original Project 2020 things, because at the moment that was the zeitgeist at that time.
Yeah. Well, I interview him in end of January, February, and then you can do 4.5 years after.
Basically, yeah. So that's why I thought it was kind of funny, because I said, like, we at least kept a little in touch here and there. And then as he was doing some of that stuff, I was like, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with the T206s. They'll always be one of the major part of the pre-war for baseball, for sure.
Oh yeah. Like, the good news about those is if you want to do it, it's a good project.
Oh yeah.
You can. The good news is enough of it is out there. If you're not going after the Wagner, the Maggie, and some of the very specific ones, it is doable, but you're gonna have to work. But you're gonna have to do a little bit of work, because some of them are a little tougher than others.
Yeah.
August 2020. Oh, what a time to overpay for modern basketball.
Oh,
Good times.
yes.
It's quite the time.
How are those people doing now? Who's the bitch now?
Whoa, whoa, Eric. Whoa, got a little spicy Bobby there at the end.
I knew that Eric would like that one.
A little spicy Bobby, and Carlos is just finishing up his beer.
Yeah.
Dang. So anyway, last comments, folks. So yeah, I will include a link in the description to that if you want to check it out. You're more than welcome to it. A lot of fun. I will. So this is kind of a last thing that I'll mention to you. One of my plans for this year is that I do want to see if I can incorporate some more cast of characters on the channel here and there, because I think it'll be fun to have some different voices, to add some different elements to it. It can't all just be fun and lemons.
No, not every time. No.
No,
every time.
No, that needs to be just all Reggie all the time.
We could, but let's not and say we did.
Yes.
We're gonna.
Dan says, I interviewed a guy who completed the monster on my channel about 6 months ago. There you go. New year, new Bobby. Facts.
Maybe.
Thanks, fellas. Have a good weekend. Absolutely. But yeah, we'll try to incorporate a couple of folks in there. It'll be fun. This year, I want to have, last year, like I said in my year interview, I kind of went a little cruise control because frankly, I had other things going on that I was focusing my attention on. However, I think this year I got reinvigorated. Eric said, look, I don't think you've insulted me enough.
No.
I think you can do better. And I was like, what? I'm being challenged by fucking bougie Eric? Oh,
No.
that's it.
Didn't say
No
that.
more Mr.
You
Nice
think
Carlos.
do better or worse?
Didn't
No
say
more
it.
Worse
Mr.
is
Nice
better,
Carlos.
right?
Didn't say it.
I've interpreted it as yes.
Yeah,
I've
no.
interpreted it as yes.
That was not ever said. It was never said.
I believe that's exactly what was said. This man challenged me,
No.
and I'm going to crush him under my boot.
I'm
Never
catching
said
your
that.
head.
You thought I was bad before. I have yet to even warm up.
No, I think you're bad now and before. Yeah.
No, he's man of peace.
Have a great night, you hubby goats. I know. Yeah. All I got to say is warming up. We're getting there.
Mhm.
We'll deal with Eric. We'll deal with Eric and his foolishness. It's coming. It's coming. But we'll also incorporate some other folks into it. We'll have a little bit of fun with it. That's kind of what I have in mind. I've already reached out to a couple of folks, at least laid the groundwork on it, and we'll see how that goes over the next little while. And then otherwise, though, collecting-wise, things are going good. I think we're going to keep having some fun with it. I got my projects and my goals that I'm going to go shoot for, so that'll be fun. Otherwise, no, I think we'll have ourselves another fun collecting year. That's the plan.
No.
That is the plan.
No. No.
And we got,
Yes.
and I got back ordered pallets of frozen Mayo packets. Pallets of frozen Mayo packets that I can throw at someone who remain nameless. Eric.
They hurt. They never
Oh.
get completely hard, which is good.
They
So
would.
get you in it.
They
It
would.
really sticks.
They would.
Oh, looks like X-Pac is coming to the Causeway Card Show at the Boston Garden on
Who is it? X-Pac? What?
X-Pac is coming
Who's that?
to a card show in the Garden on January 11th.
Who's X-Pac?
Carlos.
I know Tupac, but
No.
Well,
this-
listen, if Tupac was there, that'd be very impressive. He'd be hanging out with Ray Bork. You'd
Yes,
have a lot to talk about.
They
They're
are
both
friends.
zombies.
I don't have access to them, but is that
in
something?
the afterworld, of course.
Are you an X-Pac fan? Do you need something
I
from
don't know
him?
what
No,
Xbox is. I'm sorry.
no. I'm still trying to find out who actually liked X-Pac. He was a good wrestler. He was a
I don't
good
know.
wrestler.
Oh,
He was a
that's-
good wrestler. But good Lord, that man was annoying. Like, honestly.
Well, he was a drug addict, and he wasn't.
He
Why is
was
everybody
annoying
a drug
before he
addict?
became a drug addict. He was annoying before he became a
Everybody's
drug
a drug
addict.
addict, it seems. Anybody who
I was gonna say,
is a
you're-
drug addict.
You're high on chocolate saves. Who are you to judge?
Steroids, drug addicts,
Yeah.
alcoholics.
Hell,
whatever.
man.
We're all
You're,
there.
you're sounding very judgy. You're sounding very
I was
judgy for a
trying
chocolate
to
save
be
Bushi man.
nice. That's what I get for being nice. I didn't know if you needed something from him because of your wrestling fandom, and you just turned it into something mean and not nice. And
Listen, Xbox fine, but he's not McFoley.
Carlos, hey, it's the hardcore legend Mick Foley. I know I don't know you, but can I ask you a favor? Can you do something about this guy? Get him away from me. What a pain in the... Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Just do something. Thanks.
I don't think he was
Classic.
serious. We had just finished a nice dinner.
What do
He
you
let
eat?
he let me eat off his plate. I just don't see why.
It's hard to split carbonara, you know.
I don't see why. I think he was just joking.
He didn't look like he was joking.
That way you can have meat without his teeth. So I'm just saying.
You had Chinese food, is what we had.
Oh, rice is easy, yeah.
Yeah.
Don't have
Zach says
to
we've
do it, you
established
can
that
swallow
psyching and drugs go hand in hand. That is true.
Yeah.
Eric's had both a lot of concussions and a lot of drugs, it would seem.
Well, I've had a lot of painkillers.
They
That's
split a bowl of
Drug
clam chowder.
addict.
Chowder?
no, it wasn't. No, it was Chinese food.
Is this is Paul's representation valid here, Eric?
Yeah, he chews it up and then spits it in my mouth. Yep, you got it. That's wonderful.
Oh, that will definitely not be clipped.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. That would never. I would as a man of peace, I would never even dream of it.
That's how. That's
It's
how
only
we
the
had-
first live stream of the new year, Bobby.
I know.
That is that's how we had dinner. You got it.
Go
And-
on.
and what did
Anything
he
else you want to
order?
incriminate yourself for, Eric? Hold on.
Did he order Szechuan?
I don't.
Anything else?
I don't remember what he ordered. I honestly
How
don't.
can you not? Didn't you look at it with disdain?
I didn't care. I was hungry. I'd been working all day. I wanted to.
I'm
focus.
surprised you even like Chinese food.
I
I was
like.
gonna say you hate everything else.
I like most of the stuff on a poo poo platter, and I like.
Wait,
pork.
so you will eat poo poo, and everything else is like a problem for you? Really?
Yeah.
That's like reverse. Like that's weird.
Have we learned that Eric is actually a raccoon?
I
that
think
the
he
deal?
is. He's like the one on the who's that superhero raccoon? What's it? What's it on?
I don't
The
know.
Avengers. The raccoon.
Oh, Rocket.
Rocket
Yeah.
raccoon?
Yeah.
I can only assume.
Same
Bob
attitude.
here is saying Eric is poo poo, and this is what I'm getting out of this. Bob Jackson says, "Are
You-
you ready to shoot him again?"
You.
Look again. I go back to you're oohing at a very strange time. You don't seem to have the credibility to ooh anything. Are you sure that's what you want to go with?
Good God, I hate my life so much.
You should. Your life sucks.
It does.
It's
Really
trash.
The best part of
Good
your life
Lord.
is being on this channel.
Exactly. Like this elevates you to like less trash, but like there's levels to this.
You're the top end of the bottom heap. Yes.
Ooh, man.
I
Wow.
just hate everything about
Yeah.
it.
It's hard one to figure out, but you'll get it.
It's a rough one. Anyway, folks, pleasure hanging out with you as always. Appreciate you. Longest running episodic, whatever this is, it has continued. It has been going, for the record. The start of this run started in the year 2020. So this is the
Year Lord
Sixth?
2025. Yes. 6
this
years.
is the sixth separate year. of
Yeah,
this
because you
foolishness.
started in January. You started in January. Yeah, 2020.
Yep. This is a 6th different year.
Yeah. You had some sorted person on at the beginning, and then somebody else came in and said bye-bye. Not saying anybody.
Bob actually says he's making it hard to stick my resolution and be nice to Eric. He's making it hard on all of us, and we just got going.
Yep.
Time to let that resolution go, Bob. Time to give up. Day 4 in the East Coast. Give it up. Good night, everyone. Good night to you. Absolutely. All right. So, for the Rattle the Garage of Knowledge, as always, we thank him once again. For Eric in the Garage of Mediocrity, here he is. Another year.
That's
Another
my
year.
new goodbye.
Yes, it's pretty good. And Eric, once again, you'll be happy to know that we have secured Eric for the like button for in perpetuity.
In perpetuity.
In perpetuity, they say.
You can't spell perpetuity.
No, we can't. That's why he agreed to it in the first place. He goes, that seems fine. That's okay. That's not that long, is it?
It's never ending.
That's like a furlong, isn't it?
It may.
I don't know what a furlong is either.
Endless furlong.
An endless furlong. All the furlongs.
Every furlong, yes.
Wow. Dave's got it. Perpetuity
Yes.
for Eric. Dang.
Perpetuity, yes. Yes. We'll have
Wow.
to draw that one up soon.
See? 5% less mature. Nailed it.
Nailed it. I hate all of this.
The show is ending now after we did that. Yes.
Yep. All right, y'all. East Coast. Enjoy your
East Coast.
Saturday. Enjoy the continuation of your new year. First official week of the new year is about to start. And for those of you in the East Coast, or West Coast, I should say, enjoy the rest of your Friday. Have yourself a good one. We'll catch you in the next one.
Bye, guys.
Bye, guys.